There's a flickering spark in us all which, if struck at just the right age, I think can light the rest of our lives, elevating our ideals, deepening our tolerance, and sharpening our appetite for knowledge about the rest of the world. Education and cultural exchanges, especially among our young, provide a perfect opportunity for this precious spark to grow, making us more sensitive and wiser international citizens through our careers.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Mr. Fred Ryan.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our 8th Reagan Institute Summit on Education, or RISE as it's become known. It's great to see such a warm and enthusiastic crowd. Well, it's great to be here in the nation's capital. Summer is fading, fall's upon us. University, schools, and Congress are all back in session. But the normal rhythms of autumn were upended last week by a shocking act of political violence. At Utah Valley University, an assassin's bullet took the life of Charlie Kirk, an influential conservative activist. He was at Utah Valley to discuss and debate ideas. That is, he was engaging in the highest purpose of our universities. That wasn't just an attack on one man. It was an attack on American civic culture itself, designed to silence voices and sow fear. Education depends on debate, disagreement, and dissent. And if we don't have that, what we have is not education, it's indoctrination. The conversations we have today will bring together Republicans and Democrats, university presidents, think tank scholars, researchers and reporters, senators and governors, administrators, policymakers, parents, and teachers. And through our actions in coming here today, we know that constructive debate is not just possible, it is vital to the success of our democracy. And while we may not agree on all the details, I think we start from a point of agreement that President Reagan articulated well. He said, quote, "The education our children want is the ability to discover the answers to the basic questions we all have. Who am I? Where do I live? And what is the world around me like? The education our children need is the ability to read, write, and reason as well as any student in any country in the world. And the education our children deserve is the one that no American should be deprived of, for it's the basic instruction in what it means to be an American." Well, we remain firmly committed to that goal, and we must ensure that the next generation of Americans knows and embraces what it means to be an American. And as we were tragically reminded last week, part of that instruction must include teaching the next generation of Americans how to debate and disagree respectfully and civilly without resorting to violence. There are many challenges in education in America today. Teachers who are overwhelmed, students who are overlooked, institutions that have lost their way, technologies that disrupt and distract as much as they empower and enlighten. What President Reagan said in 1988 is true again today. Far too many American students are graduating from school without the skills they will need to prosper and the knowledge they'll need to grow as adults. More than ever, all eyes and expectations are on the states to lead the way, to set high standards, to focus on the core mission, to protect our children and to empower our parents. It is indeed time to reimagine an education system worthy of our students and essential to our nation's future. And we are thankful to you for being our partners in undertaking this work. The leader who's been charged with this important task at the federal level is our first speaker today. RISE has a proud tradition of welcoming the sitting Secretary of Education to our summit. And today we are honored to have Linda McMahon in her first RISE appearance as Secretary of Education. The President has directed Secretary McMahon to act boldly and swiftly with the goal of giving more educational autonomy to states and localities. It's invited criticism, to be sure. Disruption in leadership often do. But to paraphrase what another great president once reminded us, it's not the critic who counts, but the woman actually in the arena. And Linda McMahon knows something about being in the arena. In addition, I have even more good things to say about you, Madam Secretary. All right, please be seated. In addition to being in the arena, she brings that perspective as a businesswoman and executive, but also brings the experience as Connecticut State Board of Education member, Board of Trustees of Sacred Heart University. She's been a longtime advocate for career and technical education, previously served as the administrator of the U.S. Small Business Administration before chairing the America First Policy Institute. She draws on all of that experience as well as her perspective as a mother and grandmother as she seeks to achieve a goal that President Reagan shared to return more responsibility for education to the states while assuring that our students are, in her words, positioned to achieve success in future careers they love. We're delighted to welcome the 13th Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, joined in conversation with Indiana Secretary of Education, Dr. Katie Jenner. Welcome both.
Here we go. Well, you know that I can get feisty and very passionate in some of these situations, and I know you can too. So this is going to be fun.
All right, let's go.
Let's go.
We're ready.
Let's go.
We're ready.
So, variety of different topics. Let's start with yesterday was U.S. Constitution Day, and I was at an event here in D.C. A lot of the discussion was around the importance of civil discourse, especially in light of the Charlie Kirk tragedy. So, would love to hear from you. How can we as schools, as state leaders, really do better in encouraging our students to disagree better, engage in differences when they exist, value curiosity, and really be a good participant as a citizen? Would love to hear your thoughts on that.
It's such a good question, and I think, Katie, first of all, we have to look at ourselves and say, okay, how can we be leaders for this? How can we, in our engagement, and show our students, if we have the opportunity to be on campus or opportunities like this when I have to address different groups, is to show that we can approach it, in a very civil manner. We can disagree, and we can agree to disagree, and we can keep our own ideas, but we can talk civilly, to each other. I used to admire so much Charlie Kirk, and it just, breaks my heart every time I think about this tragedy. You could watch Charlie. He could kind of get in your face a little bit. He could be aggressive in how he talked to you, but he was always civil. He was never demeaning. He wasn't antagonistic, but he was challenging. And there's a clever art, to being able to do that. And I don't think that we show our students enough on how to do that. I think it depends on what grade level we're looking at. If you're looking at younger children, they're on the playground or they're in the classroom and they really start going at each other, you have to separate them. You have to say, okay, let's talk. I mean, it's the things we would common sense do as parents or grandparents. You go up and you go, hey, back off of this for a second. What's your problem? Well, let's talk it out. Let's see what's the issue, and be honest. And I think that's what we have to really do. And we've learned that it's not just about discourse, but it's the way we have discourse.
And I appreciate how you started with, children are our greatest imitators. So it starts with us, starts with all the leaders across our country and really doing better, showing how to have good civil discourse. So let's shift to academics. This is going to be like, go, go, go. They didn't give us much time. And we both like to talk. So
But we can talk faster.
We
can talk faster than I do.
I'll try. So another round of NAEP scores was just released. And we're seeing our American children just test at historic lows. And in response, you said, success isn't about how much money we spend, but who controls the money and where that money is invested. So, can you share more? You can tell how excited I am. Can you share more about why returning control to the states will allow leaders to best respond to these academic challenges?
Well, if we just look at what's happened since the Department of Education was put in place in 1980, we spent $3 trillion, and the scores have continued to come down. Sometimes they plateaued, sometimes they did a little uptick, but if you really look at the scores, they've come down. We spent that money. Where is it gone? What can we show for it? And the Department of Education has been in place. And the answer was throw more money at it, spend more money here, spend more money there, and we've not seen the results. So I think that when we return education to the states, people like secretaries of state and chiefs, commissioners throughout every state, teachers, parents, principals, working together, know where those needs are in their states. There is no one size fits all in education, you know that. And so we have to tailor that education for the areas, and who better to do that than those who are there locally? I think that education should also serve the communities on which the schools are located, because what we need in the workforce and working with the different businesses in those areas, when we start looking at high school and community colleges working together, et cetera, who better knows that than the people on the ground? And I think that, you know, our companies and industries should be consulted on helping to structure, you know, all of those different programs. And I'm kind of blending a couple of things here. But it's just very important to be local, you know, with those dollars, because they'll be better spent because the people who are spending them locally know where they need to go.
And I know there are some of my favorite state chiefs, leaders in this room right now who are eager and excited about really bringing it back to the state. So thank you for sharing that. And on the point that you were just talking about, we've all been following the announcement about the Department of Education and the Department of Labor. Recently, it was announced steps are being taken to integrate education and workforce systems, including streamlined administration of career and technical education programs. So how do you see this partnership helping to ensure America's high school students are truly prepared for meaningful careers, whatever they might choose?
Well, you know, in the government, if you think about this, it just lets you know how the government works sometimes. There are 43 workforce programs across many agencies in government. This is an attempt to really consolidate all of this workforce management of the Pell Grants, WIOA money, et cetera, into one place. And if you have questions about labor and how these funds can be dispersed, this program at the Department of Labor, I can tell you that the Secretary of Labor, Lori Chavez-DeRaymer, and I are working very closely on this. And it's just going to really be helpful in knowing what is needed in the different states. And so as we work with the different states and understanding how can our high schools and our community colleges and our local entrepreneurs and industries helping to design the programs and their areas for what needs to happen in schools. And when I was talking with Governor Braun, we were out in Indiana, and I think we were standing at Purdue at the time, and he was really talking about how he likes to see, and I think this is so great, a high school diploma and a certificate of skills at the same time.
Yes.
Because working with the community colleges in Indiana, that's exactly what has happened. So that student can graduate from high school, they've got that diploma, but they also have gotten credits from local community college or technical school that they have developed, and they can go right to work.
Right.
So if they don't have an occupation that is going to require that they go on to a 4-year school, they are ready to enter the workforce.
Yes.
And they can have stackable credentials. They could get a credential in you know, as an electrician, as a plumber, as an HVAC technician, or in other areas of technology, and they're just ready to go to work. I think it's the most common sense approach, and it's a throwback to the dark ages when I was in high school, when you know, you could have your vocational certificate when you graduated, and your senior, it was only available your senior year, but you go to school half the school, the other half of the day, you worked. And those credits counted towards your graduation. And it's like we've come full circle.
Yes.
We kind of lost common sense along the way. a little bit of common sense, but I think there was really such a focus and directive on you had to get that 4-year degree. You couldn't be successful without it. And I clearly am a proponent of colleges and universities. I'm not saying kids shouldn't go to college. I'm just saying all kids don't have to go in order to be successful. And so we want to have those options.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for calling out Governor Braun's push to move this direction. So let's shift to the Capitol building and what's happening across the way. In the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, Congress passed the first ever federal tax credit for education scholarships, which is a historic win for parents. Sounds like there's a process ahead with rulemaking, but can you give us a little bit of a look inside of what comes next?
Well, the Treasury Department will be developing, the regs for that. But what the good news is that the president was pushing so hard for school choice. And he doesn't believe any child should be trapped in a failing school. And he was pushing so hard for school choice. This is the biggest step we've made so far. But governors have to opt in. Governors of the states have to opt into the program. And I hope all 50 governors will opt in, because this is a nonpartisan issue. This is about our kids. Let's give them the opportunity to get the best education that they can. And what's happening is it's a scholarship. An individual, it's a $5 billion cap on the whole project, but individuals can donate up to $1,700 to a qualified 501c3 in their state, and then those companies, those C3s, then can take that money, put it together, and offer scholarships to students who might be in failing schools. Their parents might want them to go to a different school for their own success. And it's a dollar for dollar tax credit. I just think this is incredible. And that can stack on top of state credits as well. So it's a real opportunity to provide scholarships, for students who need to get out of a failing school, and for parents who couldn't otherwise afford it. So I think it's a great bill and a great measure, and I really applaud Congress for getting it through. Now we just need governors to do their part and opt in.
Right, and thinking about how much we appreciate it in Indiana, thinking this morning I was riding in an Uber, and school choice has really become a part of our DNA. We have 1 in 5 students in Indiana that is leveraging the most common is traditional public to traditional public, but our goal is to have quality for all schools, right? Traditional public, charter, non-public, micro schools are emerging. So we appreciate the federal government weighing in on how important it is to have a parent-decided education.
Yeah, it's clearly one of the things that I think is so important, that parents have to be involved.
Yeah.
Go to your school board meetings, help elect your school boards if they are elected school boards, but be there, understand the curriculum that your children are being taught. And I think that was one of the silver linings of COVID, that parents did actually get to see for the first time some of the things that their children were being taught. And they didn't like it, or they did like it, and the parts they didn't like, they really started to speak up about it. And it's so critical that parents be in charge.
Yes, absolutely. So decades of research, I'm shifting now to literacy, our foundations. Decades of research show that strong literacy, it's one of the most important predictors of long-term success. Yet too many students are, again, falling behind. So what steps is the department taking to support states in implementing evidence-based approaches like science of reading and driving measurable improvements in literacy outcomes?
We're doing those two things. Those are really important. I've made it one of my number one priority as the Secretary of Education is literacy. And I just want that focus and competence in literacy, so even competitive grants can have, a little leg up if literacy was one of the programs, and they're building that into what they want to do, because it is so important. Everybody in this room knows that up through 3rd grade you are learning to read, and then after that you're reading to learn. And if you cannot read, and we're looking at high schools, you were talking about the recent NAEP scores. 32% read proficiently, 8th grade not much better, math scores worse. What is happening in our country? I mean, kids can read words on a page. It's not that they can't read words on a page, but they don't comprehend. They don't have retention for them. They don't have cognitive discernment of what it is they're reading, and they cannot be successful. Even in going through some of the technical schools that I visited, and I was listening to the instructor who was telling me, and not only is the student learning to operate this piece of machinery, they are learning how to write about what this machine does and how to write up their reports. How many times you have, everybody in this room will know, you have a repairman come into your house and he's left you the little sheet on what's been wrong. Can you understand what he wrote on there? Sometimes you can, sometimes. But you think about, if they're really proficient at that, it's helpful back at their shop, and now it's being fed electronically a lot of times back, but they have to understand and how to communicate. So every level of, I think, profession, every level of life, literacy and cognitive understanding and how to express yourself is vital. And I think what we're seeing in a world of lack of communication because of too much screen time and all of that, and that's a whole other topic we don't have time to talk about today, but kids, they can't write cursively. And I've visited some schools now that are classical schools, and they are back to teaching cursive writing because it's been proven not only is it faster, but they retain more. Retain more than if they're just writing print. So all of that is we're learning in so many different kinds. I'm so excited as I've been touring. I know I'm going off now.
No, go. As
I've been touring, because I have gone to micro schools and charter schools and public schools, and last week I was at the Alpha School in Austin, Texas, which is based on AI learning for the first couple of hours, and all of these different kinds of teaching environments are reaching the children in those areas. And it's the choice and the ability to have that kind of input is it is really special. And I do think with local, you return to education to our states and local control and bringing back, because all of this is being done. I'm looking over, Jacob, and seeing some of the work that's going on in Louisiana. I don't know if Cade Brumley's here anywhere, but we've seen.
There's Jacob.
I saw Jacob and visited.
Arkansas, Cade. Here is Cade over here.
Where is Cade? Raise your hand, Cade.
Louisiana.
There's Cade.
Alabama. Eric is here.
And so they're doing this with.
Don't be. Y'all pay attention, or I'm gonna call you out too. You can see. Okay, keep going.
All of their innovations, the success that each of them have had in their states, which you've done in Indiana. Some of the steps in Iowa. This is not the federal government doing this. This is innovation with all of you in your states, and you're doing it on your own. So if we can provide the support for that to be able to be done, that's the ticket.
Yes.
That's how we're going to be successful.
Yes.
And these scores are going to keep coming, and we've seen it. The success is there.
Yes. Thinking about these, again, each of these state chiefs that I mentioned who I admire, and while we may compete back and forth because we all like to win.
So do governors.
Yeah, gosh, don't you know it?
Woo!
Do
we have any governors in here today?
Later today.
Later today. Okay.
Later today.
Talk to them about that. They can compete. They opt in and they can compete.
Yeah. And I imagine governors are probably the same way, but I learned so much from each of my colleagues, and we push and pull on ideas, and we are very honest about, okay, this did not work. You should learn from this. Don't try this. Don't try this at home. We learned a lesson. So
but that's the secret. That collaboration with colleagues.
Yes.
You folks that are on the ground, you are trained to see what is working, what's not working,
that's right.
And in sharing. And so I would hope that part of my legacy in this could be. That sounds like a funky word, doesn't it? But I would hope that part of my legacy would be that we are providing toolkits to states that can say, I've observed this, we have observed this in other states, this is what's working, these are the parts of it that you can pick and choose from. It's not a mandate, but see what works for you, in your state. But the science of reading, I do believe, even when it's taught through AI, because it clearly can be taught through AI, because the AI that I've seen that's been working, and it needs guardrails, but the AI that I've seen that's been working is teaching those same principles, sounding out, looking at the screen. You know, it's like having a tutor for every student sitting in a seat. It's really remarkable looking at that. And imagine in every school, if you had a one-on-one tutor with every student in that school, how far they would proceed and how quickly.
Right.
And so AI has some real offerings for that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And thinking about, you know, you called out any governors in the room, and you know, I was thinking, you know, how can we drive change as fast as possible in states when you give education back to the states? And talking about reading, Governor Mitch Daniels, I don't know if you had the chance to meet him. Somebody, right when I walked in, said, "Did you know Governor Daniels?" But he really supercharged the reading topic over a decade ago in Indiana.
Yeah.
And then I think about the work, again, in several of my colleagues' states today, but also the model that many of us are pointing to in Mississippi, and how their governor, their state chief, but they empowered their people at the community level to drive real change for kids.
And in Mississippi, they called it a miracle.
And
that's because they put it in place,
Yes.
and those kids were learning to read.
Yes.
They went from next to last.
Yes,
So I
they
think
did.
like right now they're like in the middle, which is great progress, and they're continuing. So it's the evidence is there.
Well, we're cheering them on.
So
It shows it
evidence-based
is.
learning and outcomes. That's what we're all about.
Yes, and it is possible. Which leads to my next question, and watching Tom, this may be one of my final ones, but on my desk in Indiana, I have a replica of something that was on President Reagan's desk. It says, and it's not jelly beans, by the way. But I almost got into a jar back there. I just didn't know how long they were sitting there. But on my desk, it's the little like plaque. It says, "It can be done. It can be done." He was such an optimist, and you know, you just pointed to Mississippi and other states who are showing it can be done. The stagnant scores, the stagnant making high school the same as it's been decades ago. We can do better. It can be done. So I'd love to just hear your thoughts about whether you've observed it in a state that you've seen, but what are you most excited about? What's your hope ahead looking forward?
Well, thanks, and that's such a big question. But I think, Reagan was very famous for his sayings, and
Yes.
I'm the government and I'm here to help.
That's right.
Get the government out of the way. Get the federal government out of the way. Let the federal government support. Title I funds are going to continue to come because they're going to be appropriated and they're going to come through, Congress. IDEA funding is going to continue to come and be part of what we need and support these kids. And grant funding will continue regardless of what flow-through agency it winds up being in without the department and the bureaucracy of education. And when that is happening, in the states, that is going to provide that impetus for the creativity and the innovation of state chiefs, of teachers, of principals, to really look at all of the different programs that can be available. And you're already experimenting in your states. When you were talking about micro schools, charter schools, public schools, magnet schools, all of those different kinds of schools, a charter or magnet school that can be focused on one particular area. I was in Oklahoma with Governor Stent, and he told me their focus in one of their charter schools was on aerospace. And so not only are they getting the students there who are getting, their normal courses that they should be proficient in, but then they're getting into math and the science of space and airplane engineering, et cetera. Working on engines there at the school, and there again that CTE combination element. So when the students are going there for a particular environment, and when they leave, they're ready to go. In another area of the country, it may be that they're in a big agricultural area. So they are learning as part of their focus on their education, they're learning about crops. They're learning about the new machinery that's going to be with those crops, or how they're going to be fertilized without the chemicals that we've looked at, prior to. And I know Secretary Kennedy is so focused on making sure that we can have safe crops. So what's going to be best for each community, each state? And let's develop our education to serve our kids as they are serving their communities and their families.
And just to elaborate a bit more, one of the first times we met, you have such passion for ensuring, as a business person yourself, that business and education are at the table together, having the tough conversations that need to happen, ensuring curriculum is relevant, ensuring that we're not over-promising what a credential means and really under-delivering, but making sure credentials are valuable. So a huge thank you for your push for all of us to really rethink the high school space and make sure it's as valuable as possible for kids.
Yeah, there's thank you. And like in this memo of understanding, or IAA, interagency agreement that we have with the Department of Labor, sorry, part of what we're looking at, it's a learning and employment report.
Yes.
And it's in it is a skills wallet that will help coordinate industry with what that individual has learned. And that's kind of a first-time thing. And it allows for input, from industry and from the workforce to say, this is what we need. And so these skills are coming. So now you're matching it so that those students actually can be directed, to where they're going. And it's just going to make such a difference. We've got almost 8 million jobs open here in our country. We don't have the skilled workforce. Companies are now looking to, thank goodness, reskilling, upskilling some of their own labor force to change jobs. So then we have to have that next track coming in to fill those jobs as well. Yeah. So it's an exciting time in education. It's an exciting time in labor development in our country. But it's a challenge, and it's a real responsibility for us to not get stuck in what has clearly not been working before, but to have open minds in how we move forward. And I'm there. But I'm not pounding down. I'm giving you a little of this.
You're giving us the...
And then if you don't work them, give me a little of this.
I love that. I love that. Give it back to us and hold us accountable. Require us to be transparent, show the return on investment, but allow us as states to run, to go.
Absolutely.
To overhaul
that
when
is
needed.
Absolutely the president's directive.
Yes.
It is to get out of the way, to help provide tools, and share with what are best practices, but then make it the state's opportunity to elect and select and grow, the students, in those areas. And whether that's K through 12, when you get into higher education, it's a whole different thing, as well. But we've got so much opportunity here, but we've fallen so far behind it. But it's not been so long ago that the United States wasn't one of the leaders in education in the world. We have really sunk fast. But we've recognized it. Shame on us if we don't grab the reins of this and make it work the way it needs to work. And I couldn't be honored any more that the president asked me to help be involved in this process, and that I get to come and visit with so many of you who are working so hard in your states or in your areas, in your departments. And I thank you for that, because our kids need it and our country needs it. And I've talked to the president about how education is really the cornerstone of our continued success and development in our country, and he knows that. He's all over it, all on his own, and so it's a real honor for me to be able to do this.
Well, it is wonderful having you today, and so many change agents in the room looking around here.
And I can look this way too.
Well, look this way. We have about a minute. Any final words of wisdom?
Thank you all for your support and for really voicing the issues, you know, that you're dealing with. I know we are dealing with, for those of you in higher ed, we're dealing with issues today, safety on campuses, not just in higher ed, but safety, you know, in all of our schools, because the most horrific thing of all is when we see one of these horrible tragedies. You know, the same day Charlie Kirk was shot, there were 2 shootings in Colorado. Only one even got any coverage. I know Charlie's was overbearing, but these things are still happening, and we have to make sure that our schools, you know, are safe, because we have to wind down this this discourse that we're having. We have to be more civil. We have to teach how to disagree. Hold on to your beliefs and your principles. Be willing to listen, because you may not always be right.
That's right.
And I think be willing to say and admit, you know what? I think you're right about that, and I was wrong. And let's just, if we can forge that kind of humanity, I think, to each other. I think one of the things when I was asked about what I thought about the professors and the teachers that were having all of these horrific, even kids, these horrific comments after Charlie was shot. And when I looked into the camera when I was asked that question, and I said, you know, where is our humanity? And we've lost a little of our humanity, and let's make sure we grab that back and teach that and show it through leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's great. Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a brief break. See you back here shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our first panel, Are the Kids All Right? Examining Student Well-Being. Please welcome to the stage moderator Maya Sulkin of the Free Press, along with our distinguished panelists.
Hi everyone, we're so excited to be here. My name is Maya Sulkin. I am a reporter for the Free Press. I cover education and Gen Z, so I'm really excited to be on this panel today. I want to start by saying I'm a proud member of Gen Z myself, and I'm usually pretty optimistic when it comes to young people, maybe less so, frankly, in the last week. But the data is pretty troubling. So young people have unprecedented access to opportunity, and yet mental health and academic success rates are really, really low. Like 21% of people under 17 are diagnosed with a mental illness. Reading and math scores are plummeting. We saw the nation's report card a couple weeks ago, and now with AI, students are not just under the pressure of social media, but also literally the way they learn and think and interact is changing. And this is such a rich topic, and so I'm going to speak as little as I can and leave it to the brilliant panelists, but we're really here to examine all of that today and talk about what it takes to prepare young people for the future. So I want to start by asking really each of you first to introduce yourselves, and maybe if you can address the one thing top of mind that you feel is the biggest challenge for young people right now. Do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Good morning. I am Carrie McDonald. It's wonderful to be here. I am a senior fellow at the Foundation for Economic Education, where I lead the Education Entrepreneurship Lab. I'm also the Valinda Johnson Family Education Fellow at State Policy Network, an adjunct scholar at the Cato Institute, and the author of the new book, Joyful Learning: How to Find Freedom, Happiness, and Success Beyond Conventional Schooling, that was just published last month. In terms of the most urgent challenge I see among young people, I think it's disengagement. And a recent survey came out from Gallup in partnership with the Walton Family Foundation, finding that Gen Z students are disengaged. They're finding their schools to be unfulfilling. They're not learning interesting things. They don't feel like they're a part of a joyful learning community. And I think it's troubling because not only does disengagement from learning lead to poor academic outcomes and higher rates of chronic absenteeism, but more disturbing that the survey found that the less engaged students were, the less optimistic, the more pessimistic they were about the future and their place in that future. And I think that that's a real concern and something we should be thinking about. I think, though, that the problem lies with the schools, not with the students. And in my book, Joyful Learning, I spotlight more than 50 founders of new schools, most of which have launched in the past 5 years, that really have very happy, engaged, fulfilled students. Most of these schools are being started by former public school teachers who themselves were disengaged. They felt frustrated and disillusioned in a conventional classroom and have gone out to build these new low-cost private schools, micro schools, learning pods, homeschooling collaboratives, where kids are really thrilled to be there. And I'll just give one quick example from the book of a former public school teacher, Jennifer Kempin, a longtime teacher in the Philadelphia public schools, found that the joy was out of the classroom. She wasn't engaged and happy in her job, and neither were her students. So she created, in early 2024, a home-based, Waldorf-inspired microschool in suburban Philadelphia for her son, elementary-age son, and students in her community, several of which had neurodiversities and other sort of special learning needs. And many of these kids hated school and were thrilled to be able to find this new microschool for their kids. And one of the first snow days when she opened, she had parents saying, "My kid is so upset that they can't come to school today. And these were kids who hated going to school in their previous learning environments. So that was a game changer for her and for the students. And then a few weeks later, parents said, gosh, I wish we could just have school all year. Summertime can be disruptive when we're moving from one camp to the next, especially for some students with neurodiversities. And Jennifer said, well, let's ask the kids. I'm happy to go all year round. So she said to the kids, would you be okay if we had school all throughout the summer? They squealed in delight. So joyful learning is possible. Engaged students are happy and joyful across the country, particularly in these new schools and spaces that are being created by entrepreneurial parents and teachers all across the U.S.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ian Rowe. I am a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, and I also run schools. I have run public charter schools in the heart of the South Bronx for the last 15 years, and now I'm running a virtues-based international baccalaureate public charter high school, Vertex Partnership Academies. I think similar themes, actually, because when Maya shared the name of this panel, or it's are the kids all right? And oftentimes that question elicits like the list of pathologies, right? It elicits the kids are depressed, they're disengaged, they're all the things. But there are a lot of kids that are all right. And so I think what we have to try to avoid doing is over-pathologizing that segment of the community that isn't doing well, and really lean in to understand, well, what are the factors that lead kids that are doing okay? What are the factors that are contributing to those outcomes? Like, even Maya, you just shared that, I think you said 21% of kids under 17 have been diagnosed with some kind of mental illness. That is a concern, but it also means that 80% of kids don't, right? So what is it that's really driving, the Wall Street Journal put a story last year, Gen Z is the most disillusioned and pessimistic about the future than any living generation, right? That's a harsh statement. But when you dive into the data, one of the things they were lamenting was that Gen Z said, 53% of Gen Zers thought that they wouldn't own more than their parents, which is lower than prior generations. Well, the other generations were 62%. Thought that they wouldn't, and it was they were 8 points more optimistic. But the point is, the majority of kids still thought that they, ultimately would do okay, and it wasn't that much different. And when you look at baby boomers, you had much lower rates of optimism. And so part of the reason I run schools is that I want, like those founders you're talking about, I want kids to know that they can do hard things. Like, kids are in search of strategies of empowerment, not reinforcing of messages of structural barriers that will lead them astray or that they have, that are insurmountable. And so I think that's something all of us as school leaders really need to focus on. What are the strategies to cultivate agency? This idea that young people can lead self-determined lives of meaning and purpose. And the more that we kind of cultivate environments like that, I think we'd start to see a lot less young people feeling that their lives are facing challenges that are so insurmountable that they get depressed and all the things that we're worried about.
Hey everyone, Tommy Schultz. I'm the CEO of the American Federation for Children. We're the nation's largest school choice advocacy organization. I think what I worry about, and have worried about for a long time, is what we're telling students about education, right? I mean, how many times does the next national report card come out that is showing rock bottom test scores and we virtually do nothing about it? We don't organize some state of emergency level type of crisis response. I mean, everything from school shootings, violence, things that seemingly we tolerate at a policy level, a leadership level. What's that instilling in kids? I mean, you mentioned Gen Z and millennials who came of age from 9/11, great financial crisis, a almost weapons grade deployment of social media into our lives, which, unlike other technological step increases in everything just from going to cell phones to internet. I mean, we're all completely connected. We all have a megaphone and microphone to reach anybody in the world. That's had a real I think change on the psyche of these kids these days, and we'll talk a little bit more, I think later on, about some of the policies that have happened in the last 10 or 15 years that have really enabled some troubling things to happen. All of which, I mean, when you look at the last week after Charlie Kirk's assassination, it's been troubling to see the open celebration of an assassination of a private citizen, of a young person. And I think, too, this isn't just, looking at the top media headlines. I've had personal friends where their kids are in public school classrooms where the kids are openly cheering about this, and kids are recording the openly cheering about this. That's a cultural rot that I'm not quite sure we can undo very easily. And so I'm entirely optimistic about amazing leadership that we have at the school level, folks like Ian, schools you profiled, the leaders you profiled. I think this could truly be the golden age of education in America based on some of these major policy changes that we've made at the state and federal level, particularly when it comes to school choice. But I do worry about this cultural rot that I referenced. So that's what I brood on at night.
Me too. Richard?
Well, good morning. I'm Richard Whitmire. I'm a longtime newspaper reporter. My last day job, which is like 15 years ago, was on the editorial page of USA Today, where I started writing about boys falling behind in school. And when I left, my first book that I wrote was Why Boys Fail. And at the time, I really struck a nerve with that book. And I thought, I'm going to keep at this, keep writing op-eds, maybe writing another book on this. And then I realized that nothing was going to change. There are too many impediments to it, and I went on to write other books, but it was never solved. And so we're coming back today to look at these boys' problems. If you look at the data that is referenced here and you scrub it a little bit, you'll find that we're really talking about boys. And the biggest problems, of course, you'll find among low-income, white working class, minority boys, but they're not alone. My guess is that I look around this audience here and you think about your own kids, your neighbors' kids, your nieces, your nephews, you're going to come to the conclusion, or at least a lot of you will, that, the girls are doing a lot better than the boys. I mean, I did that assessment in my own family, 10 nieces and nephews, and I thought, wow, what's going on here? So what is going on? If you look at high school data, just to generalize, the girls are in the top 10% GPA, the boys are the bottom dwellers. When I was researching the book, I loved to find high schools that had multiple valedictorians. 16 valedictorians all tied for first place. And inevitably, there'd be like 15 of them would be girls, or even 16. And if you then look at the college-going stats, they get even more stark. Far more girls than boys go to college, and more importantly, far more girls end up earning degrees from colleges. So the thing about this is that data that I just summarized, that really hasn't changed that much over the past decade. But it needs to change, because what's missing, especially among the boys, are literacy skills. And I'm not talking about just reading books. I'm talking about economic survival in a knowledge economy. And I often think of my wife is in the TV end of this business. And when she, many years ago, first joined a bureau here, she was the first female producer in that bureau. You go into any of these network bureaus here, and it's going to be almost all women. Don't be fooled by all the male talking heads. It's the women who run this. And why? Because think about the skills. You have to take a police report, a think tank report, immediately find out what's newsworthy in it, distill it down to proposed 30-second, 45-second piece, all on deadline. Now these networks, they bring in interns that are half male, but the males don't cut it and they don't get hired. So what's happened? Why have we reached this situation? And there are lots of factors, but the one that I found is also the one that can be fixed, I think. It hasn't been, but I think it can be. And it dates back to 1989, when then President Bush and 49 governors got together in Charlottesville to propose education reforms, which is very noble of them. And they wanted a boost college readiness. And they essentially pushed literacy skills down by 2 grades in elementary school. And what that meant was that girls can do it and boys just can't. And boys fell behind. They decided that school was for girls and embraced video games. And video games got the blame, but they're not really to blame. So what can be done? it's something actually can be done, because schools did this with girls about 15 years ago with math and science. They turned it around. And you can see this in the surge in the number of women in STEM careers now. They could do the same for boys, but they haven't.
I don't need to repeat back to anyone in this room the stereotypes about Gen Z and Gen Alpha and young people, but they're not totally unbased in reality. Ian, a lot of your work is centered around building resilience in young people, and I think that has really struck a chord. And we ran a piece in the Free Press that basically said pathologizing everything is a really sure way to make everyone feel like something's wrong with them.
Yep.
And I wonder how you think about building resilient young people and what your kind of time in this space has shown you.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is fundamental. I wrote a book called Agency, and you'll probably hear me say that term lots, because I think it's a really fundamental concept. We live at a time where many young people are hearing these what I call these meta-narratives that make it seem like these hurdles in their lives are insurmountable, right? There's the blame the system narrative where, based on your race, your class, your gender, the country itself, America is a racist nation, capitalism, the systems are rigged against you, that you just hear this over and over and over and again, that you as an individual kid, you can't overcome these systems that are designed against you. And then there's this other narrative I call blame the victim, which says if you're not successful in this country, it's not America that's the problem, you're the problem. Like you, as an individual kid, you didn't pull yourself up by your own bootstraps, you didn't take advantage of all these opportunities that existed for you in this great country, right? So between blame the victim and blame the system, right? So either the systems are rigged against you or you haven't been strong enough to overcome them, right? So that doesn't leave a lot of room for kids to navigate, well, what's my pathway? And I'm convinced that this third pathway has to be this concept of agency, that you start with a belief that kids actually do have the capacity to be agents of their own uplift, right? We live in a self-governing free society, or that's our goal, right? But that means we need kids that have the ability to self-govern based on some set of common virtues or habits of excellence. So that's why in our school, we're organized around the 4 cardinal virtues of courage, justice, temperance, and wisdom. And each morning, our students recite what we call I statements. So for courage, I reject victimhood and boldly persevere even in times of uncertainty and struggle, right? Or temperance, I lead my life with self-discipline because I am responsible for my learning and my behavior. These are powerful words that our kids say every day, and they aren't just words. I mean, initially they're just words in your head, but ultimately they become habits of their heart. And also how we live together as a community. And so we spend a lot of time saying, whatever you may be hearing outside these walls about all the things you cannot do, we're here to help equip you with the tools and the mindset that allows you to overcome the very real barriers. This isn't some naive way to operate. It's just that kids want strategies of empowerment, like fundamentally, not the same old, why we can't achieve.
Richard, I wanted to ask you, in recent years, there have been so many articles in the New York Times and the Free Press about the state of young men. You wrote your book in 2011, and I wonder if you can kind of tell us what you saw before so many of us did, and what's changed since then, what hasn't, and maybe to end on a positive note, what can really be done because the problem hasn't changed.
I'm struggling on the positive note here. But let me start off from the beginning, how I got into this. Most people get into this because they've got sons who are struggling in school. I got into it because of 2 daughters. And I started showing up at school, and I remember first grade class with our oldest daughter, and they were asked to make letters, and the girls had these nice swooping letters, and the boys were going like this, and like scraping holes in the paper, and I go, wow, what are the odds that I ended up with so many special ed boys in one class? And of course, you know, I was wrong. They're not special ed, they're just boys, and they had a hard time with the early literacy skills. And, you know, I started tracking it then. I'd follow my girls through school and, you know, to get into high school and start thinking about colleges. And they were convinced that they had to get better grades, higher test scores, et cetera, to get into the same colleges that the boys would be admitted to. And guess what? They were right. So the college data is pretty interesting. And as I look at it, I actually became very sympathetic to colleges, admission directors who put their thumb down in favor of admitting boys. And famously, the admissions director at the College of William and Mary once said, this is the College of William and Mary, it's not the College of Mary and Mary. And that is what they're fearful of, and what they don't talk about is that bad things start happening when you get beyond a 60-40 ratio, 60% female and 40% male. The guys start taking advantage of the girls. And I found that revelatory. The other side issue I got into was the marriageable mate issue. Why should a woman choose a guy who is not going to bring that much income to the house and not that much help? We see articles all over the world about worrying about the falling birth rate, and only rarely, or on paragraph 39, do you get into the marriageable mate issue. But I think that's a big deal. So what's changed? I would say that when I was researching this, let's say 15 years ago, the failure to thrive, failure to launch boys were very apolitical. Growing into young men, they didn't vote, they didn't have any contact with politics, and today it's just the opposite. They're angry, they're involved, they're defining the political trends that we're looking at. So that has changed a lot. Another thing that's changed is that back when I was writing this, I was framed as like a misogynistic cretin or something for writing about boys, because everyone was concerned about the girls, and I would be told, what do you not understand? Look at Congress, it's all men, there's nothing to worry about. Whereas now that has changed, because the problem has just gotten too blatant. We even have the New York Times writing pieces about the problems with boys. That would never have happened 15 years ago. So the other thing that hasn't changed is that I don't see any effort by schools to remedy that early literacy issue for boys. They could be doing it. They did it for girls in science and math, but they're not. So yes, I was looking for that optimistic moment. I didn't find it.
I mean, Carrie, maybe you, oh yeah, go ahead.
Well, I just want to say one thing. When we're talking about boys, we can talk about all those things, early literacy, apprenticeships. There are many things that we can do. We also have to address the elephant in the room. In the community I serve in the Bronx, the non-marital birth rate is 85%, right? So nearly 9 in 10 babies are born outside of marriage. And so when you see the explosion in the numbers of kids being raised with distant fathers, in single-parent households, again, it's not a guarantee that kids, outcomes are going to be bad for a kid raised in a single-parent household, nor is it a guarantee if they're raised in a married two-parent household are the outcomes great. But we cannot have a conversation about the crisis facing boys without also squarely addressing the issue of non-marital births. And there are things we can do in schools, teaching things like the success sequence, which hopefully most people are aware of, but education, work, marriage, then children yields 97% likelihood of avoiding poverty and emerging into the middle class and beyond. We have to be honest. And sometimes I think particularly on the boys issue, there seems to be just this absence of talking about how that fundamental issue affects boys disproportionately. It affects girls too, believe me, but disproportionately affects young men.
I was going to ask you, Carrie, you mentioned in these micro schools, homeschooling, kids are really excited to go to school. Presumably, some of those are boys. I wonder what are the kinds of things that are making them sad to miss, a snow day.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think we're really at this stunning moment in the history of American education where we're moving from a top-down system that's largely been defined by standardization and stagnation to one that's increasingly defined by individualization and innovation, largely due to these entrepreneurial parents and teachers who are imagining new ways of approaching teaching and learning that keep kids engaged, that are focused on each individual child, not a collective of students. And now we have, digital technologies and various curriculum resources that makes that sort of differentiated, individualized learning possible. And in Joyful Learning, I really come up with sort of two main themes that permeate the book, and also that I'm seeing across the country as I visit these new schools and spaces, and as I interview hundreds of the founders of these programs. And the two kind of key characteristics are variety and choice. And in terms of variety, there's something for everyone now. And we're just going to see more of that as we have this bottom-up, decentralized educational marketplace emerge. That families are finally able to find a school or space that is aligned with their needs and preferences, with their individual values and viewpoints. And that could be a faith-based program, that could be a secular program, it could be a progressive school, it could be a conservative school, it could be an LGBTQ plus school, it could be an Afrocentric school. There's all kinds of models and methods that are sprouting across the country, and that represent different educational philosophies and approaches, from classical schools to self-directed learning centers, Waldorf, Montessori, and so on. So there's really something for everyone. We're finally starting to see that choice, variety, and abundance in K-12 education that we enjoy in all other parts of our lives, and it's because of these entrepreneurial educators making that happen. And that's happening, the second theme is choice. That's happening all across the country, including in states like mine, Massachusetts, that has no private school choice programs. But it's certainly accelerating in states with robust school choice programs that enable education funding to follow students to their preferred educational environment, particularly when states like Arizona and Florida include microschools, learning pods, homeschooling collaboratives, tutoring resources in their policies that make these make access to these innovative models again much more accessible.
So just yesterday, actually, at the House Oversight Committee, someone referenced a study, and the numbers were pretty stark that showed the kids coming out of choice programs are the most civically engaged. Tommy, I wonder if you can kind of tell us if you were surprised by that and what those results tell us about education reform more broadly.
Sure. I wasn't surprised by that, partly because the person making that point was on my team, Dr. Mitchell. I'll make a quick point on this, the study itself and why it's intuitive that students coming from private school choice programs, charter schools, are more civically engaged and engage in civil discourse, engage in civic affairs, right? I mean, you think about how public schools over the last, decade or more have instituted some policies from the top down that have removed some baseline things like discipline from how we operate. So, when the Obama sinister guidance goes out to all these school districts saying that you could have federal law enforcement actions taken against you if you have discipline policies that we disagree with or that we find suspicious, and suddenly, how many of us know teachers or friends whose kids go to school where you have just outright violence, you have kids flipping desks, screaming expletives, knowing nothing will get done with them and they'll be fine. How is a student that's trying to learn, or how is a teacher trying to teach, how are they trying to actually do anything civically engaging when you have this sort of rash violence going on any given day, and that person is still back into the classroom? When we've undone that, things happen. Then you look at the leadership problem that I would say. When you look across the public sector unions, the labor unions that are organizing in our schools and all the employees in these schools, you look at what their comments are like, or the superintendents associations, the school boards associations, all they're talking about is money. They're never talking about cultural and civic engagement. They're just talking about how do we squeeze more money and power and control over this system. And what did they do when Betsy DeVos is getting confirmed, and then when she becomes Secretary of Education, that she's facing such a wave of threats that for the first time ever, a U.S. Secretary of Education has to have 24-hour U.S. Marshal protection? hundreds and hundreds of credible threats that they had to investigate and chase down, some people being put in prison for these credible threats. All they were doing was still calling her evil. The public school leadership was saying she's cruel and evil and is going to ruin the bedrock of democracy, which is our public schooling system. And then a few years later, when parents tried to civically engage in a process about the reaction to COVID and the curriculum they're seeing in their schools, they go to their school boards, as Linda McMahon said earlier, that you should go to your school boards. Well, then what happens when the Department of Justice starts colluding with the school boards associations to say we should label some of these people as domestic terrorists, right? I mean, what kind of chilling effect on civic engagement are we having when the students in the classroom are seeing that discipline doesn't matter, I guess, and my learning doesn't matter, how you civically engage with violence, right? Or the leadership of these big schooling unions, of the people in the associations that run our schooling system are really doing nothing productive to engage this. It's no surprise that Ian's schools and the private schools across this country too, who have specific goals about character formation, virtue, cultural things that really delve into these like specific items of getting kids civically engaged, debating peacefully, and when our public schools system and the leadership of them is just saying, no, it's not really not that important. The latest salvo being Randy Weingarten's on a book tour accusing basically anybody that disagrees with her as a fascist. It's on the front page of her, the front cover of her book. It's not surprising that an old study showed that, yeah, the kids in choice programs are civically better engaged and more civil in society. I could only imagine the disparities that we would see in an updated study that maybe goes on this year or something like that. It's pretty radical that how far things have fallen over the last decade in particular, I'd say, and around this idea of civil discourse coming from our K-12 system.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the conversation around civil discourse is focused on higher education, which I write a lot about. And I think there's this kind of misunderstanding or this idea that kids get to college and their minds are just closed. And that's not true. Yeah. They've been in school for, at this point, over a decade. They're in high school classrooms. And, Ian, you wrote an essay in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination that basically pointed to a really alarming fact, which was that at Utah Valley and at Utah State, about 7,000 kids signed a petition to disinvite Kirk from their campus, which obviously did not happen. And I guess I'm wondering how you guys think about teaching the ability to disagree in K through 12, because that is arguably more important than even teaching it in higher education, so that by the time young people get, to the quad, they're willing to sit next to someone or study with someone or talk to someone they fundamentally disagree with.
Yeah, again, a fundamental point, because we don't want silencing through violence, and we also don't want silencing through cancellation, right? So it is true. I mean, a week ago or a week and a half ago, before Charlie Kirk came onto campus, there was a lot of fervor to try to keep him away. We can't. He's not inclusive. He's a fascist. All of the things, right? So 7,000 kids across these two universities signed petitions to say disinvite him from coming. And to their credit, Utah Valley and Utah State said, no, we actually have to affirm that intellectual diversity means listening to all opinions. And unfortunately, this young man decided to take that invitation to deliver an assassin's bullet. But I wrote my essay as school leaders, we have to think about what's the academic pipeline that's leading 7,000 kids to say that the only way to resolve this issue is to shut them out in the first place. And you look at the data, the FIRE did release a survey at the higher ed level. A third of college students think
really
it's okay to use violence to cancel a speaker. 75% say it's okay to shout down. So these numbers are scary at the higher ed level. But the issues, the intolerance that we see of college students to grapple with opposing ideas, in my view, doesn't originate in college. It's much more likely that these kids are coming out of the K-12 system never having been in real environments where they have to engage with opposing ideas. The Knight Foundation has the Future of the First Amendment survey. They found for high school students, only 40% of high school students agree with the statement that says anyone should be able to say anything they want, even if it's offensive. Only 40%, right? That's not good. Look, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me. We have to help our students in high school, in particular, recognize that words are not violence. Violence is violence, right? And so, again, as a school leader, I'm calling on what are we doing, particularly high school principals, to have divergent opinion. Like our students read, Thomas Sowell and Glenn Lowry and folks that you're probably not seeing in many high school curricula. We're really trying to build a very robust debate initiative, but how do we create more environments where you actually value viewpoint diversity so you have some armor when you get to college and others are saying, we can't listen to these people. We already have students who are predisposed to say, no, we got to listen to them and let's engage with these ideas.
We only have time for like one more question, which is crazy, but I recently wrote a story for the Free Press, and it was the hardest source gathering I've ever done. And it was talking to young students, college and high school, who choose to not use AI. Not because it gives them extra credit, not because their parents are telling them so, but of their own volition, do not use artificial intelligence.
Right.
Many schools are banning cell phones altogether. Jonathan Haidt, who I'm a big admirer of, has really led this charge. And others say that it is naive to kind of set kids up for a world that does not exist, i.e. one without phones. So I wonder if each of you can maybe talk about how we should be thinking about technology's place in the classroom, if at all. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, it comes back to choice, right? Is allowing each individual family, each individual school to decide what is right for them and for their community. And so I would encourage us to avoid kind of top-down bans and those sort of one-size-fits-all policies, and instead enable schools and spaces and the families that frequent them to decide on a school or space based on a technology policy. And some families will choose schools and spaces that are completely tech-free and that don't allow phones and screens, and that's great. The Waldorf Microschool I told you about earlier in suburban Philadelphia is one of those schools. But then there are other schools who will say, smartphones and screens are the most important tools of our modern culture, and to ban them from the classroom is backwards. And those families who value that viewpoint will flock to those schools and spaces. So I think, again, it comes down to individual choice and freedom.
When we opened Vertex in 2022, we had a trust system. Kids can have their phones, just don't use them, right? Shake hands, are we good? Completely ridiculous. It was horrible. Almost every issue that we had, behavioral, disciplinary, literally, there was not a single issue that wasn't connected to some use of a cell phone, social media, and it just became clear that this actually was a huge barrier to learning in our schools. So the next year, we did institute a ban. So every morning, kids bring their cell phones, their smartwatches, their AirPods. It's locked into a pouch all day long. They carry it. We figured out a way that it stays locked. So now it's been 3 years, right? If we were to bring back a cell phone policy, our kids would actively say, please do not.
Wow.
Right? Because what they discovered was they were actually able to interact with each other as human beings. There were wow, like you're a real person, like real conversations. And so there's something, I'm generally not a ban type person, but there's no question in my mind that as an educator, these devices, there needs to be a digital rest. That there is a period of time that you can just interact with each other as human beings. As schools, we need to fill the void of, because what I've found is that the use of the devices is almost always a search for human connection, right? So let's make that connection in the real world, and actually by taking away the devices, that's one of the most effective strategies to do that.
Don't disagree. I think to look at private schools, charter schools, they're way ahead of the curve on this. They saw the challenges that this tech in the system was bringing to their students, their families. I do hope, though, that tech will be used for good. I mean, especially given the NAEP results of just how we are at rock bottom academic levels. there's a lot of great new micro schools, and Secretary McMahon mentioned Alpha, Primer, Ryan Delk's here. They're using tech in a really positive way to accelerate math and reading gains for kids. That has to happen, but that's different than just saying, hey, give a kid an iPad, unfettered access to the darkest corners of the internet and AI, pornography, you name it. Sort of like there's a difference between like penicillin and fentanyl, right? I mean,
They have all that at night. Well, let's try to.
So again, these schools of choice were way ahead of the game, just like they were with COVID. Reopening schools safely, et cetera. And so all the more reason why we need these school choice policies to flourish.
Yeah.
Well, in the last 32 seconds that we have here, I think there's been a lot of discussion about the NAEP scores and not enough discussion about one really striking feature in the NAEP scores, and that's the dip in reading ability by girls, and including upper SES girls. This we haven't seen before, and including in math, but it was the reading one that was most striking to me. And there's only one explanation for that, and that's social media rather than reading books.
I could talk to you guys all day.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you guys for listening. It was really an honor to be on stage. Thank you.
You want us to exit?
Ladies and gentlemen, Panel 2, Back to the Basics, Redefining Assessment and Accountability. Please welcome to the stage moderator Mike Petrilli of the Thomas B. Fordham Institute, along with our distinguished panelists.
Well, hello, everybody. Woo! It is getting hot in here. I won't complete that lyric. I have a new Substack newsletter. I'll put a plug in, and we were debating what we should call it. At one point, we thought, we should call it like hot mic, like you caught something, on the mic.
Yeah.
But then we realized it would make it sound like I was calling myself hot, and so that would not work. Hey, everybody, Mike Petrilli, president of the Thomas B. Fordham Institute. Super happy to be here with you in this steamy room, and with a fantastic panel. Where we get to talk about accountability, but also teaching and learning. I mean, we are going to get into the real stuff here over the next 45 minutes. What we call standards-based reform, you can really draw a straight line back to A Nation at Risk, of course, that came out during the Reagan administration. That standards-based reform was inspired back there in the 80s, the notion that, hey, if we are going to get better results as a country, we need to set expectations high. By the 1990s, we had federal policy around having common standards in reading and math, and eventually common assessments, at least once in elementary, once in middle, once in high school. And then that was supercharged under the No Child Left Behind Act in the early 2000s with annual testing and with the particular approach to accountability. The focus was very much on improving achievement for our lowest performing kids, and improve they did. And this is a point that I think we cannot say enough at this time when we've seen results go backwards, is that there was a time when we made enormous progress in this country. It wasn't that long ago. It was in the 1990s and the 2000s when our lowest performing kids improved on the order of 20, 25, 30 points on NAEP, right? That meant something like 2 or 3 grade levels of progress over just a generation of kids. And if we did it back then, we can do it again. But No Child Left Behind, it grew long in the teeth, and it also grew very unpopular. By 2015, a decade ago, almost exactly, that was repealed and replaced with the Every Student Succeeds Act. And that, of course, sent a lot of key decisions, especially around accountability, back to the states. So here we are, 10 years later, wrestling with these really devastating NAEP scores that came out last week. We know that, of course, that was, to some degree, the consequence of the COVID pandemic and to putting millions of kids on Zoom school for a year, in some cases longer, which was a terrible mistake. But we also know that those declines started well before that. I wrote about this just today. If you look at these 12th graders who were the worst readers in history, do you know that when that same generation of kids, when they were in 4th grade, just 8 or 9 years earlier, they were the best readers in history? Okay, that same generation of kids, the COVID generation, 20-year-olds today. And when you look at the scores, what you see is, some of that happened between 8th grade and 12th grade during the pandemic, but most of it happened between 4th grade and 8th grade. Okay, back in 2015 to 2019. That's when the wheels were starting to fall off. Now, thankfully, what we have today are some leaders whose systems have bucked the trends, especially recently. We have been hearing a lot about the Southern Surge, and we get to hear from 3 current or former state superintendents who are responsible for that surge, plus the chancellor of the nation's largest school district, which has recently posted very impressive gains in reading on the state test, which likely is because of their science of reading reforms. So let me introduce them. Melissa Aviles Ramos, chancellor of the New York City Public Schools. Thanks so much for being here. Dr. Cade Brumley, State Superintendent of Education from Louisiana. Dr. Eric Mackey, State Superintendent of Education, Alabama. And Dr. Penny Schwinn, former Commissioner of Education in Tennessee and Senior Advisor to the U.S. Secretary of Education. Super excited for this conversation. So let's start with the chiefs, or former chiefs. So for Cade, Eric, and Penny. Tell us a little bit about how you think about standards-based reform today. And especially in just a little bit of context. You know, way back when, say in the 90s, there were a lot of us, especially frankly on the right, who said, look, what we really should do is just, the states should set the standards, they should have the assessments, they should hold schools accountable, and that's it. They should really let local districts and schools then respond to the incentives. They shouldn't try to micromanage from the state. And other people back then, mostly on the left, frankly, said, no, you're missing a key point here, which is about capacity. That those local school districts don't have the capacity to know what to do or to make the changes that you want. And so part of that was about money. They need more money, but also they need expertise. They need to help with choosing a curriculum. They need help with professional development. It seems to me now that a lot of even red states have come around to that view, that actually the states do need to get involved in all those sorts of things. So I'm curious about that, how you think about that, and I mean, how do you keep it from just saying, well, then the states are going to decide everything. We're just going to micromanage it all from the state level. So why don't we go down? Cade, we'll start with you.
Thanks for
Easy question. Easy.
Great. Thanks, Hot Mike. Thanks for letting me.
Oh, I like that.
I think, and I'd be curious to hear what Eric and Penny have to say about this. But for me, I think for a state, accountability and accountability systems might be the most important lever that we have to drive academic results for kids in systems and in schools. There are certainly others, policy, finance, relationships, you can name other levers, obviously. But for us, we believe, and we have a state board that likewise believes, that we need to make sure that we are setting a high standard of what we expect to be happening in a school system. And so we most recently went through a change in revisiting what accountability looks like in our state. And so we approached it by thinking about how can we be super transparent with parents and communities on indicators that they clearly understand, like percentage of kids that can read, percentage of kids graduating high school with credentials, percentage of kids that are graduating, growth. And so we actually just provide a scorecard now that families can have, and it shows those in very clear terms. So it has to, accountability has to provide to the public a level of transparency around school quality. I think that's important. The next thing it has to do is incentivize, and this is obviously my personal opinion, it has to incentivize behaviors. So in our system, we highlighted those students in each school that were the lowest performing students, and we provided additional weight to make sure that those students grow to proficiency very quickly. Likewise, if you move to the high school experience and the way in which we're thinking about reimagining that, we set expectations that if students are going to college or university, they should exit high school with credits and a connection to a college or university. On the career technical education side, they should graduate high school with advanced credentials or basic credentials or apprenticeships or having completed internships. And so those are things that we would like to see happening in schools. And so our lever of accountability, we are pressuring those things to happen. So transparency for families, communities is important. Incentivizing the behaviors that you want to see is really important. But also just overall, and we have to play the bad guy role on this too often, but somebody has to do it. The pressure on the local systems to make sure they are delivering on a high quality education for every child. And I think that is the expectation of us in our role. It's not always fun, but it really does matter.
All right, but let me push on this a little bit, Cade. That's really well said. But it seems like, if I'm reading it right, in Louisiana, the accountability, the incentives, that's sort of necessary but not sufficient. I mean, it's not like you don't get involved in, for example, high quality instructional materials.
Oh no, I mean, I think.
So how do you think about that? Yeah. Because again, that could feel to some people as, oh, that's supposed to be really the domain of local school districts.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have played a heavy hand in policy decisions, whether it was science of reading or foundational math or workforce development. You know, all of these various avenues we have played in. And the other thing that we do is we invest heavily with our team going out into the field for support, because we recognize that not every community may have the capacity of other communities. And so we try to fill that void where we can, and we try to model the behaviors that we would like to see. So yeah, we have to set that high standard, and we do that. but we also recognize that we have to make sure the policy conditions are such that allow for that success, and the support mechanisms are also in place.
All right, great. Eric, how about you? How's this look in Alabama?
Yeah, so I agree with everything Kate said. I want to add a word, alignment. Now, our big project when I came in about 8 years ago was we had a broken assessment system in Alabama. I mean, it was very publicly, we had a broken system. We were trying to find an assessment. There was very little confidence in our state standards for reading and math, and of course we were having performance issues. And so we started at the beginning. The very first thing was we have to rewrite our standards. We started immediately rewriting standards in math. We took 2 years to do that. Took a lot of input from our teachers about what they thought was wrong with the current set of standards, and of course we used the very, very best experts from across the country. So we wrote new standards. Then we built new assessments to align to those, built a set of free through-year assessments that align to our state standards, tried to align all of this best we could to the NAEP framework. And then we followed up with, okay, so now we've got new standards, we have new assessments, had to have new teaching materials. The first round of looking at math in particular, our department and our state board rejected the recommendation of our own committee of experts because we said we think some of these materials are just not high quality enough. So go back and reevaluate them and narrow the list down. So it wasn't, we want to know what really will work, what really is well aligned, and what teachers can use. So one of the things we've learned is that local school boards, even though they have a right, we're a local control state, every state's a local control state. So they don't have to use the state materials in Alabama, but the truth is 99% of them want the state to tell them what's good material. Like they don't know how to do that, they want us to give them some real strong guidance on that. And then the same thing with teachers. Teachers want you to give them a good textbook, to use that term, but curriculum, because they're going to follow it. And now that's not true with every teacher in every classroom, but most teachers, they want to follow the curriculum, but if you give them bad curriculum, they may not be able to assess that it's not well aligned. So back to the word alignment. So we aligned standards to assessments, got really good assessments, aligned to through-year assessments, really good materials, and then the last piece was aligning professional development. How do you help your teachers through, as we've all adopted science of reading, and now doing the same thing with mathematics to adopt really good, high-quality professional development so the teachers know how to use the material and teach all the way through. And that's what I think we're hearing from the field. I mean, certainly not everybody buys in, and there's pushback, but we're mostly hearing positive. Like teachers, principals, superintendents, boards, they want to be excelling. They want their students to do well. They want to get these really good reports from the state. So most of them say, yeah, if you can give us the material, give us the guidance, give us the support, we want to do that for students.
On professional development, are you actually running it out of the state level, or is that still a local function?
No, we're doing it state level. And so one of the things that we've done, and I think we're one of the first states to do, is we are rolling out a math coach in every elementary school in the state. So over a period of 6 years, we're hiring 900 math coaches, which really means taking 900 good math teachers out of our elementary schools and training them to be a coach. But part of that is we pay the salary, and so they have to follow our professional development model. So we have a particular coaching model that everybody uses in the state, which helps us, because then when I send in my regional coordinators, they're not, oh, we're doing this or we're doing that. Everybody's following the model, same model, everybody's following the same PD. Obviously, districts can add some things to that because they may be doing a special program or something, but the core of what they're doing has to be the state program. And that's part of the, Cade used the word incentivize. When you're paying for it, you get to say a lot about what goes on and how people use it.
All right. Penny, jump in. What about in Tennessee? This seems like from the outside, Tennessee has been very aggressive at the state level.
Yeah. So the short answer is yes. So I think one of the things I learned early days in Delaware, back in Race to the Top, if we throw back to that, but it was the idea of you build a sandbox, and it's the outside of the sandbox, and then you have to let people play inside of it, but they just need to know what the outline is. And so when we were thinking about policy, it was the three-legged stool of what is the policy framework so that people understand what the rules of the game are going to be, and you have the actual laws, policies, rules, regulations that are going to guide the work forever forward. What is the funding that is going to support that? Do you have strategy for that that's sustainable? And then how do you implement? And so for us, if I take the literacy work, we started with our Literacy Success Act, and that was to think about everything from mandating science of reading. It was about high quality instructional materials, and we did mandate that. We said we are not going to allow low quality materials in front of children, and anyone who thinks differently can go somewhere else, and that is wonderful for them. And so it was this idea of kids before adult preferences, and so that was part of it. It was saying in schools of education, you need to teach the science of reading, and we will send people, and we will all work together, and that will be wonderful, collaboration. But it was policy after policy after policy, and the way we rolled that out looked a little bit different. But there was no lack of clarity in what the expectations were. There was a kind of a partner bill that went with that, and that was on the Remediation Act, and that was a little bit more on permanent summer school. So summer school's forever funded in Tennessee from pre-K, so rising kindergarten, through rising now 9th grade. And that was and that's pretty universally open. Like my kids went to summer school because you don't get a break in my house. So, but it's this idea of extended learning time, and that was also the high dosage tutoring targeted for literacy. But that was our policy framework. We then said, and we got there, but we have to redo the school funding formula because our funding system was not aligned to incentivizing individual child needs, nor was it aligned to incentivizing literacy at all, because it was a typical categorical funding program. And so when we redid that and we went to school-based or student-based funding, part of what we knew we had to do was to say if a child isn't on grade level, then we need to make sure that we have additional funding that follows the child, that provides for tutoring, aligned to the bill that we passed. We provided additional funding for outcomes, which was a little controversial at the time, and now everybody's really excited about that because what happened was the incentives were in place. Superintendents very quickly redesigned where teachers were, how they structured their school days, and we saw immediate action because there was the accountability system that was built into the policy, and then you had the incentives and the rewards that were built in. So we had a 6860, so that was kind of our baseline funding. But you got a 20% increase on that if your child was proficient in 3rd grade reading. But you got a 40% increase if that child was low income, an English learner, or had a disability. But we incentivized also characteristics of dyslexia because, again, aligning to literacy as part of our policy was important. That might not have been an official disability, but we knew it was hindering some students' ability to learn to read. And so, again, the policy and the funding had to match. So now we get to go to implementation. And so for implementation, that's great. We have policy, we have money, but we have school districts that are as small as a couple hundred kids, and we have school districts like Memphis and Metro Nashville, and those have completely different needs, completely different structures. We took a more direct, and some would argue heavy-handed approach on that, but the idea was we're going to build the expectations. They are going to be high. We will help you get there, and we will give you as much support as you need to meet the expectation. If you don't need that much support, then we will just say hello at the end of the year, and that will be such a wonderful thing for all of us. And if you need a lot of support, then we will see you more frequently. But I think what was actually more compelling for superintendents and districts was it wasn't the state telling you who you were going to use. We actually said we are going to give you the grant. You as districts are going to collaborate within your regions. You'll select the partner you want to choose. The state will select whether they meet the minimum benchmark. So we would go through, and we make this joke. It's not quite the Cheesecake Factory because there were not that many selections. So we went more Michelin star, but it was you had 3 or 4 different choices. But we had 8 different core regions, and so each core region there was a selection of districts. They got to come together and say, we have this much money. We get to pick a partner who's going to help us navigate high quality instructional materials implementation, district to district walkthroughs, science of reading, making sure all of our teachers, and we had 45,000 teachers go through a through year, so not the summer, but a through year, level 1, level 2, and then adolescent literacy, so that we didn't see the drop off in 8th grade reading. And we did that. Districts all picked different people. And then you saw in the second cycle that some people changed over because they saw who was working and who wasn't. So it was a little bit of push and pull in that way. And I would say the same thing happened with tutoring. first year, we had got guardrails, and we said you can do whatever, as long as it was that, everyone knows the same thing. It's like you had to do one content, no more than 3 people, et cetera, or kids, et cetera, et cetera. And then some things did not work. And so we said, okay, great. Kids don't come if it's after school because there isn't transportation. So can we just knock that off? Like, it's not working. We're not going to pay for kids who don't show up. So here's a solution where you can get during the school day tutoring. And actually what's so fun is you can do that through the Grow Your Own program at your local university, because those teachers are going to school for free. They need hours. Our universities are all providing tutors for free as part of a requirement for their teacher ed programs anyway. So let's just do some partnering work. That's part of the implementation. The state should be a little bit more of the matchmaker from the Tennessee perspective. It was forced matchmaking, but what happened, but that works. But I think the benefit of that is it was proof of concept, and then if it works, you get out of the way. But it was not the state taking credit for it. A lot of it was generating the interest in social media and saying teachers talking to teachers, districts talking to districts, because we were not doing the work. It was the teachers and the superintendents and the coaches and the students and the families who were, and I think that was actually the secret sauce for us.
Yeah, forced matchmaking, a new show on Netflix.
Yeah,
that's
right.
With all the other matchmaking shows. All right, so here we are at the Reagan Institute, right? You go back to the 1980s, local control was the big word, right? I mean, this does not sound like local control. So I mean, what is the limiting principle here, right? I mean, how do you decide what to engage and what not to? Or how do you make sure, like, my worry is that some states are going to say, okay, we're going to really run this from the state level, and they're going to be wrong about something, right? They're going to force, so how do you think about that? And also, again, back to the accountability thing. If you're telling them what to do on all these specifics, like, can you come in and say, hey, you're a low-performing school, we're going to shut you down, even if they were doing everything you told them to do?
So I'll take it. Look, I believe education is best the more local that it can be. Mike, you and I have talked about this before. But at the same time, I think that the state does have a responsibility in setting expectations more globally, high expectations of what we would like to see or the state should see out of the schools that receive public funding. And so, Penny said this well, I think the way in which Tennessee approached it, but, if we're talking about tutoring for us, which we have a statewide initiative that every kid that's not proficient in reading and math, K through 5, has to receive a certain dosage of tutoring every day. Well, that's the expectation, and we provide funding, but we're not saying that you have to do it this way or select this vendor or that vendor. There are options there. The same way with the workforce development piece. And going back to the accountability conversation, we say, we have an expectation that students will graduate with college credit, or we have an expectation that students will graduate with an advanced credential. We don't say, in this community it has to be pipe fitting, or in this community it has to be HVAC, or it has to be this particular course of study for a particular university. We let systems work with their economic development partners and university partners to do what makes the most sense for them. But I do firmly believe there has to be a state expectation and a standard, because when a student graduates from a school in the state of Louisiana and they are handed a diploma that says State of Louisiana on the top, not only does the community and the employers or the universities, not only do they have to know that this student completed some amount of coursework, passed some types of test, but they also have to believe in the confidence and the value of that diploma around a certain standard that was set at the state.
Okay. And accountable, but you're still willing to go in and close down bad schools also if you need to?
Yeah, we're flexing our muscle on if a school is not performing, and they have not performed year over year, we're going into those communities and we are trying our best to support through finance or other means to get that local school system to make the decision that they need to make in the best interest of those kids, and we help think through with them, alongside them, what those decisions could be, and how to fund those decisions, and how to work through logistics on those decisions. But if they don't want to make that decision on their own, we will come in. I mean, I have walked into a school system and have said, okay, these are the schools where kids are not getting the education that they need to receive. And if you don't make the decision that I am suggesting that you make, and you have worked together on a local plan to make this better, I'm prepared to come in and take your facilities, take the kids, and put them in a higher quality seat. So I think that again, pressure helps the local communities make the decisions that they need to make in the best interest of their kids to make sure they're in a high quality seat.
All right, let's get Melissa in here, and I'm curious how this looks from the perspective of a school district. Now, of course, New York City public schools, not your typical school district, okay? But especially tell us a story about, the science of reading reforms, and did eventually, did the state accountability or state mandates, did they help, did they hurt? How does that look from your perspective?
Well, first of all, I agree with everything that was said. And fun fact, Penny was super helpful for us because we looked at Tennessee when David Banks and I were designing NYC Reads, which was our big initiative. And we said, what has worked in other districts? And understanding that New York City is a very unique one. But that doesn't mean that there aren't things to learn from our neighboring districts. And so one of the things that enraged me as a school leader and then a local superintendent was when I would walk into one classroom of English language arts 9th grade and I would see one thing happening, and then I would walk into the class right next door, also an English language arts class, grade 9, and I would see something completely different. And there was way too much autonomy. And so then when we started comparing what are the grades and the credit accumulation and the Regents exam scores and the state scores, it was very hard for us to really know who was successful, who wasn't successful. It was just that bottom line. But then how do we know how to scale? How do we know what are the best practices? And so we quite simply said, these state scores are pathetic. When you have less than 40% of Black and brown children, less than 40% of our students with IEPs who are reading at proficiency, that's unacceptable. And so we said we're returning to the science of reading, and the first part of that work was to make sure that we offer 3 different curricula to the phase 1 schools. And so because we have over 1,600 schools, we know that a cookie cutter approach is not going to work in New York City, especially as we work to build strong partnerships with the UFT and the CSA, our teacher and supervisor unions. And so we did a lot of engagement with stakeholder groups, from advocates to teachers to principals, and we offered these 3 curricula to the school districts that said, we're ready to do this, we have the families on board. The other set of school districts said, we're not so ready, we're gonna watch. We're gonna sit in the back seat and watch you guys on the road trip, and then we'll sign up for the next year. And what we said was, you're not signing up next year, you're doing it next year. So you get to watch this year, but next year you will drive. And that was really helpful because since there was a readiness, we were able to work with communities that wanted to see this change. And quite frankly, they were tired of the zip code determining the quality of instruction that their children were going to get. My daughter included. She is a student in the New York City public school system. And so we learned a lot from that year. We learned a lot about implementation and how a great idea and implementation are sometimes 2 very different things. And we learned that the power in moving this forward was really building that strong relationship with the unions. Because if we don't work in alignment with the collective bargaining agreement, then we're going to spend more time fighting at the actual table than actually implementing what our children deserve. And one of the things I pointed to when parents said you're taking away teacher autonomy is that the collective bargaining agreement says we're supposed to give your teachers curriculum. It's not okay. It's not okay that you're a 23-year-old teacher who's fresh out of university and you are designing curriculum. That's not what you were trained to do. You were trained to teach, you were trained to support kids, and you were trained to assess. And our responsibility is to give you the high quality instructional materials. And so the first year we saw a dip in the test scores, and everybody was saying, abandon, leave it alone, this isn't working. And we said, here in New York City, what we've learned is that every time we see one dip in data, we abandon and we go to something new. We never give anything an opportunity to work. So when I became chancellor, I said, absolutely not. I'm not turning over the tables. I believe in this work. It has worked in other states. And I think that as a career pedagogue, I am able to help with the implementation. And this year we saw a 7.2 percentage point increase in the entire over the entire district, and double-digit gains in some of our most challenged districts, including District 16 in Brownsville, Brooklyn, with double-digit gains.
Very good. Really exciting. So I am curious to the state level, did the state play a role here when it came to some of these reforms, or when they try to do accountability or support? I mean, is it an issue? Is it a factor? Is it help? What do you want from the local level?
Well, we have a great partnership with state education department. The commissioner and I often talk a lot about how these things land in New York City versus districts that are a fraction of our size. And so I find those conversations to be helpful. The accountability is not something that I shy away from. I know that there are colleagues of mine who have big opinions about state exams. And my thing is that I remember when we didn't have high standards, and again, going back to wherever you lived, that determined what kind of experience you were going to get. Now, when we think about accountability, we also have to think about accountability from a holistic perspective. So we have some local measures in place. We have our school quality guide. So it's not just looking at your test scores, because maybe this is a really significantly challenged district that has made huge gains, but they're still not where they should be. But we should have a holistic snapshot of the growth. And so our school quality guides really offer that. It also talks about enrollment. It talks about the number of multilingual learners, as well as the number of students with IEPs. So that way there's a real context. And this affects how people want to, people want to enroll their children. So we want to make sure that we are being super transparent. I think you said it best, transparency and making parents as partners is really what needs to happen, but that means holistic accountability. So the state scores are incredibly important to us, and we can't be hypocritical about that, because if I said that they weren't, I wouldn't be running around celebrating a 7.2 percentage point increase. But they are but a metric when we're looking at schools holistically and how they are really providing a sound education to every single one of our children.
All right, great. All right, so we've talked a little bit about the state to local relationship. Let's talk about the federal to state relationship. We are in Washington, after all. We heard Secretary McMahon talk this morning about this effort to try to give more decisions and power back to the state level. So curious, maybe Eric and Cade, you all first. Is this something you are clamoring for when it comes to assessment accountability policy? Is that a place where you think
Strong
states?
yes, absolutely. Yeah, it was good to hear it from the Secretary this morning, but it's been refreshing over the last several months to get more than just rhetoric. So I will say, and a lot of colleagues in the room have heard me say this, many times the U.S. Department of Ed has said, oh, we want to give you flexibility, but then the flexibility never quite comes. I think she's very serious about it. We're looking at really reworking the way we assess students, not doing away with assessment. In fact, we actually offer more assessments than are required. We do second grade assessment because we want a growth measure for our third graders. We add extra science assessment in that's more than is required under ESSA. So we want to know where our students are, but we also want to do something more holistic. So one of the things we're looking at now is how do we add a career type assessment to our accountability system. Now we have, college career readiness. We measure that with credentials and college credits earned in high school and those kind of things, like almost all the states are doing. But we're also looking at how do we take a standard assessment and we build it into our achievement and academic growth for students who aren't planning on going to college. And now that's less, some states have higher college going rates than others. For us, it's about 26% of our students finish a 4-year degree. Now many more than that go to college because they get a 2-year degree or they get a credential from a community college. So there are other ways of getting college, but we've for a long time talked about you can't be successful if you don't have a 4-year degree. But economics has proven that is not true. There are a lot of successful people out there that don't have 4-year degrees. So how do we make sure that we're giving their parents and them proper feedback about where they are and what jobs they are prepared for? So we're very excited about this. And I think that, again, there's going to be a balance there. And back to your point, it's always a chance a state could go really rogue and say, well, we're just not going to do anything for our students if nobody makes us do that. But I don't think the parents are going to allow that. Like, communities are going to say, no, we want some state standards. It's the same way local communities tell us at the state level, they want local control, but they kind of want local control. They really want to know that the state is holding their local school board to some account too. And so I think that what we're going to see is that parents and communities will insist on high quality. And so us states, if we don't do it right, we're going to get pushback from the bottom, not just from the top. I love the way the secretary was saying that this morning. Push us or slap us around, but don't just always be beating us from the top.
I love it that parents in Alabama like standardized testing. I gotta.
Oh yeah.
I gotta meet these parents. Cade.
Yeah, I mean, I would start just by sharing that I think Secretary McMahon has been fantastic in the way that, she has engaged with state chiefs. I think she's ensembled a great team to help with that work, and they're more than willing to assist or take our calls or answer our emails. So just want to give them a shout out for that. One of the things that I've shared with the administration a number of times is, if one believes that education is a states' rights issue, which I believe that it is, then the federal administration has to also appreciate that the way in which we approach that in Louisiana might be different than the way in which it's approached in Washington State or Oregon or Alabama. And that has to be okay and good. One can't be hypocritical about education be a states' rights issue and then not allow it to be a states' rights issue. So I think that they get that and they understand that. We have some ego about it in Louisiana, but we think our approach is right. We think that we're on the right pathway. We have a governor, we have a state legislature, we have a state board, all working together. We have so much energy and momentum in the schools right now, and the teachers are just doing a fantastic job. And so I welcome that responsibility to continue to drive. And I think Eric would say the same. We want to be able to have the flexibilities to do the work alongside our parents and our teachers and our policy leaders every day. We want to win. Yeah. We don't want to not win at this effort, and so we're going to push as hard as we can every day to get better outcomes for kids, and just be bullish in that.
Okay, but should there be some guardrails? Is the question. So let's just imagine a hypothetical state. We'll call it Joklahoma, and let's just imagine hypothetically that Joklahoma wanted to stop using a statewide assessment and instead let its local school districts choose which assessments to use every year. That certainly would cut against the sort of spirit of federal policy. Is that something the administration should say no to?
Well, we're very fortunate that we have Penny on stage, who is a member of the administration, to take said question.
Penny, again, hypothetical.
That is called a layup. I'm so glad we're friends. Look, here's
As
the.
if it wasn't hot enough.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Look, I mean, so just like bottom line, and this is, and the secretary's been very clear about this. We're holding a high standard for student achievement, and students in this country are taking a standardized test so people in this country, especially families, know how their children are doing. Period. Bottom line. That's not changing. So I just that's how that's going to go. So I think on the local control question, there's nothing more local than a child. Like it is, we are talking about a parent's child. It is not even a community. It's not even a school. It's a kid. And so our responsibility, when you think about it, is there's president and Congress, and they're making all sorts of laws at the federal level. We have to figure out the vertical articulation all the way down to the individual child, 50 million of them, and whether or not they're on grade level. And we have to make sure that how we assess them is fair and equitable across every single state, so that no matter where you live, you as a parent know exactly how your child is performing, and you can do whatever is necessary, and you are empowered to do so, whether that is through school choice, whether that is through advocacy and participation, whether that is through making sure you're engaged in your community, whether that's your school taking action. But that is what big A and little a accountability is for. You cannot do that if you do not have accurate information about how your child is performing, and the way that we can do that fairly in this country is through standardized assessment. Now, where I think there's flexibility is how do we assess? How do we think about assessment? Those are really robust and important conversations right now, but you can't this whole build the plane while you fly it, like that's so great, but I don't want to be on that plane. I want to make sure, and that's like this, I want like a robot should absolutely go see that, but proof of concept, like we have a lot of AI, you know, like great, robots can do all sorts of, but we have lots of ways to test that out, but we're not going to test it out on kids. Like parents deserve accurate information. If we have great solutions, once they are proven to give accurate information to families, then let's use them. But we have to have a baseline and foundation, because the responsibility is not to adults, the responsibility is to kids. And I think we have to keep that in mind, because that's the ultimate local control. So that's going to be our standard, and I think that that has to be something that is a shared standard in this country, that is not administration to administration, but just educator to educator, because that's the promise that we make every day when kids walk in our building.
And can I say, Mike, the only thing that I think parents, well, maybe not the only thing, the big thing parents don't like about testing is the amount of time it takes away from teaching, which is what teachers don't like about testing.
That's right.
So the secretary this morning talked a lot about technology and AI, and that's a role that has to change over the next few years. The great, vast increases in artificial intelligence and technology have to help us find a way to do these assessments quicker, faster, get better results faster, and so that teachers can spend more time teaching and less time testing. But parents want to know how their kids are doing. I mean, who wants to go have surgery in a hospital where they say, oh, none of our doctors had to take the MCAT because we trust the med schools they went to, so we don't test them. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous at some point.
I think Eric's point is good. Like, put me in the camp that says we have to test, but also put me in the camp that says maybe we've tested too much. And so we're really thinking about strategic decisions around testing so that we can get good, accurate information to inform instruction, to inform finance decisions, to inform policy decisions, but not have, not the brutality of what has often happened to children, hours upon hours of standardized assessment.
Which I assume, when you talk about that, Kate, it's what? Some places where they've got the state test, but then they do all these interim assessments also.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. I mean, and so that is a great question, I guess, and a point. It's not simply the amount of time that students are taking statewide assessment, but what does local assessment look like? And then beyond that system level, what is individual teacher assessment looking like? Is it like Friday test day still, every Friday? Because if that's the case, then that's just dumb. But also it's taking an extreme amount of time where they could be providing actual instruction. So we're going to be having more conversations in our state around the role of assessment, the timeliness of assessment, and how the state and the systems can be more coordinated on those efforts.
How do you think about this, Melissa? But both to figure out how kids are doing, but also to evaluate schools as sort of comprehensively as possible.
Well, one of the things that I often engage with superintendents and principals around is what is a comprehensive assessment plan at the district and school level. And so to the point, it's not only the state assessments, but if a child is sitting for an interim assessment and a quiz every Friday and a unit test, and so that's a lot of testing. And what are we doing with that data? Are parents aware of scores? What do the scores mean? What's the path forward after you receive those scores? Those are things that we don't typically talk about. So it's the score, and then we move on to the next unit. Why? I mean, if we go to the doctor, to use your analogy, right? If I go to the doctor and someone tells me, well, your cholesterol is really high, you're not doing too great. All right, see you next time. Well, what's my path forward? What's my plan? What is my treatment plan? And I don't think we use assessment the way that we always should. We leave that up to the individual teachers. And so it's this really sad roulette where it's like, if you get the quote unquote good teacher, I hear parents say, I want that teacher because I know that teacher does it really well, but the other one doesn't. Well, that's unacceptable. How are we building assessment plans at the district level, right? In my case, across 47 districts within one very large one. But what does that look like with each local superintendent, and then what does it look like at the school level? Because I want an actual plan that tells me what assessments are happening across departments, across grade band, and then what is your responsibility for making that data transparent and building in an action plan to move student performance forward. Because if we're not, then we're actually using assessments as busy work, which is dangerous. And this is why parents have a negative view of assessment, because it's not pushing performance forward.
Please join me in thanking our wonderful panel for their comments. And I'm going to interpret Penny's answer as a no on Oklahoma. No. Okay. Is that, okay. Good. All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a brief break. See you back at 11:15 for panel 3. We'll now take a short break.
Ladies and gentlemen, Panel 3, Educational Choice and Innovation in the Age of Parent Voice. Please welcome to the stage Greg Topo of the 74, along with our distinguished panelists.
Hi, everybody. Am I on? Okay. Excellent. Well, thanks so much for sticking with it this long. We have one more panel before lunch. I want to say one thing. There is an overflow room in the penthouse that's about 20 degrees cooler with a live video feed and refreshments, food and drink. So if people start getting up and leaving, I will not be offended. I highly recommend it. Thinking about the topic of the panel we're on today, I was thinking back to a conversation I had a couple weeks ago. Is Carrie here? Carrie McDonald?
Yes.
Where'd Carrie go?
She was here.
Maybe she went upstairs. Anyway, I interviewed Carrie about her wonderful new book on choice and micro schools and homeschooling and unschooling, all these really interesting things that have kind of been brewing since the pandemic. And one of the people she talked to for this book was a Kansas mom who started her own micro school. And she said something that's really still stuck with me today. And I want to get the panel to introduce themselves and reflect on this after they say who they are. So you're first, Jeannie. Okay. This is a mom, again, who started a micro school. She told Carrie, the fringe is becoming the cloth. What do you think? Is the fringe becoming the cloth?
Such a great question. Jeannie Allen, founder and CEO of the Center for Education Reform and co-creator of the Yoss Prize for Sustainable, Transformational, Outstanding, and Permissionless Education.
Nice.
In 1994, there was the front page of Time magazine with a kid with his hand up, and the headline was A New Grassroots Revolt. And it was on the heels of Colorado and Minnesota. Minnesota obviously being the first, Colorado a couple years later passing their charter school law. And the entire article was about how there were these parents who would actually have the audacity to create their own school and send them somewhere else, and all of the hell they had to pay in their community. And there was a period of time where CER was brand new, and we were getting calls from parents saying, they're telling me there's something wrong with me, that I'm actually questioning what's happening. They're telling me I'm on the fringe, which is why it's so funny that you say that.
We have not conferred about this,
No,
by the way.
what am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
And so we're like, wait, there's all these people coming from different states and different communities. They're all being told they're on the fringe because they said, I want out. And so that fringe was always, actually, I think, in the vanguard and the mainstream. And it's just that we all take a little longer than most people to come to the party and realize this has been going on in an undercurrent. We just didn't pay attention.
So parents were ahead of everybody else? Is that what you're saying?
Parents have been ahead of everyone else even before COVID. They knew, and they were watching it, and I was bugging people like you, cover it, cover it, cover it, and it wasn't until it actually happened to reporters' own neighborhoods and own homes that they started covering it.
Excellent. Okay.
Ashley Berner. I am the co-founder and director of the Johns Hopkins Institute for Education Policy. It's great to be here. Thank you for this time. I think the question of the fringe becoming the whole cloth, it's interesting when you think about how our system has always enabled well-off families to do the very expensive tutor or to do the homeschooling with all the different supports they could have. And when the pandemic hit, we certainly saw some of that with very wealthy people going out to the Hamptons and paying top dollar for top teachers to do it. What we haven't done in this country is to make it possible for all parents to exercise agency in that way. And so, when you talk about the fringe becoming the cloth, when I hear that, I think, we should all be both, right? We should have a generous space where we help all families find the school or the type of school or the learning experience that works for them. And so that we're not even comparing fringe and cloth, or this cloth is better than this cloth. We're making sure that they're all good cloths or good fringes. And that's in fact what most countries do. So I hope we'll be able to unpack that a little bit.
So you want it to be all cloth?
No, I want a mosaic of different cloths,
Okay.
all of which are
it's
high
not the same cloth,
performing.
it's just- you want an Amish quilt?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's
Where
lovely.
every little piece of it is high quality.
Okay. Good.
Every piece is high quality.
Let's keep that in mind. Ryan.
I'm Ryan Delk. I'm the founder and CEO of Primer Micro Schools. I did not know Greg was going to ask this question, but I am sort of living proof of this dynamic that you talk about. 28 years ago, my mom started one of the first micro schools in Florida. She wrote her last paper getting her teaching degree on why private school, charter school, and homeschooling should be federally banned, with very significant penalties for parents that dared not follow that. And then we lived in a low-income neighborhood, she took me to kindergarten orientation, and she realized about 90% of the kids at the school were below grade level. And so she did a very quick 180 and started one of the first micro schools in Florida. But it was total chaos, total Wild West. We had friends we had a friend that actually had like CPS called on them and had like lost their kids temporarily because they were involved in this. I mean, it was total insanity. And so it was as fringe as it could get. And then now, and by the way, I would not be here if it was not for the sacrifices that they made. She ended up running this school for 16 years. And so Primer and this event is sort of all proof. I think this whole movement is proof of this shift from the fringe to something that I think is now much more mainstream. Certainly we don't have people getting CPS called on them for trying alternative education. So this is a story that's very near and dear to me. I think it's a great opening.
And just before we move on to Felicia, just tell us like the quick elevator pitch about your company, about Primer.
Primer is very simple.
Primer, excuse me.
We help great teachers launch schools in their communities. We are able to deliver an education for K-8 students at about 1/3 the cost of the traditional system, deliver top quartile academic outcomes as measured by the NWEA MAP test, which we administer 3 times a year. And we've had thousands of teachers apply to launch schools across their communities. We're in Florida, Arizona, Alabama. Right now, we're launching in Texas next year.
Excellent. Okay.
Wonderful.
And Felicia.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Felicia Cummings-Smith, President and CEO of the National Center for Families Learning. So I represent and are speaking on behalf of millions of families across this country with whom we work. And I take this quote and think about the role of moms. The role of moms as a child's first best teacher, and how that has evolved to also to be their best advocate. And we work with a lot of moms through the work of family literacy, which has been foundational work of this organization for over 35 years. And we have seen how parents have moved from consumers to partners in accountability, which we heard from the previous panel, but now also demanding to be the decision makers. And we want to see an environment, an ecosystem that allows for parents to be partners, real partners in meaningful decisions, from curriculum to assessment to decision making on safety. And that is the work that we are doing as an organization to help elevate and give voice to parents in this process.
Excellent. Thank you so much for those great introductions. I want to kind of start the conversation. And by the way, you are not limited to just talking to me. I welcome you replying to one another. Like to have a conversation. I always say, like a brunch without the bottomless Bloody Marys. So, I want to start with Jean. You talked about how kind of it's been a tough thing to get reporters interested in until it happens to them.
Yeah.
By the way, we homeschooled our kids for several years. Long story. But it feels like, this idea of it happened to them, feels like it happened to everybody in 2020. Something sort of like clicked, something fundamental shifted. I guess I want to think about 2020, but also think about like previous 2020s, if you will. Like, what are the beats that brought us where we are now?
So I'm really glad you brought that up, because there were several points in time where the nation was outraged. And they actually do track with leadership at the national level. And so while many of us in this room are huge supporters about restoring power to actually parents, I will bypass states. I don't think they should go directly to states. I think it should go to parents, subject of the conversation. When there was the goals 2000, right? When there were the race to the top, there were people that got excited. They read things. They thought, this is my chance. And so we actually see shifts. If you look at some of the stuff we've written over time, we saw shifts at those points in time in the increase in schools proposed, the number of students going to those schools. We saw shifts actually in some states with achievement getting better. And so you'd see all this energy going. Bad news story, President of the United States addresses it, governors get together in Charlottesville, or governors get together in Washington at NGA meeting. I was talking to the guy who was NGA last night, and they all race to it, and then states compete. And so then when states started creating, so that is the backdrop of the national, which is why the bully pulpit is so important, which Bill Bennett did better than anybody else to this day. And then the governors jump on board, and so you had a rash of governors. You had the Anglers and the Pete Wilsons from California, and the Tommy Thompsons from Wisconsin, and then they brought energy by passing laws. When you don't see activity, legislative activity, you don't see as much advocacy. And so when we got to 2020, and no one knew what to do and thought the world was falling apart, and then we finally came out of it, what did the people who were smart enough, bold enough, and didn't care about whether the unions were after them do? They started passing permissive laws to allow more to happen. They said, we're getting this done. Nowhere is there a better example, and it's hardly talked about, than Iowa and Kim Reynolds. Iowa was a sleeper. It was like Wobegon. They didn't do anything. They didn't have a charter school law. They didn't have school choice. Nobody cared. They're like, we're great. We're Iowa. We have a state fair. Right? Governor Reynolds wakes up and says, I want this done. She got it done in less than 3 months. One of the boldest, most aggressive school choice laws coming out of COVID. So it gave people the impetus to do things, but people responded immediately because those parents were already there in sleeper cells throughout their states, waiting to seize the moment.
You sure you want to use that phrase?
No, but it sounded really good at the moment, so excuse me.
Can I use an alternate phrase? How about permission structures? Is that a helpful way to?
How about parent power structures?
Parent power structures. Okay. Folks react to Jean's sort of short history.
Jeannie, you know that.
Jeannie, sorry, I'm sorry, Jeannie.
I mean, I just want to pick up on the kind of permission structures.
Yeah.
At least in my experience, the biggest barrier to having widespread parent agency and quality control also, because I definitely believe that we cannot take our eyes off of academic quality. That's one of the big debates in this field, right? Do we care about academic quality, and if so, how do we go about ensuring it? Big debate. The biggest barrier to permission is our cultural habit of thinking of public education as one thing. And so if you go into these debates at state level, sometimes between unions and reformers and so forth, you hear this zero-sum game, right? You still have the argument that public education means one thing and one thing only. And any departure than that has to justify itself on superiority, better research, we weaponize our research and so forth. So what I'm hoping is that as states have actually made changes and people begin to see the difference of, hey, public education could be many things. It doesn't have to be one thing. But it is a cultural mindset. It's the habit we were all, I mean, I'm old enough to have been raised with pre-charter. There's public and private, and that's it. You know, and can we imagine that these new capacities that states are giving to parents and families and teachers, that this will actually in and of itself start to change the conversation and the experience. I'll just give one example. Washington, D.C. is 50% charter. Does anybody remember how hard won those charters were? It was a battle royale, right? Well, young families in Washington, D.C. sometimes don't even know if they're choosing between a charter and a district now. The entire the plausibility structure has changed, as they say. So that's what I'm hoping will happen with these changes, that it will result in a new understanding and a more actually generous space in which we can focus on getting kids what they need.
If I can just add one
Please.
thing, I think to pick up on this idea of parent power, understanding that parent power should be for every parent, making sure that all parents have access and opportunities and understand how to navigate the systems that are being created that are so complex. We need to understand that we have 58.9 million adult learners who have low literacy skills. Many of those parenting adults have children with low literacy skills. And being able to understand and feel like you have power to make decisions means you need the knowledge, the skills, the capacities, transportation, access, opportunity to be a partner and be an informed decision maker. So I think this power piece and parent power piece is, let's ensure that all parents, all children have power and opportunities.
May I ask you a question about that?
Sure.
So do you have examples of, I know there are wonderful organizations like Families Empowered, I think it is, or in
and
Texas.
NCFL.
Yes, that help people navigate that. But are there states that have said, yes, we're passing all these choice laws, we need to provide the support that parents need on the ground?
I think there are some examples of that. One of the ways in which we believe that it's critical to engage parents is to ensure that their voices matter when policies are actually being created. So we need legislators, we need others across the country to be listening to the voices of parents so that the policies are designed to be created for all. So I would say states who have the strongest examples are states who are listening to the parents and helping design solutions related to that.
But here's two of the challenges, if I may. I
love
want
that
to
they're
bring
talking
Ryan
to each
in.
other.
But here's two of the challenges. The first challenge is when people go to vote, they don't vote for legislators based on education.
Yes,
So
sure.
it's like a passing parade. We're talking to legislators right now in real time. My team is, and they're like, we didn't know we were really bad on this. Can you tell us how? How do you not know this, right? So that's one, because why? When they go to vote, if they do vote, they're not saying, I'm voting with you because of that. The second one, when it comes to power, which is fundamental, we are not giving money with any of the existing programs, maybe with the exception of a couple of charter laws. Full and fair funding should follow students. How does a parent become powerful who has low income, low skills, when you say, here's $6,500, it's a choice? What are you paying for? Meanwhile, we're paying $18,000 in the traditional system. So the absolute scandal for choice people, including myself, is that we are actually allowing and applauding people who are like, whoa, great, $7,000, you're gonna go be powerful. You're not. And so there's kind of a reason that we're not getting more pushback on it, because they're perfectly happy to watch this go away. And that is the next civil rights battle, full and fair funding. And I wonder if you guys think, if you had all those funds following kids, could you do more primers? Could you have more parents more powerful? Would we see more pluralistic options?
I guess I'm asking a fundamental question about the practicality. So I'm thinking about Pat Wolf's story, his study of the Opportunity Scholarship Fund here in DC, which is Congress always fights about it, but they allocate money for low-income kids to go to private schools in the district. And when Pat was the researcher of record, and he interviewed parents at every stage, and one of the things that he said was, we miss this, but 40% of adults in many of our urban centers are functionally illiterate. You can't give them a piece of paper that says, here are your options, choose. And I will never forget his words, they need a person. They need a person. And so I look at other systems, around Europe, for example, where they're very used to funding all different kinds of options for parents. They actually fund a position at the local level, many of them, to help parents in whatever languages they need, because the research shows that parents are operating and making these choices according to their social networks. Well, your social networks are unequally equipped, right? So that's what I know. I guess at a practical level, are we paying attention to that?
So where are we seeing? Is there, just to take your point, where are we seeing systems with a person, kind of helping parents, figure out the maze?
Yeah.
I'm not feeling sorry for Ryan, but I do want to bring him into this and ask him a question because
Go for it.
Because honestly,
You didn't even feel sorry for me.
I think he has the answer because primer kids go out, they have to recruit people. The great thing about those systems is the charters that aren't suffering here, they're going out to people. They have the people. The schools themselves have the people, not the state.
Ryan's just waiting for his moment. That's all it is.
Yeah, we built an entire engine for this. So we have a marketing team, parent engagement team. Yeah. The thing I would say that's important though is that well-intentioned legislatures do not understand the way in which what they perceive to be benign one-line rules in the rulemaking process or in statute have a dramatic impact on the accessibility of these programs to low-income families. So I'll give you an example. A very prominent state that just passed a school choice program that will go unnamed was working through the rulemaking process recently, and I was sitting with them and they said, hey, it's really important that we cut off applications by February 1st because we need to make sure that we can dedupe all the applications and make sure that the public school students are not getting double funded. And I said, well, that's an API call against a database that my team or any other competent engineer can write for you and can happen in 30 seconds. I'm not sure why you need 7 months for it. And they were sort of very hung up on this. And I said, well, let me get you some data. And so I asked my team to pull this, and I said, let's go find all the families that are within 200% of the federal poverty line and when they applied for their scholarship, because we have all this data. It turns out 90% of families that are within 200% of the federal poverty line apply for their school choice scholarship after February 1st, and 50% apply after July 1st. Right. So if you're going to shut down these scholarships, if you all know families that are within 200% of the federal poverty line, I assure you that in January, they are not sitting around thinking, where are my kids going to school next August? Doesn't exist, doesn't happen. And so what I would sort of humbly suggest is that for the folks that are thinking about these policies, really think about the ways that these seemingly benign, small, in this case, accommodating the, sort of incompetence of the bureaucratic machine, impact the people that we purport for these programs to serve. Because once those things go into rule or become part of statute, it is very difficult to overcome it with any amount of amazing parent engagement.
Would you write a code book for this so that people can take it to a state?
Yeah, we have it.
Exactly.
That's right. Awesome.
Yeah. Ohio had when they passed their choice laws, the intent was for transportation dollars to be available. If you were going to a private school, there would be some sort of a sharing or route sharing. We were a charter school. And I was at an event in Ohio many years ago, and the charter school said, we don't get transportation money. I said, it's in your law. Like, well, they told us it's not. And so part of that also is on advocates and people like you to actually point it out, because many times you don't know what the practice is.
Okay. I thought you guys were just going to keep going without me. Which is great. I wanted to ask Ashley to jump in here with a bit of sort of like big picture context. You were talking earlier about European countries and kind of their different attitudes about this. There's a phrase for this, which I want to hear you talk about, and also just give us a sense of like how they got to that place, which is very different from what we're looking at in the U.S. I mean, like almost 180 degrees.
Yeah. So this was a real shocker for me, that the United States does education very differently in our conceptions and the way we think of education. So if you walk up to someone and say, what's a public school, they're probably going to think of immediately picture of a traditional neighborhood school. Now that's changing with younger generations. Good. But if you were to ask that question in the Netherlands, people wouldn't know what to say. What's a public school? Well, the Netherlands funds 36 different kinds of schools equally and holds them to a high academic bar. So does the UK, so does Germany, so does Belgium. I could go on and on and on. And what they've done is, they've done what I call educational pluralism, that the state funds a wide variety of schools and holds them accountable. And there are some differences about that from the way we construe choice, of course, and regulations and so forth. But these, in fact, it's not just Europe. 83% of the countries in the world that UNESCO tracks have public-private partnerships to deliver education. 83%. It is by far the norm. And this notion of public education is one thing, and these little things are departures from it and illegitimate in some way. The norm is choice and accountability by design, to use the U.S. parlance. I don't use the term choice because, in a way, choice is a byproduct of the uniform school system that we have, where you're saying, oh, I want a choice, as though you're asking for an exception from the norm of uniformity. So most countries are this way. It's increasing, it's expanding. Some work better than others. The policy details really, really matter. But the other piece I'll say to that is that the United States used to be pluralistic. I didn't know this either until I have a doctorate in history. I started reading this. Our school systems we would fund all different kinds of schools as a matter of principle. Most of the European countries started the process of funding nonprofits and charitable organizations, civil society organizations, to deliver education. In 1834 is when Parliament passed its laws. The 18th century is when the Netherlands and Germany passed their laws. We will fund it. We don't necessarily deliver it. We're going to hold it accountable. That's how our systems were as well. And we had many systems where there weren't enough people to have one school, but in mid-sized towns and cities, we had Catholic schools, Congregationalist schools, secular, non-sectarian schools. We had Jewish day schools that were funded in parts of New York, right? This is part of the public education system. So the question is, what changed? Well, what changed was in the middle of the 19th century. What changed for us? Other countries persisted with their pluralism. What changed for us? Middle of the 19th century, we had waves of Catholic immigrants. I mean, millions and millions and millions. And they dispersed across the country, but in some in some parts of the country,
had to tamp us down.
Yeah, they were that. Well, you're not wrong about that. The white Anglo-Saxon Protestant majority felt threatened by, in some places like Boston, 50% of the population was Catholic. They were used to getting funding for their schools, right? This was normal in Europe. It was normal in the U.S. There was a nativist movement, and there were other things. I don't mean to oversimplify it, but we had a bizarre moment in the post-Civil War period where the post-Civil War Republican Party and grassroots organizations like the Ku Klux Klan made common cause against Catholics. There were Catholics, neighborhoods and churches were firebombed. It's hard to imagine, but that was the culture war of the 19th century that resulted in legislature after legislature after legislature putting these things in their statutes and constitutions that we will fund a uniform school system. We're defunding, quote, sectarian schools. Irony, those schools that were funded were almost all Protestant. And so if you were a Protestant majority, of course this felt normal and non-sectarian to you. If you were atheist, if you were Jewish, if you were Jehovah's Witness, the Jehovah's Witnesses had more cases before the Supreme Court in the 1930s than any other group. That's all I'll say. Sorry, I get excited about this. I just keep talking.
No, but that's where the Blaine Amendment came from.
The Blaine Amendment
which now the
came from
Supreme
that.
Court has dumped twice, but yet we still have state lawmakers who will say things as recently as a month ago, like, oh, we can't do it, it's unconstitutional. No, you actually should look at the Supreme Court and Paul Clement's white paper he published. You should also actually read the Macon decision. You should go back and read the Zelma decision, right? You should go read the Espinoza decision, and that's part of the issue, right? The other issue is then we got to the 50s and 60s, and well-intentioned, we needed to create larger districts to manage, to make sure that we were taking care of and treating equally people who deserved to have an education that we had left out because of desegregation orders. And so when I think about the conversation earlier with Melissa, and I had no disrespect to the chancellor, I don't remember her last name, when she made the comment about literacy and trying to do reading and needing to cooperate with the unions, I thought about this panel coming up because I was like, this is the problem. You've got to actually ask the unions to cooperate with you or the community won't buy in to you helping students become literate. Let's bypass that. Let's remove them. Why do we even have districts anymore? We should be talking about why does it exist? We got other operational backroom organizations. We can hire for-profits, nonprofits. Districts were supposed to manage. Now districts emphasize their management. They interfere and they bureaucratize and they put parents last. They put special interests first, and teachers are caught in the middle. And so if you really want to talk about parent engagement, and going back to that, why don't we take out the intermediary structures that were created to support and advance our students' needs, supposedly in the eyes of the anti-Catholics and the pro-equality people, and go back to where we actually have real equality for kids.
So districts...
Done. Irrelevant.
I mean,
No?
I don't know that you, I mean, I guess I would take the position that the goal is to focus on the aim of education. The aim of education is what? I mean, most people, when it comes down to it, most of our laws, it's going to boil down to academic opportunity and social mobility. Mm-hmm. This is what, every kid gets a chance at the best. And it's also about democratic, citizenship formation, right? Those are bound up in the content that we deliver and also in the structures. So, right? So if we're aiming for that, that's our end, our telos, then the district is a means, and so is parent. I mean, the end goal of education is not parent autonomy. Right. That is one means towards the end of good things for kids. And so if we take that position, we don't have to diminish districts that are actually functioning well. A lot of these states have very tiny districts that are actually doing pretty well. And we don't need to diminish an entire sector, because guess what? There's a lot of variability within every sector. Some micro schools are great, some aren't. Some charters are good, some are not. And I'm talking about performance. So I guess I would, my own instinct is to say, let's just back away from there's one way that's better and just focus on all of these mechanisms can work. Let's make sure they are.
But if
they're
you
not.
don't diminish, here's the question. If you don't remove or give people the ability to bypass those across the board with real power, with real equity, Ashley, then you are supporting with taxpayer money an unaccountable system that you don't support. So you're keeping someone in place because they're there, just because maybe across the country someone's working. Shouldn't there be variability per community?
Absolutely variability per community. And we're actually seeing this in places like Florida, where most kids stay in the district, and then you have micro schools for parents that are adjacent and relating. And we also see things like North Carolina, where the choice is so strong that districts are saying, hey man, I get it, I've got to differentiate my schools. I've got to make
sure. And up my game.
That's right.
I guess, not to put too hard of one, and I do want to ask Ryan a question about the district thing, but when you say something like in districts done, what was the thing you said? Done finished. I mean, somebody can kind of squint and say, okay, this is the point of view that says public education needs to be, put in its place, needs to be reduced. This whole idea that choice is the Trojan horse for demolishing or diminishing the public system. Again, we could spend 2 hours on that question, but what's your response to that?
There's actually a thoughtful plan. It's not. I'm not just being facetious. There's actually a thoughtful plan. If we want to utilize the services of a district, let's take a New York. You say to all the schools, okay, PS 101, great, comp sci high, you're there, all the schools that exist, all the schools that are permitted, even without additional choices at that point, or traditional options, or additional micro schools and pluralism being there. Do you need me? Here's what I have. I have finances, I have backroom, I have transportation, I have HR, I have all those things. Here's what it's going to cost you. I'll order your milk, I'll get your carpet done, I'll help you hire, I'll help you fire, I'll help you negotiate. And you go, do I want you? Do I want the primer operational organization? Do I want blah, blah, blah? The money goes to the school. What do charters and private schools and micro schools do now? They find their vendors. They find their supports. Some of the best charter school networks in the country have created their own administration. They've got their superintendents, and they're leaner and meaner. Look at Catholic schools. So there is a way forward. There are already structures and models. When you give school leaders, I'm a huge proponent of school leaders with autonomy and a layer of accountability that doesn't put government over the needs and the wants of students and parents, but you can actually create the best accountable structures by giving those families and those organizations who are running those schools the ability to buy into the district if it's great, or maybe bankrupt the district, which is kind of what they did in Miami, and then Miami changed, right? In a way, that's what we've seen.
I want to get Ryan in on the district question without, in a way it might be a delicate question for you, just the idea of the role or the lack of a role for districts in this sort of vision. Where do you see it?
We actually don't interface with districts very often.
Okay.
Most of our interface is with state Department of Education, and then what we're starting to work on actually though is from a real estate perspective, many districts have excess capacity that they need to monetize. And so I think there's a big opportunity for districts to unlock that capacity for schools like Primer and other options. And there's a lot of like archaic laws that prevent that in some cases. But in terms of like the bigger question, I think it should come down to basically, do kids love school? And what are the dollar-adjusted academic outcomes? And so if you have a school that, in Primer, 87% of kids say they love school, and if you can deliver great dollar-adjusted academic outcomes, that should be the name of the game. And whether that's a district school or a charter school or a magnet school or Primer or another micro school or homeschool, whatever it is, that should be what we think about. And so I think it's an opportunity for everyone's thinking about budgets and how do we get more efficient. I think this is a huge opportunity. If you allow some of the kind of administrative, bureaucratic leviathan that has grown over the last 3 decades to kind of be pulled out of the system a little bit, empower teachers to do what they do best, and then let families decide what's best for them.
Yeah, I think it's this last piece of letting families decide what's best for them and understanding the choices that they have and ensuring that there's quality everywhere. So to your point about there being a difference in quality schools here, quality schools there, the role of the district, let's ensure that every child has a quality education, that they're engaged, that their parents understand what's happening in the school, that it's meeting their child's needs, and that they stay informed as a partner in this process. And so I think that's the piece. We're not trying to, I'm not trying to pit what type of school or what environment against one another. I don't want to cancel anything. I just believe that parents need to have the right and opportunity to understand their role as their child's greatest advocate in ensuring that their child gets what they need. And that is across every community. I haven't met one parent who actually doesn't have the same ideals for their child.
That's right.
So if we can appreciate all the choices, all the options that parents have, and ensure that all of those are accessible to every parent so that all children have equal experiences or opportunities, then I think we'll see things change in this country.
I think one thing that's troubling about how our country does education is that we really aren't honest about outcomes. We have, you look at the grade inflation, you look at, it is so easy to game diploma scores. And when, you consider, to me, the gold standard is, can this child take their high school diploma to a community college and take a credit-bearing course without remediation? Yes or no?
That's right.
And our signals are totally disrupted. We aren't being honest with parents about your child can't read. You know, and it takes a lot of courage, and this is really the role of state leaders to say, like, you know, they've done in Mississippi, if your child isn't reading, we've got these screeners, they're staying back a year. Or, you know, if you know, that's where meaningful assessments, not skills-based assessments, but really content-rich, meaningful assessments where you can tell parents the truth. Parents can't make decisions if they are being told it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, when it's not. So, and Virginia just raised its cut scores. Hugely controversial because it's going to show up as kids are not doing well. Actually, it's more honest. Takes an awful lot of political courage.
I think the challenge, though, there also is, and Ashley, I'm one of your biggest fans, and you do science and you do data and you have facts, and you're absolutely right in everything you just said. My however is this. No, my however is this. Most parents, when they do decide their child isn't doing well, don't need that assessment. They come home with the A or the B and they go, you're not reading well. How is that an A or a B? Like there's a gut check that all parents have. And I'm looking at you because I know how hard your organization has worked for 35 years, especially with parents who were cut out of the system.
That's right.
And we've gone through these battles in many, many low-income areas. And they're the low-income parents, the first people to say, I know something's wrong, but they keep telling me they're doing everything I can, and she's doing fine. And so those things are there, those assessments, those structures, those reporting, those data for the people in the system, and maybe for those of us outside. But at the end of the day, if a parent says, I don't care what the school's doing, you know, Joni has not moved this way, they need to be able to move. And I think that's where we don't do a very good job, articulating that publicly, articulating that to lawmakers, helping advocacy organizations understand it. We either talk about data or we talk about just parents and what they want. We don't talk about the fact that there's actually a balance and there has to be something to do with it once you have that information. That makes sense.
Do you know how the Italians do school?
Really poorly in some places,
Okay.
but no. Mostly public.
What's that?
Mostly government,
Mostly
local
public?
run, yeah.
Okay.
They fund they do have funding for other kinds of schools, but not in the numbers and percentages that most of their peers.
Gotcha. You know, we only have about another minute or two. Just wanted to kind of give the panelists a second if you want to jump in with thinking about like what the next challenges are, what the next hurdles are. What's something that we maybe don't know about this landscape that we're going to be reading about in 6 months? I don't know why I'm looking at you, Ryan, but I'm looking at you.
Look at Ryan.
I think there's been a Herculean effort over the last 10 years for a lot of organizations to pass different options for parents, scholarships, ESAs, et cetera. Tommy talked about it earlier. That's all great work, but that's the demand side. And a $7,000 ESA is completely irrelevant for a single mom of 4 if all she can find is a $20,000 a year private school in her city. And so I believe that the existential problem we have to solve in school choice is ramping up not hundreds, not thousands, but tens of thousands of low-cost, high-quality schools that cost $0 out of pocket that deliver top quartile outcomes for working class families. So that's what we're focused on.
Working class and poor families.
Excellent, excellent. I'm going to give you all a minute of extra time before lunch. Thank you so much to you all for listening. Thanks to the panel.
So generous.
Great.
Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed.
there's a flickering spark in us all which, if struck at just the right age, I think can light the rest of our lives, elevating our ideals, deepening our tolerance, and sharpening our appetite for knowledge about the rest of the world. Education and cultural exchanges, especially among our young, provide a perfect opportunity for this precious spark to grow, making us more sensitive and wiser international citizens through our careers.
Ladies and gentlemen, Panel 4, Reimagining High School and the Pathways Beyond Graduation. Please welcome to the stage moderator Nirvi Shah of the Hechinger Report, along with our distinguished panelists.
Hi everyone, welcome. I'm Nirvi Shah, the executive editor of the Hechinger Report, which is a nonprofit, nonpartisan publication that writes about education. What we joke internally that we cover diapers to degrees, early education all the way through graduate school. I'm so happy to be here today to talk about a subject I'm very interested in, which is how high schools are evolving, and especially in the age of AI. I'd love my panel to introduce themselves very briefly, and then we'll get started. Maria, please.
Hi, I'm Maria Flynn. I'm the president and CEO of Jobs for the Future. We're a national nonprofit that works to drive economic advancement for all. It's great to be here.
Good afternoon. Tim Knowles, Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching. Stakes in the ground for two things. One is the transformation of the American high school, and the second is to make the post-secondary sector a more vital engine of economic opportunity.
Good afternoon. Jacob Oliva, Secretary of Education for the greatest state in the nation, Arkansas.
Theo Wold, Senior Counselor at Palantir.
Great, well let's get started. Secretary McMahon referenced some of this in her remarks earlier today about how high school is kind of coming full circle. She was talking about career education back in her day. And I'd love to start with you actually, Secretary Oliva, to
Sure.
really make this feel concrete, some of the changes that you've been making in Arkansas. At Hechinger, we've written about how Alabama has a new diploma starting this year, a workforce diploma that changes some of the makeup of what students are taking in their high school coursework. Indiana, Katie Jenner was here obviously earlier today. They've done a lot of changes to the types of diplomas that high school students can earn. Tell us what's going on in Arkansas since you've been there.
So thank you, and thank you for the opportunity. And I think it's kind of interesting because Secretary McMahon talked about, she remembered when she was in school, and anybody that's worked in education knows that that pendulum tends to swing back and forth, right? So we've been having similar conversations around the reality that we know that every student isn't on a highway to university. And we have to create systems that have exit ramps and on-ramps with the goal of making sure we have lifelong learning and that every pathway leads to prosperity. So we have a mission that we want every student to graduate from high school, meaning one of the 3 E's. Are they ready to be enlisted, enrolled, or employed? And it's a very simple mindset, and then all of our work goes towards that. So we've done some high school redesign as well, looking at different diploma designations and pathways, because we like to say that not every student should be on a pathway to university, that we need to recognize CTE programs and give them just as much attention, but do we really? So we worked on a big legislature with Governor Sanders on a bill called Arkansas Access, where we just blew up the entire CTE pathway and pipeline and actually codified in policy and in law that this is going to be just as equally rigorous. Because we'll say that CTE is important, and we've created these career clusters and high lists and high demands, and every school has to have 3 career pathways, and one of them has to be off that list, and when everybody's doing all that work, but then we say weighted credits only for AP, IB, right? Why isn't the rigorous coursework in CTE weighted and not and being considered just as rigorous? So part of our challenges is we recognize some kids are going to earn a standard diploma. We developed a diploma of merit for kids that may earn an earnest certification. Maybe they take some AP courses, some concurrent courses, and then a diploma of distinction for kids that earn their AA, get a workforce experience on our high skill, high demand, follow a military readiness pathway and enlist. And those distinctions are going to come from the state. Then we also use that to define what we consider a success-ready student. And that cell of percentage of students graduating from high school is in part of your school grade. So schools are going to be held accountable for the number of students that are earning merit and distinction pathways. We're updating our funding formula now to give districts more weighted funding for those students. And then we tied all of our state scholarships that students can receive to those designations. So if you earn a diploma of distinction, you automatically qualify for the top tier governor's scholarship with direct admission into any state university or college that you want. But the biggest thing that we did is we told the state that these courses matter, they're rigorous, and put them on the same weighted scale, because kids are competitive, same weighted scale as our university prep programs, because that's how much we value them. And if you're going to say these programs are important, then your actions need to do that. And that's why I always say, and I ask schools, could your next valedictorian be somebody that completed a current tech ed program? And if the answer is no, then do you really have that conversation about that this pathway matters?
That seems like it was a massive undertaking. I don't know.
It's
if
like a 3-minute
yeah.
overview. So I know it's only a 45-minute panel. There's other people here.
But my question, I guess, would be then for Theo and Maria. High schools are clearly changing. Is it enough for the workforce? That kind of transformation sounds pretty significant, but does that cut it? I guess.
Yeah, Theo, do you want to start?
Sure. I mean, I guess to offer like the contrarian take up front, I mean, it would be essentially that I think institutionalized education, as we know it, is dead. And it's been dead for a while, in part because we're still working within the same framework. An overemphasis on specialization, and in part an overemphasis on the pathway to college. And I think the disjunction that we see in the workforce is both an inability to develop talent early on and an inability for unconventional learners to manifest their own individual genius. And so it's to say a little bit more, what I mean by that is, I think at Palantir, so we've started 2 programs, one which we're calling the Meritocracy Fellowship. And I think the easy one sentence explanation of that is for young, prodigiously talented young people to pursue an immediate entry into the workforce rather than go to college. But unlike a lot of those other sort of gimmicks that exist out there to avoid the trap of college, we're emphasizing an educational component at the same time. Mm-hmm. So an education in first principles, and sort of the formative material that makes a builder not only a skilled builder in their vocation, but also a good citizen. The other fellowship pipeline we've created is something we're calling the American Tech Fellowship, which is this recognition that there are all kinds of talented workers in the American workforce already who, because of the failures of the education system, have been tracked out into positions that do not make use of their genius. So individuals who, either because they came from places like where I'm from, an incredibly poor working class community in California, some of the highest stagnant unemployment and some of the worst test scores in the country. Either they grew up in a place like that, or they had the absence of educational rigor in their core curricula in high school. So getting those people who are talented, who can make demonstrable contributions to the American economy and also our national security defense apparatus, and getting them out of menial positions where their genius is not tapped into, and producing an opportunity, whether it's at the start of their career or mid-career. So our view at Palantir, I think, is the educational model that we have, we can deploy whatever jargon we want of the moment, but whether it's enhance critical thinking skills or improve access. But the problem with institutionalized education is that it's really failed to identify the talent and really, as we say at Palantir, develop the taste, the discernment of individual learners to then become workers and hopefully someday become citizen builders.
So I may not be that contrarian, but maybe a little bit. So I think that the reforms that are happening in high schools in places like Arkansas and Indiana, we heard from Secretary Jenner earlier, are like huge steps in the right direction. And I just think that we need more states and more communities to be moving in that direction. So I think to me, it's kind of early days. And I think ideally, rather than this being a pendulum that swings back and forth, that we kind of really grasp onto the idea as a nation that we need both and, right? We need high academic rigor, and we need every student to be prepared for a quality job. And I think kind of getting beyond the either or debate is critically important. And I think especially as we start to look at the impact that AI is starting to have and is going to increasingly have on the labor market, particularly entry-level jobs. So I think steps that we can be taking now, to me, one is like truly ensuring that every student has access to high-quality work-based learning opportunities, starting in high school, and really enabling that to happen at scale. We recently released our kind of work-based learning framework 2.0. That's on the JFIB website if folks want to check that out. And then second is, really working to truly develop a career navigation system that can help young people and their families make good choices around what comes after high school. So we recently released a survey that we did with Gallup that surveyed both Gen Z learners and their families. And I think it was only about 38% or so of young people felt that they have like a good idea of what they want to do after high school. And the percentage of parents who felt equipped to help their child make those decisions was only about 53%. So we need good navigational supports that don't only focus on the four-year schools, but really look at all of the high-quality options that are out there, including apprenticeship, including kind of the work-first models that you're mentioning, and really can look at the full landscape of options.
Just to follow up on that, and Theo, you touched on this a little bit, but finding these students and then shaping them, where the employer is actually the engine of developing the talent, as opposed to them coming to you like 100% ready to work. Is that happening? It seems like we're talking so much about the education system changing or evolving, but in your case, it sounds like the employer is kind of taking the bull by the horns, so to speak.
Yeah, and I think in part that's attributable to the fact that institutionalized education has failed in this regard. So rather than expect it to produce something different, then we're going to go and create the model that will produce a different kind of learner, again, but also worker. I also think, look, one of the sort of the dynamic sort of motivators here is AI, that will have this demonstrable impact on the workforce. But I think there's room for AI optimism, and especially in the educational space. So a lot of people coming out of COVID experienced for the first time, whether by choice or because there was no other alternative with lockdowns of educational institutions, like the homeschooling experience. And just in the last 2 or 3 years, there's been this growth of technological applications that allow homeschooling co-ops, classical Christian models of educational pedagogy that are not hard science oriented, to really develop this kind of curricula almost on their own. So I'm thinking something like synthesis math. It's an incredible leveler. I mean, you used to have to be from a well-to-do family to afford a skilled tutor in calculus. Now with AI, anyone really can have that at-home supplement. So, and the point being here that I think there's a lot of maneuverability so long as educational institutions don't block that kind of growth or those opportunities for young people in particular. And one last thing I'll say is just a lot of the disjunction that's occurring in the workforce is at the point of hiring.
Okay.
American young people actually did follow the advice. They really did. They went into STEM, and they've excelled in STEM. They have excelled by all sort of international testing metrics. The young people who pursue advanced degrees, in particular in mathematics or engineering or computer science, are doing better than their peer competitors, but they're just not seeing the end result, getting hired. And I think that creates a difficult value proposition, especially for working class families in this country. Why go and get the 4-year college degree if it's not going to lead to a job anyway?
To follow up on that, you're helping me with my transition here. So for students like that, or for, we talk about Gen Z as a monolith, they're not a monolith, but we talk about, the workplace having to accommodate them or mold to them. is that just a zero-sum game? Is that the wrong question? Is it that the opportunities are just not there? I mean, how do we build this workforce of tomorrow if students are doing everything right?
Whose question?
Anyone who'd like to answer that one.
So I think to piggyback on the point about those pathways to prosperity, having conversations at an earlier age. I actually think high school is too late to start having those conversations, because I used to be a high school principal at one point in my career, and I remember every year we would do a thing called freshman orientation night, and all the different clubs and different programs would set up these tables, and all the freshman families would come in about a week before school starts to figure out what they wanted to be a part of. And the amount of families and kids that I would talk to that had no idea where they wanted to be in 4 years, and very 4 short years, was incredible. And that's why we're looking at career pathway and exploration early at middle schools. But to some of the point that people are making is people have lost faith in higher ed, right? Like there needs to be we talk about reforming and reshaping high schools, and I think this is something we can work with Secretary McMahon and look at how loans work. But funding loans for non-degree workforce credentials should be a big deal. And there's a lot of people that can start their pathway to prosperity at short-term credentialing program that really isn't recognized. So like higher ed will say, well, you need to get an AS degree so that you can get a loan, and then still have to take 2 maths, 2 Englishes, 2 humanities, and you're becoming a boat builder. Well, any of those programs will tell you, and then their funding models are based on degree completions. They'll say, once the kid learns fiberglass 1, 2, and 3, they go to work. I can't get them to finish an AS degree, but the only way I can get them into the school and get them funded for those courses on a Pell Grant is if they're in an AS program. So I think there's just a lot of opportunity around that. But empowering families and being honest, we're in the middle of doing a return on investment study, which sounds like something that would be easy to do. Like, is it worth going to college, right? Like, that's a pretty simple question. So we did a 10-year snapshot of a cohort of students that graduated from a college degree program in Arkansas, tracked them back 10 years, modeled out if you just made an average high school diploma, an average earner made this much, it took you this many years to get a 4-year degree and this much money, how long does it take for that degree to pay off, right? Shockingly, some degrees, like, I don't know, physics pays for itself in like a year and a half. Like, these folks 10 years later are doing very well. And I probably don't need to tell you about a lot of the different degree programs that never pay for itself. Like, they will never catch up. We literally wasted people's years of their lives. They threw away thousands of money, and that degree in gender studies does nothing. Right? So why were we paying for that as a state? I don't know. And those are some of the questions that we're starting to have, because there's no value in that.
Yeah, and I think that's the trend that we are seeing is more studies like that. And I think we need to be able to give that type of information to young people and their families in very actionable ways. So I think that's critically important. And I also totally agree with the emphasis on and this opportunity that Workforce Pell is finally going to bring for the field to actually be bringing Pell dollars to some of those high quality short-term credentials as well. But I also think, like, to your point, like on the demand side, I think there's also a need for employers to be rethinking their hiring models, right? So like what jobs really, really need that college degree and which don't. So I think this is a issue where we need both the supply and the demand side of the equations to shift.
Were you going to say something?
I was just going to say really quickly, I mean, I think it's an interesting point, a time for evaluation because of the likely displacements that AI may cause, especially when you're looking at, some courses of study do not produce value for the individual already, right? And I think as far as those conversations occurring earlier in an individual learner's life, yes. And this is rooted in our tradition. There's this great passage in Book 2 of Democracy in America where Tocqueville talks about on the genius of American commercialism. And he says the brilliance of the American individual is that they're willing to take risks. They do difficult things. They have an adventurous spirit, and it may not work. It may not produce instantaneous value for them, but they try again, and then they try again. And if you look at institutionalized education right now, we do the exact opposite. There is no time to take risks. Standardized testing metrics have to be hit. You have to score so high on your GPA or in your AP classes in order to earn that spot in an incredibly competitive market for college placement. So at the very period of a young person's life when they should be most open to taking risks and to trying new ideas in the marketplace, we've actually conduced them to be risk averse. And so I think if you want a nation of builders, people who are willing to try new ideas and to implement on their own entrepreneurial spirit, you've got to break that sort of philosophical obstacle.
I would add that, to go back to your initial contention about the failure of institutionalized education, that we've largely built an educational system based on inputs. And my organization is responsible for one of those. It's called the Carnegie Unit. We may talk about it, but it's the course credit. But it is fundamentally saying this amount of time equals learning. Higher education has been addicted to inputs for some time. So one of the rivers that has to run through this conversation, as you're suggesting, is how do we build an education sector, K-12 and higher ed, that is actually very explicitly focused on outcomes, on student success. And we're at a point in history and in time where I think that there's an opportunity to do that. And that will shift rapidly. It'll shift the sector.
However a young person is developing, and whatever path they take, whether it is college or not, I think you would all agree that there's some skills that they would need, durable skills: communication, teamwork, problem solving, stick-to-itiveness, persistence, taking risks. Can we embed that in the high school experience? Can we build it into the workplace once they're there? How do you develop those skills? Dr. Knowles, if you want to follow up on that.
Sure. So skills have had many names, and we've been knowing that these skills needed to be fostered for generations. They were soft, they were 21st century until the 21st century came. There was a moment they were non-cognitive, which I thought was hilarious, because even an itch is cognitive. Now they're durable, I think, or transferable. But so a couple things on these skills. Yes, empirically we know they matter enormously. Like, there's very strong evidence that not only do employers want these skills in our young people, but if they have them, they lead to all kinds of interesting and productive outcomes in the workplace, in post-secondary school, in civic life. So, check. We haven't built an educational system that actually attends to them in a very coherent way. And I mean by that, we need to broaden the aperture in terms of what school is for. If school is for developing these skills, don't just use learning English or history or math as the proxy, singularly. And this is not an argument for dispensing with algebra. I like algebra. But we have to get much, much more explicit about embedding the development of these skills that we know predict good things in the DNA and the architecture, the learning experiences of the schoolhouse. Failing that, we run the risk of trying to force this institutional thing we call K-12 and post-secondary to do a very different set of things for a very different future. And I think that is a peril. Final point I'll say is we have to get smarter about identifying who has these skills. Mm-hmm. And if you think about a kid who's growing up in rural Idaho, who works on the family farm for 2 hours before they get to school, they're getting B's or better, they're there 98% of the time, they're doing all their homework, and they have a job after school. Tell me on aggregate that those aren't really powerful signals of persistence or work ethic, whatever you want to call it. That data exists. Those data exist. We need to leverage and surface those data, and then we can tap into extraordinary talent that's sitting really in front of us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I completely agree with all of that, and especially the fact that the durable skills that we talk about and that you listed, if you look closely, they're the same skills that have been on every list, probably for at least 35 years or more, right? Yet I feel as a field, folks still spend too much time thinking about what skills should be on this list, right? You see it like in Forbes, whatever, all the time. Here are the top 10 skills. Well, they're the same skills, folks, and they've have been for quite a while. And so I think really as a field, how do we shift the emphasis to, as Tim was saying, like how do these skills get taught? How do they get assessed? How, like, when they are showing up in a young person's like school day, like I have a middle school kid and I have a kid in college, I notice like no one is like showing them, okay, oh, you have a hard time like cooperating with your partner on the science fair, like no one's like kind of explaining like, well, you need to like learn how to work as a team and how to collaborate. So I think there are even easy ways where we can start connecting these dots for young people. But we need to move quickly to like really embed it more in the work that's being done. And then I think to Tim's example, I think on the employer side, we also as employers need to be able to identify, oh, like, Maria has like skills like X, Y, and Z. Well, then we can upgrade her to this like next role in order to advance her career. So really looking at skills also, not only at the point of hire, but as an advancement mechanism within the workplace as well.
I think if I was to add to that as well, generationally, I think it's interesting when you listen to teachers and parents about students today, because like when I was a kid and wanted to play with my friends, I actually went to their house and like had to play with them, right? Like, so the internet, screen time, gaming has changed interactions, and then workforce is saying kids don't know how to talk to each other, they don't know how to get along. Well, we've been putting them in front of computers, telling them that this is the way to do that, and maybe not modeling expectations or teaching the right skills. But I always say, like, is there a place for this in schools? Yeah. Where do kids learn or have the most opportunity to work in a group, to problem solve, to critically think? It's on the band field. It's in the locker room. It's putting on a play, right? Like, all of those things are developing those skills. We may not grade it, may not be like a scripted lesson, but those are the first things we cut when budgets aren't where they need to be and test scores aren't where they are. Like, take away the after school play, you gotta do more tutoring, right? Like, every one of those kids that are connected to a program has a mentor. We talk about mentors for kids. A football coach is probably the greatest mentor that most kids are gonna get. You're gonna find football coaches are picking kids up on the weekend, feeding them, doing whatever they can, and making sure that they know their role as a team. If you don't do your block, this person can't achieve their goal. You will let the team down if you don't do your job. That's important for employers to know, like in kids, where I think we have opportunity for a disconnect is the kids that worry me are not connected to anything at school. They literally just show up, go through their daily routine and go home, and they're not connected to programs. So I used to say all the time, like, because we love to have great smart rules in schools. Like I told you, I was a principal superintendent, so I was part of the problem. But it's like, oh, you don't have a 2.0, you're not allowed to play sports. I want to be like, you don't have a 2.0, you have to now play sports, right? Like, you are now in ROTC and you are in this, so congratulations, like, we've got to flip that conversation because they're not connected, and that's how we can get them to understand their opportunity they have before them.
David, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I would just say really quickly, last 30 years, Ms. Flynn, you said maybe we've been having this conversation with Jacques Barzone, writes Teacher in America in 1944, and he's talking about soft skill development, communication, critical thinking. So, we've been on this train for a long time. And if I could, I would just offer, having worked in government for a long time, and you'll forgive me if it's a theological sort of connotation, but there's a missing teleology to educational institutions currently, which is, what are you educating the young person for? And even though I'm here sort of representing the private sector, it's not to create a labor widget for the economy. In our form of government, you are educating a young person to be a citizen. And it turns out, in this moment of great sort of national political division that we're in, that these soft skills, communication, deliberation, the ability to collaborate with others, the ability to think openly about divergent or difficult ideas, all those turn out to be the preconditions to being a good citizen. Mm-hmm. And I think that's one of the components that we see Palantir is missing from institutionalized education, is not just producing good workers, but producing good citizens. And if you recall, I've said many times now, we're looking to create citizen builders, people who are able to participate in this great experiment of democracy and also build enduring ideas. And I think that's a point that we're missing in institutionalized education that really could be the cardinal direction point.
You had touched on this earlier about access and how now, with emerging technology, a student who is perhaps in a rural place could, or without means, could have a high-powered, sophisticated calculus tutor. And Dr. Oliva, I'd love to, or Secretary Oliva, I'd like to ask you, how Arkansas has made quite a bit of strides in how it's delivering the high school experience, but how do you make sure that it does apply to all students, for that untapped genius that Theo was talking about earlier, the undiscovered talent, and making sure that it's really accessible to all?
I think that's a great question, and that goes back to, you have to be really deliberate and have honest conversations, because you don't want to create a system where your zip code drives your destination, right? Like regardless of where we have some very small rural parts of the state, school districts with 300 students in it. Are we giving those students the same opportunity in a school district that has 20,000 students? And sometimes a school district can't do it all on your own. That's why we're working together to collaborate and credential. But with the advent of technology, whether it's through AI or virtual learning, we can provide that experience. Oftentimes, like we would create our own roadblocks, and these are the things where we got to push, like for our higher institutions, because we have a very deliberate challenge, and I say this all the time because I will talk to people like in small rural parts of the state, and they would say the same thing, but you don't understand, you don't know where our kids come from, you don't know their background. I know we can love our students into mediocrity, right? And if we raise the expectation, our kids not only will meet them, they'll exceed them. And we're gonna make sure they have access to everything that they deserve. And a lot of times, like we have these just crazy rules that I don't understand, whether it's through the higher ed institutions or K-12, but like we'll say like, okay, I wanna teach a college algebra class in a high school with a math teacher that's certified to teach high school math. But the college will say, well, you don't have 36 hours past the content masters, whatever, so you're not certified to teach math. But you can teach AP calculus, right? I can't teach college algebra, but that same, how are we credentialing these people? And we have to blow it all up. Can the teacher teach the content? Then let's credential them so that these kids don't lose out on those opportunities, because we can make this happen.
Dr. Knowles, you talked about the Carnegie Unit a few minutes ago. Maybe you can explain that a little bit better and talk about, is blowing up the Carnegie Unit a way to go
on the hot seat now?
Talk about a softball.
Yeah.
I mean, so just by Carnegie Unit is the credit hour. Literally in 1906, the Carnegie Foundation, for which I'm responsible, said, for example, a college degree should be 120 credits. Today, it's 120 credits. In spite of what we've learned about learning from all kinds of interesting scientists, in spite of the fact that we know young people learn at extraordinarily different rates, depending on the individual and the subject of study, we've built an architecture, to your institution, we built an architecture that it's like the bedrock currency of the educational economy, this idea that time and learning is conflated. So that's a problem. Like we've also known that people call it mastery, people call it competency. We've had versions of that since Dewey and Montessori. Like we've had the examples. What we haven't had is an educational architecture that enables competency to spread and scale and actually manifest. We've just had these little, gleaming examples. So yeah, if we're serious about transforming the educational machinery, we need to tackle the fact that we've built it around a unit of time, not around what people know their skills, and their core knowledge. That does require a certain level of explosiveness, because it's infiltrated everything. It's how we define, it's who gets financial aid. It's what goes on a transcript. It's the daily work. It's why bells ring between classes. It's what we assess. It's what we teach. It's become the sort of bedrock. So yeah. And are there two quick other points? There's an extraordinary. I don't know if you've all probably heard of these portraits of a graduate. This is a pandemic unto itself, with people, schools and systems and states developing these portraits, saying, what do we want our schools to produce? And we looked at all of them nationwide, and we basically, rural, urban, red, blue, purple, all of it. And it turns out that American families basically want the same things. For the core purpose of school is manifest in these documents, which is probably their only utility, of stakeholders saying, this is what we want our young people to be upon completion of this thing we call school. Huge opportunity there. There's extraordinary alignment, and the communities, business, parents, students, educators have aligned around things that we know predict success. So they are around these skills that we're talking about. And yet we have built an institution that is really directly undercutting our efforts to build those kinds of skills. So if we can't bring these two, now we heard this morning, there's beautiful examples everywhere. I'm going to give one other. In eastern Indiana, we're working with Katie and superintendents across Indiana. There's a district called Eastern Hancock, which is doing incredibly elegant things in rural Indiana. The superintendent, George, just got approval to run 100 microschools across the state. Like, that's an interesting interruptive opportunity to bring a different kind of education, a one-room schoolhouse in some ways, to rural Indiana at broad scale. So I think those are the kinds of things we need to be looking for.
It sounds like Palantir has adapted to finding talent that may not have gone through a traditional, way of thinking, the four-year college, et cetera. But President Flynn, for you, is the rest of the workplace ready? I mean, we look at that resume and it's where did you go to school and what was your degree and what courses, and there's still people putting their GPAs on. I mean, what internship did you have if you were able to get one? So is the workplace ready for a radical change to the underpinnings of?
I think we're at an interesting point in that evolution, and I'm kind of curious and anxious to see what the next couple of years will bring. So I think over the past, say, 5-7 years, we have seen a good transformation among many employers to be open to removing degree requirements, looking more seriously at skills as kind of the currency for hiring and advancement. And I think the question is going to be, like, as if we're going to continue to see the labor market soften, is there still going to be openness to that on the part of employers at large scale? I would hope so, right? Because I do think that it is, they're seeing the ROI of that. But I think we're at a moment where we have to kind of be watching it carefully. And but I think if you combine it with what we're hearing from Gen Z, again, not a monolithic point of view, but if young people are more open to these alternative paths, like really looking to see what are their quality options beyond the traditional four-year degree, and if employers are like increasingly becoming open to considering that, then I think we can end up in a great place. But we did a report a couple years ago with American Student Assistance called Degrees of Risk, because both sides were saying, like, boy, I'm really interested in that, but like I feel there's a risk involved. So I think we have to look at how are we de-risking these options on both sides.
Okay. We only have a few minutes left, so I have a lightning round question for all of you. Given the difficulty it can be and how hard it can be to move systems at scale, what is one change schools or employers could make within a year or faster that would be a game changer as AI reshapes the workplace and the workers of tomorrow? Something that can actually happen inside of a year, which is actually not that fast. But who would like to start?
I think you could change testing metrics, right? And I don't just mean on standardized testing. Things like the personal reflective essay or an analytical essay are now essentially nullities, right? You give homework and the kid goes home, uses ChatGPT and comes in with an essay that sounds like Jane Austen. So the test there of the retention of knowledge or the test of the skill is meaningless. So changing the way that teachers verify the obtainment of knowledge, as Dr. Knowles was saying, I think is extremely important. If I can, just really quickly, this happened before. You mentioned Madame Montessori. That was a reaction to a prior economic technological revolution, which is we need something less formulaic and more emphasis on mastery of material and craftsmanship. And that's the kind of thing we need to see inside of the classroom. Not architecture overall set by a state superintendent, but in the classroom.
I so am convinced that competency has to rule the day, that the actual demonstration of what you can do, what you've learned, however you've learned it, and that the mechanisms for learning are going to shift radically in the next 10 years. And the cost of providing that learning is also going to shift radically. That why not introduce a completely competency-based diploma in your state next year? Figure out what the requirements are, but so you could learn anywhere, absolutely anywhere. Make it a high bar that's legible to both post-secondary and to employers. And one other note, post-secondary institutions have been on an existential cliff for some time. They used to be an obstacle to getting some of the changes to K-12 because they said, no, we need this, and this, and this. That's been upended. And they're short on students. So the opportunity for K-12 to leverage the moment we're in and say, this is how we're going to do this, and this is what we are, is higher than it's ever been. So I would pay attention to that opportunity.
That's great. I would say within a year's time to truly expand work-based learning opportunities for all, whether that be through in-person opportunities, looking at some of the virtual platforms that are out there. But I think that as AI changes more and more, every student having opportunities like that is going to be more important. So really having folks graduate with some real-world work experience is going to be critical.
And I think from kind of that maybe K-12 perspective, throughout this year we need to provide better support, guidance, and training for teachers on understanding how to use AI to not only make them maybe more deliberate with their practice and efficient, but then support students, because students are going to use it, right? Like, and AI is not new, right? I think generative AI is getting better and maybe creating a better product, but it's going to be in every classroom. And we've got to understand how to use that as a tool to help promote and expand on learning. I look at it like, I don't know, probably in the 60s, we'd argue, should a calculator be in a classroom in an engineering or drafting class? Like now you can't take a class without a TI-83, which still blows my mind that you still have to use a TI-83 in order to do college algebra, and it still costs the same amount of money.
Yeah.
It's still $100 because I literally just bought one at the start of the school year.
I have a visual aid also of another breakthrough idea. To your point.
Yeah. But I also think too that, and you alluded to it a little bit, there's an enrollment cliff coming, right? Or here, I think somebody said it's here. And universities and colleges need to work with industry and employers and reimagine what that experience looks like as we're preparing students for success on their pathways and journeys. So I would encourage, like as we're going through, we want to provide support for teachers in K-12, but we also really need to push our higher ed institutions to work with their industry partners, even regionally and locally, and demand to make sure that we're regaining confidence in higher ed, because we've lost a lot of confidence over the last few years.
There's no one from higher ed on this panel to say, can they do it in a year, though? Because that was my challenge was, can we do it inside of a year?
One quick
please.
note. Last year, Carnegie also classifies every higher ed institution in the country. So you've heard of Research 1 or R1 institutions. Instead, we do that. but we created an arms race for everybody wanting to climb up to the R1 status. We introduced a new classification last year focused on access and earnings. So very student success oriented, very outcomes focused. And we identified of 4,000 or so higher ed institutions, 478 that are doing extraordinary work. Some of them are usual suspects, but some of them are completely invisible, have been invisible, like Blackfoot Community College in Montana, Ball State, which develops lots of teachers in Indiana. The list is long, but I do think that higher ed focusing on those kinds of outcomes is an instrumental, and they could do that in a month.
Yep.
Excellent.
That's great.
Thank you all so much. What a great conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Senator Tim Kaine and our moderator, Nicholas Johnston of Axios.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Senator Kaine, for taking
Absolutely.
some time out of a busy day. We've got a lot to cover, not a lot of time, and I want to jump into it. Maybe let's start with some maybe breaking news. You're sprinted up here from a HELP committee hearing just today on the state of K-12. So is there any, what did you hear from that out of your questioning? Anything jump out?
My committee yesterday had a hearing with Dr. Menares, and there was news out of that one. The one today was a tremendous amount of agreement. So we had 5 panelists from former school superintendents, heads of state boards of education, 3 Republican chosen witnesses, 2 Democrats. Big topic, state of K-12 education. So you might imagine we covered a whole lot of ground. The setup was a little bit, NAEP scores are not going up. They're either stable or in most places going the wrong direction. What do we attribute it to? And we got into a very significantly broad discussion, everything from the impact of cell phones and social media, teacher shortages, states not doing enough, and maybe the federal government not doing enough around funding equalization so that districts within states have somewhat even levels of funding. But some areas of very strong agreement were career and technical education. 20 years ago when I was in school, if you were in the kind of Vogue Tech program, your shoulders would slump as you'd say it. Now, career and tech educators are sort of really the hot, popular kids, and jurisdictions all over the country, red and blue, are doing major things with career and tech, because not only prepping people for careers, but it turns out solid career and tech education also kind of ignites your passion for academic subjects. You take an EMT course and suddenly your biology grade goes up because it's not just rote memorization of facts. Oh, I see why this matters. So there was a lot of agreement around career and tech
I want to
education.
come back to the broad agreement, but I love that you mentioned tech education. What's interesting for you, I think you're focused on education, is your own personal journey on that, which touched a lot on vocational and tech education. Tell a little bit about that story and how it informs the way you think about it.
So I graduated from high school in 1976. I'm 67. My dad ran an ironworking and welding shop in the stockyards of Kansas City. Classic small business, 5 employees in a tough year, 7 in a good year, plus mom and the 3 boys. It was ironworker organized. It was a union shop. And I grew up working nights, weekends, and summers for my dad and going to a Jesuit high school where there were no CTE offerings. I was seeing the tremendous artistry of these welders and ironworkers, and I was going to a school where are you going to go to college was the only question you would be asked about your future. So I kind of had a cognitive dissonance thing going on in my early life. When I was in Harvard Law School, I left school for a year to work with Jesuit missionaries in Honduras. And I said I'd volunteer. And they said, what do you want to do? Well, I'm in Harvard Law School. They said, that's worthless. I said, well, my dad runs a welding and ironworking shop. I know how to do that. Great. We just started a career and technical school. You can be the principal. So I started with 30 kids in a brand new career and tech school. By the end of the year, I had 75. I had an adult program. The school's still going with 500 students 40 years later. But that combination of working for my dad in the family business, but then running this CTE program really taught me that, we need training and skills, but also it is something that so many of our students are disengaged. A witness today said many students are passengers rather than explorers. And CTE has a way of igniting passion and then making you more connected, not just to whatever the technical discipline is, but even more broadly to academic subjects.
And then the folks who got that training in that program, that was probably life-changing.
It was.
For them.
It was low. I mean, it was low skill. I'd stand outside on the porch of the school and just hear the incredible noise that 60 teenage boys can make with hammers and saws and think, I was at Harvard Law School last year. This is about as different an educational institution as there is. But they were being trained not only to probably start their own taller, which is a Spanish word for workshop, but also they could build furniture for their families. And so it was a skill that even if they didn't pursue it, they could still use it for their families, but many would start their own small businesses.
But then at your high school, like in the greatest country on earth, not even an option.
Yeah, it wasn't. We didn't. We had arts classes, but other than that, there was no technical education of any kind.
What's your view then of how the United States has learned that lesson from your time in Honduras?
We're much better at it, but we have education to do. We have to educate parents. We have to educate guidance counselors. The hangover effect of you got to go to college is still pretty strong. In the reconciliation bill, which I voted against because of Medicaid and SNAP, I was able, because I've been around for a while, it's going to pass. Can I get some stuff in? I was able to get in a bipartisan bill I've had for 10 years that Pell Grants can be used for career and technical education, not just college. That is now policy. If you look at federal policy, what you would realize is, man, you guys really like college, but you don't like career and technical education. Pell Grants, use it for college, not for career and technical education. My oldest boy is a Marine. Military tuition assistance program. This is not GI Bill for veterans. This is active duty. He could approve anybody in his platoon, or he had a battalion level position, for $4,500 a year in tuition assistance, had to be college. Somebody said, hey, I'm an ordnance specialist. If you give me $300, I can pass the American Welding Society certification exam. Sorry, not college. I can give you $4,500, but I can't give you $300. And there's a whole lot of policies like this that reflect a kind of an unconscious elevation
just
of college at the
mindset
expense.
that we have to change. It's fascinating the way you frame that. Well, like, give me $40 to learn how to weld. No, we'll give you $5,000 to study ancient history or English. Like, I'm an English major, so like I can make fun of it. But like I can't fix my toilet.
One more story on this. The head of the ironworkers at my dad's shop was an ironwork shop for a long time, was a Virginia guy from Roanoke named Walt Wise. And he talked about, as he was coming up in union leadership, he'd go to the high school, college, and career night, set up the ironworker apprenticeship table, colleges with nice brochures set up all around. The kids are all flocking to the college. And he's like, yeah, you can go there, but you know, you're going to end up, you're going to pay a lot and have a lot of debt, and you may or may not have a good job. Or you can come to me, and I'm going to pay you as an apprentice, and you're going to finish with a skill that will pay you very, very well, and no debt. But nobody would come to his table. Parents and guidance counselors. But the good news is...
Do they go to the table now?
They do now. The people are getting it. They really are getting it. And I will say this is red states and blue states and superintendents in the most rural parts of states, but urban parts of the states too. They get that CTE is sort of not the alternate track, but probably everybody should have some CTE exposure to both have a marketable skill, but also it does tend to ignite your interest in other subjects.
Are you picking up that trend more broadly? Like, we can't have a conversation in Washington, D.C. without talking about AI, but I feel like it's making people think a little differently about what skills will be valuable. Like, we reported Axios about like what their parents want their kids to do, and like HVAC technician, plumber, electrician are shooting up in those kinds of polls. Is maybe AI helping to drive that change?
I haven't connected it, but I sure wouldn't be surprised. I mean, AI is going to destroy a lot of jobs. 10 years ago, you were telling people job security, become a computer coder. You don't need a college degree for that. A lot of computer coding jobs are going to be eliminated. So there's a lot of challenges with AI, and we did talk about that this morning at the hearing, how to use it effectively in education. What are some dangers of it? I find the hearing we had yesterday with Dr. Menars, I was looking at kind of a summation of that hearing that was an AI-generated summation. And I was at the hearing, and the AI-generated summation was quite inaccurate. And so, you know, now that can teach critical thinking. Just because AI produces an answer, okay, let's dig in and find out, like, is this answer valid or is it 80% valid? So anything that, you know, can inspire you to critically examine source material and stuff like that, that can have a positive education.
Can we stay on AI just for a second in the context of education? Are you starting to pick up threads, or maybe even from the hearing today, about how it might change, how it might accelerate things? Or to your point, like, if it's just making stuff up, like teaching critical thinking is one way of taking a benefit from it.
I have a couple of different perspectives on this. We probably talk about AI. We don't talk about it that much in the Help Committee. That was a good thing about the hearing today. We talk about it a lot in the Armed Services Committee. I'm on Armed Services. We do a lot of work on AI in Armed Services, which we should. But I'm a little bit worried that the approach to it in Congress is sort of siloed. Like, I'm working on it in my committee. Probably the Commerce Committee is working on something, and I'm not that aware of it because I'm not on the committee. We need to be a little more holistic in what we do. The other thing, my wife just finished 8 years on the Virginia State Board of Education, and I think the state board is really grappling with, you know, how to make people, you know, kind of AI literate, able to use AI, able to have an appropriate skepticism about AI generated material, and then know how to go find whether it's true or not. So it's going to just really transform the way education is done. but we're still really
Still
early in it.
We'll bring you back next year for the Ronald Reagan AI Institute.
Okay, we got to avoid the silo problem if we can.
I want to come back to something you mentioned, like the success of getting the Pell Grant changes into reconciliation. What are some other wins lately?
Well, I'll tell you, I've been in the Senate for 13 years, and the Senate is a very quirky place in terms of like the rules. The House passes a lot of legislation if you're in the majority. Everything passes by majority. So the House tends to pass a lot of single-shot legislation. That's not the way the Senate works. The Senate passes few pieces of legislation with 1 million pieces connected to it. So you sort of have to learn. It's one thing, like my Jobs Act, which is what we called Pell Grants for Career and Tech. We had 65 sponsors like 7 years ago. But we could never get it passed because getting it out of committee is one thing, but you have to find which train is pulling out of the station. Can I make this the caboose? It's less getting the votes and it's more finding the vehicle. And it's been hard to find the vehicle on this one. So when the reconciliation bill, that's a fait accompli. The Republicans will do a reconciliation bill. I may not like it, but are there things I can get in the reconciliation bill? And so this was one. Worked with a lot of Republican colleagues. My chief sponsor for years was Rob Portman, then it was Mike Braun, then Todd Young has worked with me on this. We got it connected into the reconciliation bill. And the second thing was one that also is in workforce and education space critical, early childhood education. Katie Britt and I had a bill to take 3 tax credits that help childcare. So the childcare tax credit that helps families with childcare costs, the employer tax credit that helps employers that want to offer childcare to employees, and then ability to use flexible savings accounts if your employer has those for pre-tax childcare expenses. There are 3 existing tax credits. They were not particularly robust, hence they weren't used very much. And Katie and I had a bill to sort of supercharge them, and we got that added in to the reconciliation bill. Now, it had a problem, which is the original Britt Kane was a refundable child tax credit, because if you don't make it refundable, then the lowest income families who really need it the most get cut out because they don't have a significant federal tax obligation. We were able to do it. It's not refundable. It's going to help a lot of people, but it will not help the people who need it the most. So that is work remaining to be done. But that's an example of, even in a bill that I didn't like and that Dems didn't like, trying to, that train's leaving the station, like, can I get something on that caboose? Those are 2 pretty good things in the workforce space.
Are there other top priorities that you've got like sitting around your back pocket with 65 co-sponsors just waiting for a train to leave?
Millions. So Rebecca Howard is over here. Rebecca is my chief education workforce talent advisor. We have a number of bills in the teacher training space, a bill called the PREP Act. We're really short on classroom teachers, and so we're trying to look at strategies to get more people into the field and keep them. And so that's one that is bipartisan. Everybody's grappling with that same issue. And there's some simple things you can do. There's innovative programs like teacher residency programs. Unfortunately, the Trump administration zeroed out all those grants earlier this year, which is unfortunate. But there are models that work. But also, here's a model that really works. Successful classroom aides who are really good with kids, but they're not licensed teachers. Maybe they didn't have the money to go to college or whatever. If you see somebody who's good with kids and successful in the classroom, the most important thing you can do is help them get a credential. You know they're good with kids, so help them afford and get the credential so that they can then be full classroom teachers. And that's called a Grow Your Own program, and a lot of jurisdictions are doing that, and there are things we can do at the federal level to help.
You went down a list of Republicans earlier. I imagine that's a group, you don't agree with a lot of them on much. But they're all with you on these education matters. Like, I started out as a Hill reporter in this town, and it was always fascinating to figure out what are the real bipartisan issues? What are the things that are going to be 98 to 2 or something? Education still one of those spots? Why is that? Like, tell me about those conversations with Republicans and how that brings people together.
Yeah, just yesterday, the House Ed and Workforce Committee passed the House version of a bill that Roger Marshall and I have. Marshall and I get along great. He and my mother both went to El Dorado, Kansas high school, decades apart. But there's a lot we don't agree on, but we are kind of playing lead in the Senate on ESOPs, employee stock ownership of companies, letting employees buy companies and rules to make it easier for employees to buy companies. We got a really good bill passed that will make that a lot more attractive for owners to sell to their employees rather than to sell somebody else. So there's a lot. But on the education, look, there's a lot in education that's pretty darn partisan. You had Linda McMahon here. I worked really well with Linda McMahon as SBA administrator. I think very highly of her skills. I voted against her for Secretary of Education because I don't agree with dismantling the Department of Education, and I felt, well, I can't really vote for a person who is pledged to do something that I think fundamentally is the wrong strategy. But despite disagreements with her on that, she's been a real champion of this, the notion of Pell Grants for CTE. She's written articles about this for years. I have a high degree of confidence that at the federal level they will write the implementing regs and do a good job on this. So there are spaces within education.
Could you distill it down? Like, what are some other spaces that jump out of you where you feel like it's one of those things where if it went straight to the floor, it's 75 to 20?
So I'm set aside all the disagreements. What are more areas of agreement?
Yeah.
Career and technical education, youth mental health. Cotton and I had the bill to do grants to school systems that do no cell phone usage in school. We've not been able to get it passed, but when we introduced it, we got a lot of attention on the bill, and now many states have done it, even though we still haven't got it passed at the federal level. I would say things like that relate to youth mental health, there is a lot of common ground on. So CTE, youth mental health, I think teacher prep, if you go to the Virginia State Board of Education meeting this month and you go to the Utah one next month, they will be talking about teacher shortages. And so novel strategies to deal with teacher shortages, I think, is also something where we can agree. And that involves, these grow your own programs, but also working with the, education schools that are universities. Yeah. So those are three just in the workforce education space that I think, when I would also say childcare. So Katie Britt and Tim Kaine, what brings us together around childcare? It's a combination of what you hear from parents, what you hear from teachers, like, boy, a kid who's had high quality childcare comes to kindergarten really ready to go. But it's also what you hear from employers. So many people in this country are out of the workforce who want to be in the workforce because they can't afford childcare. So if you have high quality and affordable childcare options near you, talent gets freed up to come into the workforce in a way that employers really like. So you do have a lot of stakeholders around the table on bills like that.
The childcare one is interesting. It's somewhat related to the vocational one, where instead of thinking just so narrowly on a specific topic, Pell Grants, liberal arts degrees, education is just education. It's not what surrounds it.
Yeah.
And so I feel like when you think about childcare, it's like, what are the pieces that go together? Like, what's this holistic, like, if you take a step back, what are all the other pieces that you think fit into this to solve the problem?
Well, and we've touched on childcare, we've touched on CTE, we've touched on mental health, touched on teacher preparation and retention. So we are talking about a number of the solutions. You said the Republicans I mentioned you probably don't agree on much. We agree on a lot more than most people think. We are in a climate where cooperation ain't sexy. That doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It just means that when we do stuff cooperatively, like the press isn't interested in it, if I call somebody a name, I can get a headline. So conflict is sexy. I remember my English teacher at Rockhurst High School once said, "What is the defining characteristic of a great novel?" And I'm like, I'm 13 years old. I don't know what the conflict. Conflict is the defining characteristic of a great novel. Well, I think our media culture sometimes exacerbates, but at least overemphasizes conflict, underemphasizes cooperation. All the folks that I've mentioned, I have had numerous bills with them, not just like one thing on education.
Well, we can have a whole other session on media as well. And as a member of the media, I'll come back for that one. But let's stick with something interesting, like disagreement on policy, how important the process is.
Yeah.
And so it sounds like none of these great ideas where there is agreement, it's not going to be standalone legislation.
Yeah.
And so do you spend most of your time on these kinds of trying to figure out, what can I get under the CR?
Yeah.
Maybe. What can I talk or sneak through something? Is that the only way we'll see any of these things pass?
This is the Senate that I have been in since 2013. So it might have been different before. But 2013, when I came into now, the fight is always about, half the fight, maybe 40% of the fight is finding enough supporters, and then 50 or 60 is finding the vehicle. And every once in a while the path will open and something will happen very fast. Mitch McConnell and I raised the age on all tobacco products nationally, including e-cigarettes, from 18 to 21, and it was a May to December from idea to law. That's not the norm. The finding the vehicle, and you're right, finding CR. Here's a workforce issue that's a quirky one, but is just a proof of this one that Susan Collins and I are working on. Immigrants can get a special kind of visa to come to the United States to work as religious workers for 5 years. So Catholic priest, rabbi, imam, and it's a 5-year visa. And you have to be sponsored by the faith institution that wants you to come. And traditionally what happens is, in the middle of that 5-year, if your parish says, man, what a good priest, we want to keep him, then they apply to change your immigration status to a longer-term legal permanent resident. And it used to be that 5 years was long enough to do that. Well, now the backlog is so significant, the 5 years expires, and you got to leave, and your parish or your synagogue is without you, and then you got to wait in your home country until you finally get a ruling on whether you can stay. Susan Collins and I have a very narrow proposal that would basically just say the DHS secretary can extend the 5-year period for somebody who has applied for the normalization and whose employer, whose church synagogue says, we really want to keep him or her. Pretty narrow. There's no way we're going to get this passed. As narrow as it is, just standing on its own. So we have to get it connected to an approach bill, to a broader workforce bill. Immigration bills aren't going anywhere these days, so it's not going to be an immigration bill that it's connected to. So yes, you spend a lot of time trying to analyze what is the train that could carry this
Sticking around the
car.
well of the Senate at midnight before the last bill goes and try and
Yeah.
staple it
Yeah.
to the
I
last
mean,
page,
yeah.
I guess. You mentioned Virginia a couple times, and you know, education is so often like a state
Yes.
issue.
Mhm.
What can we learn from what's happening in Virginia, like your relationship with the
Sure.
governor, which changes every 4
Yep.
years? What's good, what's bad?
Well, first, the Virginia story is a pretty amazing one because most assessments of quality of education put Virginia in the top 10. Some as high as 3rd or 4th, some as 7th or 8th. And we don't rest on that and feel good about that, but we do feel good about how far we've come. So when I was born in 1958, you couldn't go to school with a kid whose skin color was different. And Virginia, forget performance on any national test, Virginia was nearly the worst in the country in school attendance because we had jurisdictions that were closing down entire public school systems rather than integrate them. And so, and then at the higher ed level, women couldn't go to most of our universities like UVA. That was when I was born. So today, to be on a lot of top 10 lists, everything we're doing, we can do better. We've come a long way, and we've done it under Democratic and Republican governors. And
So what's the
Democratic and
secret?
Republican. I think the secret for Virginia was realizing how much we had hurt the state by not being focused on talent. The battles after Brown v. Board and maintaining segregation from 54 essentially to 71 or 72 eventually led to a rewrite of the state constitution. To, we were using state dollars to prop up private segregation academies rather than allow integration. And I think there was a collective sense of what have we done but hurt? What have we done but hurt ourselves? In my life, Virginia has gone from bottom quarter per capita income to top quarter. And the only other state that can say that is North Dakota. And they found oil. You know, we didn't discover anything except if you knock down the barriers between people and let folks be who they can be and then celebrate their accomplishments, whatever they look like, then you're going to both help people and then you're going to suddenly start attracting Amazon HQ2 or, you know, the institutions that want to be around talented people. That's what we discovered that enabled us to take the move. And it was bipartisan.
In more recent Virginia history, I mean, are there examples, specific programs that you're particularly proud of that when you hear from constituents like, that's a great idea, I want to go share that?
Yeah, I think every governor recently has got a couple of things that they can say. You know, for me, it was career and technical education and early childhood education. Those, you get a single 4-year term. You know, you can't succeed yourself. So usually it's one or two things. But I would say one thing that since 2010 to now, Virginia has done a lot better job of allocating state resources to schools to put a priority on schools in poor areas. So the Fairfaxes of the world sometimes get tired of the fact that they pay a lot of taxes and usually it goes to Appalachia, but they actually don't care that much. They're, you know, the Fairfax legislators are like, that's the way it ought to be. Right. Appalachian schools, 20% of their budgets are local funds, 80% are state funds. In Fairfax, 80% are local funds, 20% are state funds. We weren't a state that focused on equalization, but the funding formulas, we could do better, but the funding formulas in
Approach it
Virginia.
as a rising tide that could lift all boats.
And that's
instead of
been
just
that's been
consolidating.
Democrat and Republican.
One thing I love having these conversations in Washington, D.C. for is that you pick a topic and the people who show up are the ones who really care and are probably either in charge of writing the policy or think they're in charge of writing the policy. What's the homework you can give to them? What's the advice you would give them so they can be a force for good to tackle a lot of these programs?
Yeah. Well, so it's workforce and education, right?
Yeah.
That's the topic today. So then I'm gonna Rorschach it on a workforce point. We're gonna be in big trouble if we don't do immigration reform. We're gonna be in big trouble. Low birth rate, low unemployment rate, there's just no math out of that. And even if we change the birth rate like that, we wouldn't see in the workforce for 20 plus years. We have to do an immigration reform bill. And sadly, it's become a third rail topic. And when you say the word immigration, the Rorschach is security challenges at the border. We need to get people to hear immigration and think workforce. I do think if there is one little silver lining in here, and then this is the homework answer, is I think the low unemployment rate and the griping that I hear from my ag sector, my shipbuilding sector, my hospitals, my hospitality industry, workforce, it's going to be the tightness of the labor market that will probably convince us, I guess we got to do an immigration reform bill. And it won't be like the 2013 bill where we tried to solve all immigration from student visas to path to citizenship to everything at once. It will probably be a bill that will be very focused on workforce. But I think we need to do that. And the homework will be all of you. The reason we lost in 2013, I'd been in the Senate just 6 months and we did the comprehensive immigration reform bill, got 70 votes. I'm new. I think, wow, that means we're going to do this. The House will come up with something different. It won't be ours, but then we'll split the difference.
Oh yeah, you were new here.
Yeah, all I knew was the Virginia General Assembly. One side would do something, the other side you would split the difference, then you'd have a deal. I didn't contemplate that one House would just not take it up at all, not even in committee. We really missed an opportunity. But what I learned or relearned then is that a loud minority beats a tepid majority every time. We had the majority for that bill, not just in the Senate, but I'm talking labor, immigration rights activists, Chamber of Commerce, Farm Bureau. Everybody was, quote, on our side tepidly, but they weren't banging the door down to get it done. And the people who opposed it for a variety of reasons were banging the door down. So when we have a proposal that is a bipartisan one, I'm going to come to everybody I know and say, bang the door down. I'm not going to ask you to do that if it's a partisan proposal. It's not going to pass if it's a partisan proposal. It's going to really have to be a bipartisan one.
That comes to some of your co-sponsors on these bills. When they're 65, 70, you're a Democratic senator. We're at the Reagan Institute. I guess the advice is don't be a tepid majority.
Well, that is, and on for ed and workforce. I mean, if we don't do immigration reform, that's my chief worry about the American economy. We have a million economic woes, tariffs, and we can list them by the dozens. My chief worry is a productive, thriving, and sufficient workforce.
All right, that's a great note to end on. But before we get the hook here, Axios newsletters, if you read them, always end on one fun thing. I like to end on stage. One fun thing. Let's do one school thing. What was your favorite subject? What was your favorite teacher?
Oh my
what was
gosh.
the best party you went to in college?
So I actually write about this in my book, Walk, Ride, Paddle. That's not a plug. I'm just
available on Amazon. I'm sure.
My favorite teacher story was my shop teacher in 7th grade, even though I was a horrible shop student. So I was working at my dad's metalworking, ironworking plant, but I had a carpentry teacher, and I was really bad at carpentry. This guy, Dallas Joe McKenzie, 7th grade teacher at Indian Creek Junior High. He was a young married with no kids. He loved camping, his wife didn't. So about every 2 months, he would just say in class, anybody want to go camping this weekend? 10 people would raise their hands. A couple of parents would volunteer to drive, and we would go camping somewhere. And my family was not an outdoor camping family. But after the first couple of these, I went back and said to my parents, hey, we got to buy a tent and do some camping. I left that public middle school to go to a Catholic high school, and everybody else was from Catholic elementary school, so I was really no friends when I started and kind of fish out of water. And about 2 weeks after I started, I got a call from Joe. Hey, Tim, Ron and Jeff, two of my buddies, we're going to go canoeing this weekend. You want to go? And it was sort of like he was wondering if I was getting along okay in the new place. Went canoeing. I was hooked from the first paddle stroke. I've turned into this huge outdoor person. I wrote a book about hiking the whole Appalachian Trail in Virginia, cycling the whole Blue Ridge Parkway and Skyline Drive in Virginia, and canoeing the whole James River in Virginia over the course of 30 months, called Walk, Ride, Paddle. And in it, I tell the story about, had it not been for Joe McKenzie, I'm not sure I ever would have done this. And then I realized, my wife read it and said, hey, have you ever gone back and found Joe McKenzie and told him how much he meant to you? I said, I really haven't. So I searched him. My parents still live in Kansas City. I found him. I reached out 2 Thanksgivings ago. We met and had coffee. I got a chance to tell him about how much he meant to me. When I did my book talk, when the book came out in Kansas City, I did a talk at the Kansas City Library. He came down and I was able to spotlight him to the crowd. But that's an interesting thing. It was not what the teacher did in class that really put this thumbprint on me that's turned me into a lifelong outdoors. It was more the example that he set, and then he showed interest in me.
But how a teacher can change your life.
Absolutely.
Senator, thank you so much for being here. Thanks to the Reagan Institute for hosting us. I'm sure
Thank
we got
you,
more
guys.
great conversations coming up.
Thanks for asking that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Panel 5, Higher Ed at a Crossroads, the Civic Mission and Trust. Please welcome to the stage our moderator, Doug Belkin of the Wall Street Journal, along with our distinguished panelists.
Hi, good afternoon. I have learned a lot today and maybe sweated off a pound or two in this room. This is about higher education at a crossroads, so I thought we would table set by describing the crossroads that higher education is at. If you would all take a minute, just introduce yourself, and then I'll lay into that a little bit.
Alex Cartwright, I'm the president of the University of Central Florida.
Ted Mitchell, the president of the American Council on Education.
Jennifer Mnuchin, Chancellor at UW-Madison. Really happy to be with all of you today.
I'm Tadeo Yorunde. I'm the founder and chancellor of Campus, a new two-year online institution.
Thank you. So this crossroads, I think of this as sort of 5 buckets, and I'm going to lay it out, and I'm going to ask you guys to add to it what I'm missing. So we just had this horrific assassination, which is really a symptom, I think, broadly of the polarization which everybody has to deal with on college campuses, and how to deal with that is not easy. And the schadenfreude that we're seeing on the back end of that is tough to watch. But it does speak to where things are, at least at the extremes of the poles. And this is something that universities, not since Vietnam, but probably worse now since it's more student on student that schools have to deal with. That obviously bleeds into classrooms. Students don't trust each other. They have a hard time speaking. There's anemic discussions. Kids aren't reading as much. There's TikTok and AI, so attention spans are down. There's depression. There's lack of critical thinking. The business model is in trouble for traditional higher education. ROI is uneven. The debt, student debt's $1.7 trillion. Enrollment is declining, and this, of course, is leading to a decline in confidence. So there's sort of a cycle happening. And of course, the customer base is not being born, right? There's a big demographic cliff that everybody has to deal with. And we have a president who's pushing on international students and creating instability with research. So this is another big issue for universities right now. And finally, in order to handle these big issues, we have a system of governance that may be deliberative, but shared governance is not nimble. And so handling these problems within the university system takes a little bit of fancy footwork. So what did I miss? What else is your problem?
I think you did a good summary.
Great to see you all.
Exactly.
You did a good summary.
All right, well, let's talk first then about the polarization. This is a cultural issue that lands on your doorstep, but it is your doorstep, and there is a responsibility you have as leaders. What do you do to try to take the temperature down? It's kind of a bad phrase, but to ease up on and get people to speak to each other, understand that it's okay to disagree without canceling each other or being violent.
Yeah, I know we don't have a lot of time, but I'll just give a couple quick things. One, it all starts with leadership. And you have to think about how do you position what it is you're trying to do as an institution. In Florida, we're lucky because we actually have a lot of built-in emphasis on civil discourse, on civic engagement. We actually, all of our universities have, an office of civil discourse and engagement. We have an office of public policy. We're expected to host events during the semester where we get people to actually have different views and to talk about those things. With all of that, I think we still realize we need to do even more, because as I said, I think the important thing is for our society, for everything we're trying to accomplish, we need to be educating people about how to be great citizens. And that is something that we work on. And I will say that if you look, it's when people come in, what we want to do is make sure they're introduced to these concepts as early as possible. Orientation.
Kindergarten, maybe?
That'd be great. No, that would be great. Right. It should start very early about what we're trying to do. And then we need to go through. So in our part, we believe that we just got to continue to try to infuse it in everything we do, so that they're always being exposed to it, because that's how you get people to be comfortable with what's possible. Last thing I'd say, is my belief is really that, my mom told me a long time ago that, and I still remember this. She said, she's passed now, but she's always had these great phrases. She said, you can learn something from everybody, and your job is to figure out what it is you can learn from that person.
It's a great saying. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have how many members? 1,500. You must hear a lot of things that are working.
1,500. I talked to a lot of presidents. A lot of my friends are presidents, and I think the thing that we need to say right up front is that the murder was horrific, and there's no excuse for it. We're trying to find an explanation for it, but it shouldn't happen anywhere, anytime, to anyone. And I think that that's what our presidents have been trying to say to their communities. So, Doug, I think you are right. Colleges are caught up in this. We are no better, no worse than other parts of society that are so polarized that violence seems to be a solution. It's not a solution, but I think we can be the solution, and we're working on it. And I guess I want to say a couple more things to maybe deepen, Doug, what you were talking about. Colleges and universities should be about the business of creating democratic citizens. Democratic citizenry demands the articulation and the understanding of other points of view, the argumentation around what's true, what's the best path, all of that. We try to do that. We're not as good at it as we need to be. We'll talk more about why that is in a moment or two. But let's remember that we're asking colleges to do something that's pretty remarkable, which is to take, in the case of traditional institutions, 18 to 22-year-olds who have grown up in the most segregated neighborhoods since the Civil Rights Movement, who have gone to the most segregated schools since Brown, and who are convinced by social media to live in silos that self-consciously isolate and divide. Welcome to college. And we now expect you to be able to talk with respect and understand people you've never dealt with before. That's a heavy, heavy burden. And I think, I'll say it, I think we've been taken by surprise by, in last spring, by the vitriol and the anger between student groups who really didn't know how to have civil discourse, which is why it's so important for institutions to tackle it as a, if not job one, certainly job 1A.
Okay.
I would agree with a lot of what my co-panelists have already said. I mean, what happened to Charlie Kirk was a tragedy. It was wrong. Nobody should ever experience violence because of their beliefs and their words. And the fact that it happened on a college campus is even a step worse, because college campuses should be part of the places within society where ideas are explored and bump up against each other, and the ways that we should be disagreeing with each other should never include what happened there. And I think it is a call to all of us to double down on the importance of what we are doing on our campuses to encourage our students and our faculty to learn to disagree better, to learn to engage with one another, to learn from one another, not because we want anything to be a monoculture, but because we want we want our campuses to be places where people are getting challenged in ways that sometimes change their mind and sometimes sharpen the view that they already had. Both of those are good things, and those can only happen if we have vibrant exchange of ideas done, we hope, civilly and with civic engagement on our campuses. I think there is more of that happening on our campuses than sometimes we get credit for, and at the same time, I think we need a lot more of it than what we have right now. So I think both of those things are true, and I hope that this can be a collective moment of reflection for depolarization as well, in order to, social media at the fringes, all kinds of things happen. That shouldn't be people's lived realities on our campus. I would agree very vehemently with what Ted said as well about students come to us already shaped by their communities and their belief systems. And many students on campuses, including ours, who sometimes report that they don't feel comfortable sharing their views, often, and many do, and many of those who identify as conservative report sometimes more nervousness about sharing their views, and I want to acknowledge that. But they often report that the biggest impediment is their classmates, and that's important to understand as well. And so, yes, we absolutely have work to do. It's really important work. I hope that gatherings like this are one element of that work and our commitment to doing that together.
And yes, obviously, I totally agree with my panelists. What happened to Charlie is a tragedy both for the Kirk family, who I'm praying for, and for our country. I hope it's not a bellwether of things to come, and I hope it's a wake-up moment for us all. I think it has at least two sort of obvious, to me, contributing factors. The first is, I mean, Doug, you listed out a lot of reasons to be depressed, and I think young people are. I think young people in this country, they feel like there's no hope. They feel like there's no chance they'll be able to live a life without debt, buy a home in a neighborhood with good schools, have kids, or do any of the things that human beings have tried to do for all of time. They're hopeless. And I think that the first, for me, real sign of this was actually not what happened with Charlie, but was actually what happened with the CEO of United Healthcare. You had people, young people, sort of publicly dancing on the grave of a dude who they never knew. And this was like sort of the first bright yellow or red flag saying, hey, hang on, something's not all right. And I think young people have no hope, and I think that was the first evidence of this. And what we're seeing, not just with Charlie's assassination, but with the reaction to it, is that this hopelessness is really real, and it is violent, and it's dangerous. And I think we need to, this is the moment. There's not going to be a better time. Let's figure out what to do, and let's take it seriously. And then I think the second thing that stands out to me is that there seems to have been this really pernicious idea that has taken root largely on our universities, but broadly in society over the last few decades, which is that words, if they're sufficiently hateful, or I find them sufficiently offensive, can be considered a form of violence. And I think millions of young people today just believe that. It's just that is the reality. They do believe that if you're hateful enough with what you say, it is, sort of tantamount to being physically violent. And I don't know exactly how we can sort of deprogram that. I think sort of, when I was growing up, it was a bit, I don't know if you guys can tell my age, but it was a bit more sticks and stones. But that's not what people believe today in large numbers amongst our young people. And so we sort of have to fix that. Otherwise, I think we're going to go to a really dark place as a country.
The Knight Foundation did some really great research on this about 5 years ago. And they found that there was a tipping point that the majority of students, undergraduate students in America, believe that there are certain kinds of speech that should be sanctioned simply because it's speech.
Right.
That's true.
So just to stick on this for 1 second more, maybe this is a bit of a prickly question, but how much of to diagnose the problem, how much of this lays at the fault of the universities themselves? How much did they help create the system that we're now dealing with? I'll leave that one to anyone to pick up.
Cancel culture has always been wrong.
Yeah.
It's always been bad, whether it comes from the left or it comes from the right. And you'll remember a number of years ago, 6 or 7 years ago, everyone, all of our presidents were deathly afraid that Milo was going to be invited to come to their campuses. And it became he became a symbol, more even in sort of the same way that Charlie Kirk became. But it was it was a verb. You'd been Milo'd.
Yeah.
And we really didn't take seriously the idea that was an opportunity to do what we've been talking about, which is, excuse the word, to force people to confront ideas they were uncomfortable with, that they had a prima facie disagreement with, but to be heard. And so to the extent that universities allowed the heckler's veto to work, we really did contribute to the violencization of words and speech, to this idea that there's a line you can't cross, and surrendering the important curatorial power of the institution to use the Milo moment to teach.
I agree. I think universities have been a contributor. I also think some people point their fingers at universities as if it was all us, and we are also microcosms of broader cultural dynamics that get both produced within us but also brought to us, and I think that's important to recognize. I've tried to be very clear since my first day as chancellor that when that when somebody comes to campus who you may vehemently disagree with, you have some choices. Those choices include going and attending and maybe asking a hard question. Those choices also include protesting. If you do it within our time, place, and manner rules and in ways that do not prevent the person from sharing their views with those who wish to listen. Your choices also might include having somebody else come speak at the same time, doing some other programming with another perspective. But your choices do not include trying to prevent this person from coming to our campus or preventing them from sharing their message with the people who want to hear. I come out of law. I was a law professor and law dean before I'm here. I'm at a public university where the First Amendment regulates the limits of speech. And I think we have to be crystal clear about that. I will say that the vast majority of students, faculty, and staff on our campus recognize that. And there are some who wish it weren't that way or who disagree. But over the last several years, we have, Charlie Kirk was on our campus a year ago, a couple times actually, once officially, once less officially. We've had all kinds of other speakers, and they have all been able to share their message with those who wish to hear. We do have collectively more work to do.
My view is, I think universities obviously are some of the most powerful institutions in our society, and we can do a lot of great work to fix this problem, probably somewhat responsible for how it got this bad in the first place. But there's just a lack of faith in institutions in general that our society is grappling with. The FDA, they let us have Red 40, which is giving us cancer. Nobody trusts them. The CDC, COVID. It's like in general, I think there's a crisis of confidence in institutions. And the best way I think universities can adapt, and sort of colleges like us, tier colleges like us, is to actually be places that facilitate the non-crazy version of these debates. Could there be a way to get the least insane person who believes issue A on side L and the least insane person who believes on side R, and actually facilitate them to have a conversation? And so instead of the most insane people, which is what the Twitter and Facebook and Instagram algorithms want to amplify because it's so addictive to watch insane people say insane things, and that's what they promote, we could actually have a sane conversation on some of these issues, because that's what's happening. Young people today are being radicalized by insanity because the social media companies make more money when they spend more time on the apps, and insanity is addictive.
Time to go.
So I want to double down on this to the following extent. I think that what's true is that we need to have more robust dialogue across differences where we are bringing a variety of viewpoints, but not necessarily we're trying to ignite the spark that will create curiosity, not necessarily trying to celebrate explosions. The First Amendment protects it all, right? Unless it becomes a true threat, but we do need to curate and make possible on our campuses pluralism, the idea that people with different ideas, different backgrounds, different experiences come and disagree and learn from each other.
We are public institutions, and that is a responsibility we have, and we have to embrace that responsibility. We can't let things, what happened to Charlie Kirk is just not acceptable in so many ways, right? And we can't have that on a campus. We can't have that anywhere. So what we have to do then is embrace the fact that we do have a role to figure out how do we look not just in the classroom, but how do we think more globally as a university. Everything that's happening on our campus, our resident halls, outside, when we're working with them to go to their jobs, when they're working with other entities, that's our responsibility to then think about how are they good citizens in general. And I think that's what you're hearing from a panelist, is we need to continue to double down on those things.
Yeah. Let me turn the corner on this one and ask you about, you mentioned the Harry surveyors, you talking about it earlier, right? Kids are really interested in being able to make a good living when they get out of school. That's where they're going. And there's a lot of concern that that's not going to happen. And the ROI is really uneven across the board, right? Who's going, how they're going, what they're studying. And I think that's probably been more important even than this issue of pluralism in terms of driving down confidence. Yeah. What are the steps that universities need to take to ensure that it is a good bet to go to college?
I'll start. So at UCF, we talk a lot about how universities need to change. And I talk a lot about the need for us to break down the barriers between industry, even government and the academy, right? All of us have to figure out ways to work together. And in fact, I talk about the fact that, you know, there's a lot of institutions that I call really museums of tradition. And what we are is a startup with a mission. We're thinking about how do we change education? How do we make it that we have companies on our campus, and those companies, our students have internships in those companies on our campus, and that's part of the experience of being at the university. How do we make it that at a state like Florida, that our agencies at the state level recognize that we are a resource they can come to, and that they can actually think about how do they solve the grand challenges of Florida. So one of the things that was recently was founded by the legislature is the Florida Transportation Research Institute, which includes a number of our different universities. The problem is because we have so many people moving to Florida, transportation's a big issue. It's policy, it's infrastructure, it's everything you can think of. Those are, for education purposes, those are like perfect problems to think about because they're real. And so the more we can actually embrace that and say, okay, how do we get all of these partners on our campus working with our students, I think that's how you build the trust. We know students that are engaged are going to do much better. We know students who have that experience will get the jobs when they come out. We've seen the return on investment in terms of their salaries when they get their jobs, and we're committed to that. And I think we just have to keep pushing that, as strongly as we can.
It's not easy though, because this is one of the things that has a history that's long and deep. So universities were designed to be apart from society.
That's right.
That's why they have walls around them, right? That's right. Harvard Yard exists. Sorry, I wasn't going to talk about Harvard today. Many universities have a gate or a wall or something. Yeah. And within that, what's the central thing? It's a library. Yeah. Why is the library there? The library is the repository of knowledge. The university is the place where you huddle around all the knowledge that exists in the world, and then you go out and you do stuff. Yeah. This all day today has been an epistemological question. Mm-hmm. What is knowledge? Where do you get it? Mm-hmm. How do you know you have it? And how is it rewarded? Mm-hmm. And so I think what Andrew's saying is you got to kind of break into that and say, forget the wall, forget the library, talk about experience as one of the ways in which we learn important things. And let's start to give credit for the non-library work that students do. Yes. And let's make sure that we can label it, we can talk about it, we can measure it. Tim was talking about that earlier. But stop thinking that the university is the source of all knowledge. It may be the source of all teaching, but it is not the source of all knowledge, and I don't think it's even the source of all teaching. But so where do students come from? We were just talking about the students who come to campus who've been to community colleges. They have one kind of learning. They come from other institutions. They have another kind of knowledge. We accredit military learning, and so every joint services transcript goes through a machine in our basement, and we're able to assign credit to that. So you get people who come in with those kinds of credits. You get people who come in from the workplace where they have earned certificates, and that's the way we do it, Doug, is we acknowledge that people can learn important things in a variety of different ways and places. And the University of the Future, taking my last answer first, University of the Future is the place where we acknowledge that and celebrate it and bring it to life in a way that a student can take advantage of forever.
So powerful answers from both of my colleagues. In some ways, I'm the most traditional university on our panel, right? I mean, we've been around 177 years, and we aren't gated. We are open, and we We live by the Wisconsin idea, which is the notion that universities should matter to broader communities and make a positive difference across the state. We've never been an ivory tower, but I think that originally that Wisconsin idea was a little bit, I don't know, progressive era. We're from the university and we're here to help, and now it's much more bidirectional and engaged and messy. So we are more traditional in some ways, but we also feel that absolutely we have to earn our ROI, and I'd say a couple of things. First of all, yes, affordability is really important. At my institution, at a flagship public, nearly 2/3 of our students are graduating with zero debt. 2/3, right? And most of the students who have some debt have much less debt than they'd probably have to take out for their Honda Civic, right? So it's, we also, our average time to degree for an undergraduate degree is about 3.72 years, right? It's less than 4 years. And we are hitting our all-time graduation rate. Our 6-year graduation rate is now just about hitting 90%. Wow. So probably these numbers are surprising to some people in the room, because the story of schools like mine isn't exactly that.
That's correct.
And so that's part of why it's important to share. I will also share, this is, sadly for me, this stat is no longer true, but a few years ago, Wisconsin, the University of Wisconsin-Madison, was the school that had both the greatest number of Forbes 400 CEOs and the greatest number of Peace Corps volunteers. That's kind of cool, right? That's like two very different ways of existing in the world. I think now we're still decent at both, but I don't think we're actually number one, but you know, stay tuned. And we want to be places that are creating opportunities. We also recognize that the kinds of opportunities people are looking for vary. But what we should be is we should be transparent about the data and help students understand the likely consequences of choices that they make. I'm an evidence professor. That's like what I spent my life studying. And I believe that we should not be afraid of the evidence, including when it might show that there are issues with either debt or graduation rate or opportunities. So I think that's incumbent to all of us. But you know, we had more applications last year than we'd ever had in our history. So there are still large numbers of students looking for the kinds of experiences that universities like mine can offer. And we want to make sure that we're preparing them for a future that is complicated and where what it takes to succeed is going to look very different than it did 20 or 50 or maybe even 5 years ago.
That's amazing. And my, obviously universities aren't a monolith, and there are many different types of institutions with different institutional missions, but my somewhat contrarian view is that actually this is an amazing product. $11,000 in-state tuition to go to UW-Madison, a well-respected institution that's going to set you up for life success, especially if you're in that part of the country. I think we just need to get more students to have a UW-Madison in their state that they have access to. That's my sort of, I actually don't think that higher education is irreparably damaged. Far from it. I actually think with a few small tweaks, we can get back to the glory days of the American higher education system. And I think the big thing is cost. I think we have to figure out how to make this the national story. In UCLA, for example, and a lot of us have a connection to UCLA, I know you two do. In 1995, does anyone have a guess like what the admissions rate was? 42%. 42%. That's like pretty great to go to a top state school in the country, in-state tuition, even less than $11,000. That's an amazing deal. You get the sports, minor league sports team. You get the you get the beautiful sprawling campus. You're going to make all the memories. Like it's a beautiful experience, and I think we sort of need to get back to that. And I think the question is how? How do we think about the cost structure so that every American can have access to a UW-Madison or a UCLA without taking on debt, or if it is, it's a small de minimis amount of debt from which they'll easily be able to get out from under because the employment outcomes are going to be awesome. So for me, I actually think it's like literally, let's get in a spreadsheet. It's like a very simple concept. Spend less than you earn. Radical idea, and don't overhire. Use technology to do the things technology is good at. Like I talk to institutions, they're spending 3 months and teams of 50 people trying to build the master schedule for the upcoming school year. That's insane. Computers do this instantly, right? And so let's be more efficient, let's minimize administrative costs, and then maximize the amount we're spending educating students, preparing them for the workforce, and then getting them placed into great careers after they graduate.
Yeah. Sorry, I have to follow up on what he said. I mean, one of the things we did is we actually were pretty open about, if you go to ucf.edu/efficiency, we put all those numbers right out there. We show exactly how many administrators we have per 1,000 students. We talk about the fact that, our tuition is only $6,400 in state.
Wow.
Right? And that is pretty remarkable. You can get a great education in Florida for a very low cost. Same types of numbers as Wisconsin in terms of the debt, people that graduate with no debt. There are great stories out there, and we've got to do a better job of telling them.
Absolutely.
You mentioned tweaks today, and I'm thinking to myself, one of the issues that employers have with university degrees that they see now is that everybody graduates with a 3.82, right? I mean, grade inflation is so rampant, and the average grade given in American colleges now is an A-. But it's, paying customers, right? The corporatization of the university. How do you address that?
I think what we're doing is we're making sure that our students, Ted, we have to talk after, but our students, what is an A at campus or what is an A at any institution? You have to have some external benchmark. You have 5% of students who got A's, B's, C's, D's, and F's take some standardized sort of exam for the same content, Calculus 1 at campus versus Calculus 1 at ACE, and you have to actually see what the data is. And to your point earlier, it's about transparency. A lot of schools are not being transparent about this, and I do think the curving has gotten out of hand in many of our institutions.
So that pressure's not going to go anywhere. I remember Princeton tried to unwind this a few years ago, and the kids weren't getting into graduate schools, is my recollection. So there's a cycle that this feeds. Transparency is great, but you have to break the cycle. How do you break the cycle?
So, for those of you who read The Atlantic, there's a great article by Rose Horowitz this week on how teacher evaluations ruined universities.
Mm-hmm.
And her argument is that there is, over time, there's been a compact created between students and faculty that if you give the students an A, they'll give you a great recommendation. And so that puts a stasis point in the machinery that, well, if I risk giving Jennifer a C, what's going to happen to my evaluation? And if I'm up for tenure, that's going to look really bad, and so on. There's actually a lot of truth in that. And so this idea of an external validation, I think, is really important. We've tried that. We've tried a whole undergraduate test to see what you know. It doesn't really work very well. I'm a big fan of mastery and competency-based stuff, so that the culmination of a course is not a test graded by a professor. It's either an experience or something that you have to complete to show you're competent at a set of skills that are embedded in the course. If it's a history course, it's one set of skills. If it's a chemistry course, it's a different set of skills. But I think the way through it is to change the way we assess student learning. And by the way, I think AI is going to force us to do that anyway. And so I think that's one of the places where AI can help, is by creating competency-based simulations, experiences, experiments, where students have to show their goods in ways that aren't malleable.
There are examples of where that's worked, right? I mean, you have, although you can question some of these, but we do give bar exams, right?
Yeah.
Nurses have to pass an exam, and what we look at is what's the pass rate for our nurses compared to other institutions, and we're proud of the fact that it's 90-some%, right? Because not everybody's there. I think we do need something where we can standardize on how effective is this teaching beyond just grades, because I agree with you. The grades, we got to figure that out.
I agree. You have pointed to something that is a challenge. I will also point out that it's a challenge prior to college, right? We've seen a lot of the same dynamics at K-12, which also create some of the expectations that students arrive to university with. I used to be the dean of a law school, and one of the other elements that I will just make mention of here is that one of the important elements for a long time that U.S. News used in evaluating law schools was LSAT and GPA. And so that put pressure on law schools to take high GPA students, including in ways that we understood were pedagogically not necessarily ideal, because it meant that, first of all, if schools didn't have as much grade inflation, their students were potentially disadvantaged. But also, broadly speaking, some of the STEM fields have seen less grade inflation. And so we actually decided to build our own model. I was very interested in seeing more STEM students coming to law school, and so we wanted to try to protect against STEM students being penalized because of their likely somewhat lower GPAs. But that took intentionality, and actually, if we weren't careful, a little bit of rankings risk, which was sort of nutty.
And they didn't use bar passage rates.
They did actually use bar passage rates as well as one factor, though California had a different bar cutoff score than almost every other state. It was actually just harder on the same test, basically, to pass the bar in California at that time, which was a kind of California state decision, and yet had impacts like this. So this problem that we need to measure, we need to understand, but also the things you choose to measure. Like, it's not crazy for U.S. News to think that GPA and LSAT are relevant, and yet when they do that, whatever we choose to measure, it then does impact the way that markets operate. So it's a cycle.
One thing I'll also add is this problem is unfortunately already here, and it's already been exacerbated by the launch of ChatGPT and other large language models. I sometimes sit in on interviews. I sat in on an interview the other day with a computer science graduate from a top school in the country, and I will tell you my jaw was on the floor, and not in a good way, the entire time. This person clearly vibe coded their entire degree and did not know basic programming principles. And I actually think somewhere, from 2022 to 2020 to now, bachelor's degrees in a lot of areas don't mean what they used to anymore. And I think the light, because we're supposed to be wrapping up soon, let's make it positive, is that AI can be used to get way better at assessing real competency than we've ever been. And on the teaching side, we can actually, there's been adaptive learning for a long time, but not really. It's actually here now. We can actually assess every student, figure out what specific prerequisite deficiencies exist, and then plug them one by one and help them develop mastery in a way that just was not possible pre-large language model. So that's the positive sort of response as well.
Well, let's end on a forward-looking note. So we're at this crossroads. Who knows how we're going to get through it? But what do you see in 5 or 10 years that universities will be doing or not doing differently than where we are today? If you could start, Alex.
Well, I have a lot to say about this, so I'll try to figure out how to keep it simple. For me, I see, like I said, we're going to have campuses that are geographically dispersed. And the reason for that is because I think people learned through the pandemic that online is not necessarily the answer. I'm going to tell you that. It isn't. I think people learn more from each other. And so we're going to be figuring out how do we give the convenience to the people that attend our universities, and the convenience is given by distance that they have to travel to actually get that education. So we're going to have to think about geographically dispersing. We're going to also have to think about how we integrate industry onto those campuses so that people are there working, doing their jobs at the same time that the faculty are teaching the students. That is a future that I believe will actually benefit society, but also benefit, of course, the students who come to us the most, because they're going to learn how to work in such an environment. They're going to actually learn beyond just the classroom. They're going to be interacting with leaders in industry and in the academy. There was a time when a lot of the knowledge and all of the leadership in developing new technologies was in the universities. That time period has shortened so much now that you see it exists in industry, it exists in the academy. And so how do we bring the best of both worlds together? I think that's what you're going to see. In a very simple view. I have a lot more to say about that sometime, but.
So, quiz. What is the most profitable part of the Harvard University enterprise?
The endowment.
The endowment, yeah.
No.
No, nothing.
Executive education.
Executive
Ding,
education.
ding,
Oh,
ding,
profitable.
ding.
Yes.
The most profitable is the extension program. The Wisconsin model started with an extension program.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so I see a merging of the traditional university with what we marginalize by calling an extension program and focusing on education as a lifelong project. And by the way, the market is showing us that. That's what this says, is that people want more education beyond whatever they got. And so we need to capitalize on that. And the way to do that, and I mentioned it before, is to understand that learning happens in a variety of different locations. So the university should be a convener, the university should be a collaborator, and a university should be a curator of educational experiences that come from a number of different places. They then certify those as qualifications for X, Y, and Z. And X, Y, and Z are better than the proxies that we have today. I have an economics degree. What does that mean I know? I could make it up. Tade could make it up. But we have so many proxies that we need to get behind. And the way to do it is by smaller bites of information, validated and collected by this thing we call a university.
So 5 to 10 years is really a blink of the eye.
Yes.
I mean, there'll be lots of new things, but it's also just not really a very long period of time. I would like to believe that universities will be doubling down on some of the civic discourse, viewpoint diversity engagements that we've talked about, such that the slight turn positive that we saw in some of this year's data of who's trusting us have begun to more dramatically shift in ways that recognize the value that we both are changing, and that the value of what we're offering is being recognized in that space. I think there will be more stackable credentials and different ways in to university experiences and opportunities, though I do think that the 3 to 4 year residential experience is still transformative for a fraction of people out there, and that's okay. It's not the answer for everyone, but neither should we hope that it goes away. It can be a wonderfully transformative experience. I also hope universities have been in close partnership with the federal government going back to just about World War II for research and scientific discovery, and that has produced enormous innovation and prosperity and intellectual leadership for this country. I hope as we look ahead in areas ranging from drug discovery to quantum to so many other places, I hope that's at least as true in a decade as it is today. And I think that for us to continue to be that, we have to find ways to grow transparency, but also continued partnership with the federal government, and also double down on some of the interdisciplinary and cross-disciplinary spaces through which some of the most exciting discoveries and opportunities will likely be found.
No, I totally agree with, I think, the general panel. Specifically what Ted said is kind of what I was going to allude to. I think my hope in 5 years is not that much time in this world, for better or worse, but I do think that it would be great if there's a lot more consolidation of enrollment within schools like UCF and UW-Madison. I think ASU, not to heap even more praise on ASU, which already gets a lot, but I do think they have demonstrated a lot of innovation, and specifically that it's possible to grow enrollment, have a strong balance sheet, and still be a prestigious R1 institution.
100%.
And I think that, rest in peace, Clay Christensen wrote about this. I wish he was around now to sort of give us some guidance on all this stuff happening. But he wrote about this in the Innovative University, about how every institution effectively in America was trying to replicate the Harvard model. Right? The hedge fund, the minor league sports team, all the things. And it's like actually what's actually I think much more needed is the UW-Madison, UCF, UCLA, the big state schools whose brands are sort of very old, well respected. The outcomes are just consistently there. and are, I think, generally ranked amongst the top institutions in the country for ROI. And I think that's where young people want to go. I do think the residential campus experience still has a lot of value. I had a great time for us, for sure.
Yes.
And my hope is we can just make that super accessible and affordable.
Terrific. Good. Well, that brings us home, guys. Thank you very much for taking a few minutes to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Yes.
Good job.
Great to talk to you.
Thank you for doing it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break. See you back here briefly.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage President and CEO of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Mr. David Trulio.
Well, good afternoon. What an amazing and energizing day of discussions. We're going to finish really strong, we've built up some great momentum as we head into our concluding panel. Now, for those of you I haven't yet met, my name is David Trulio, and it is my great honor to serve as the President and CEO of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute. And I'm going to start off with a few thank yous. And first, huge thanks to Secretary McMahon and Secretary Jenner for having such a thoughtful opening conversation, and heartfelt thanks to all of our panelists and participants today. Speakers speaking with conviction and clarity around the challenges and opportunities facing education. This could not come at a more important time. Now, we've explored student well-being, outcomes assessment, school choice, high school pathways, and higher ed civic mission. And it reminds me of the call to action that President Reagan issued to the foundation when the institution that bears his name opened back in 1991, where he said he wanted it to be a dynamic intellectual forum where scholars debate the history and where policymakers debate the future. So a great call to action. Now, there's a through line throughout the discussion. America's education sector certainly faces challenges, but also real opportunities if we lead with purpose and optimism. And that brings us to our closing panel discussion. So a conversation between two governors about how state leadership can advance renewal in education, opportunity, and civic life. So make no mistake, governors, state legislators, and education chiefs in state capitals will be leading this renewal. Well, certainly, Ronald Reagan was a governor, and it's in our DNA to look to governors for their leadership, and we're super excited about this. And in fact, President Reagan once said, "We have a great diversity in our education across this great land, in more than education, in the land itself, and that is valuable to us." To lead this discussion, we have two governors who have been leaders in education, both in public policy and, in the case of Governor Dunleavy, in the classroom as well. So, about Governor Dunleavy. After arriving in Alaska in the early 80s, Mike Dunleavy pursued his dream of becoming a teacher. He earned a teacher's certificate and then a master's of education degree from the University of Alaska, Fairbanks. He spent nearly 2 decades in Northwest Arctic communities working as a teacher, principal, and superintendent. Mike Dunleavy and his family moved to Wasilla in 2004, where he owned an educational consulting firm and worked on several education projects statewide. He served on the Matsu Borough School Board with 2 years as board president and then as a state senator for 5 years. As governor, Governor Dunleavy has championed the Alaska Reads Act to improve early literacy, and already the results are clear. More young Alaskans are gaining the reading foundation they need to be successful. Now, more than 3,000 miles away in Oklahoma, Kevin Stitt was an entrepreneur who, with only $1,000 and a computer, grew his firm Gateway into a nationwide mortgage company operating in 42 states and servicing more than $20 billion in residential mortgages. In 2018, he led Gateway through a merger and established Gateway First Bank, which today is one of Oklahoma's 10 largest banks by assets, with over $2 billion in assets, 166 mortgage centers across the U.S., and more than 1,600 employees. Governor Stitt has pressed for education reform through expanding school choice and modernizing how funds follow students. He's pushed for accountability in governance and invested in raising reading and math scores while expanding career and technical pathways. His aim is straightforward and ambitious: to give every Oklahoma family more options and every child the tools to thrive in the future economy. Moderating today's conversation is the Wall Street Journal editorial board's Mene Ukwe-Barua. So please join me in giving a warm and energetic welcome to our panel.
Well, thanks so much for the introduction, David, and thank all of you for joining. This is going to be a very forward-looking, future-oriented conversation. I've just gotten the chance to meet both governors beforehand, and I can promise you they have a lot of interesting initiatives that they're working on and a whole lot to share. But before we get into what's going to solve the problem of education today, I thought it was important to start by diagnosing how bad things have gotten nationwide. Just last week, we saw the latest release of the NAEP scores. That's the National Assessment of Educational Progress, also known as the nation's report card. And the results continue to be very bleak. We have seen record lows in math performance for 12th graders, reading performance as well. That's building on some earlier releases that came out last year and in January for 4th grade, 8th grade, all the way up through 12th grade. I wanted to start by asking both of the governors to talk about some of the problems why have we seen these steady declines in academic performance in our public schools? If you could talk about general problems nationwide and maybe even get into some specific ones that have affected you and that you've seen in schools in your states. You want to start?
I want to start. So Mike Dunleavy, Governor of Alaska. Just quickly, my background is I was a teacher, principal, superintendent, school board president, worked for the university, so education is my career. Public education is my career. Whenever there's a question is what's wrong with education, you got to first define what is the expected outcome of education. And I think most people expect the outcome of public education to be proficiency in reading, writing, mathematics, science. The problem is that's not the focus of our current school system. It's not the focus of our current school system. And so there's a little bit of a disconnect between what the average American believes the school should be doing and what's happening in the schools currently. And so in 1983, under President Reagan, I think it was, I forget his name, the Secretary of Education was Buell, Thomas maybe, Buell. They commissioned the paper, A Nation at Risk. That was the beginning of a modern conversation. Modern conversation, but that was 1983. Things have gotten worse since 1983. No matter what assessments you look at, for the most part, we're not doing as well, certainly compared to our peers across the world. The focus has always been somewhat on rote learning in our classrooms, and these are systems, and I'll wrap it up here quick, but these are systems that have been developed well over 100 years ago in the United States, our current school system. And it was modeled on a basis of our factory system at that time. And the purpose of it back then, ironically, was to take in immigrants from Eastern and Southern Europe and turn them into Americans and be able to help have them be part of the workforce. Back then it was the Industrial Revolution. We're so inadequately prepared to what's happening now and what's going to happen in the next couple of years in terms of AI and the intelligence age. And so there's got to be a radical overhaul, in my opinion, or we're going to fall further behind. And plus, added to that is the demographic decline that's going to impact our schools, consolidation of schools, workforce, et cetera. So at the same time, our populations are going down, and there's confusion as to what the mission should be. Artificial intelligence is going to be the tail that wags the dog here pretty quick.
Governor Stitt, could you follow up on that? Of course, there are problems with mismatch between the system and the goals in education, but I wonder if you have any idea why it's gotten worse. For 13 years, we've seen consistent declines, and those have accelerated. Do you know why things have gotten so bad with reading and math?
You know, well, just obviously, I think COVID contributed to that. You saw kids were locked out of schools for the most part for a couple years, specifically in certain states. And so you're seeing a lot of this, learning loss. You're seeing scores. The NAEP scores have certainly gone down. I've got a daughter that's a senior in high school, and right now, as she's applying to colleges, ACT, SAT scores are optional to even put in. And so just because they know that the scores aren't what they have been historically. So, but I think big picture, what has happened, I believe that we have to inject competition back into schools. We have to put parents in charge. And so hopefully we get to talk a little bit about charter schools and these refundable tax credits or vouchers or some of the things that we've done in Oklahoma and some of these other states. And Jeb Bush did 20 years ago in Florida, and he's helped a lot of us governors think about how do we inject competition, because in Oklahoma we have about 500 different school districts. It's hard to micromanage every single school district from a business perspective. So when you inject competition and you put parents in charge to allow them to go to any school of their choice, I think you're going to naturally have parents choosing the better outcome schools. And the schools, and if you look at the NAEP scores, you will see on the private schools, on the charter schools, they are 20 points higher than your public schools. So let's put parents in charge. Let's break up that monopoly, and hopefully, I know we're going to dig into that a little bit more, but I think it's a free market principle that we have to bring back, and because there's going to be disruption with technology, as the governor said, and we need to allow parents to be in charge of that.
Mm-hmm. So you mentioned a vision of changing the curriculum to meet modern demands. You mentioned injecting more competition into education. Two of the big barriers to those sorts of changes have traditionally been teachers' unions, which often want to preserve business as usual, and also the Federal Education Department, unfortunately, in some cases. It issues rules and regulations that basically tie the hands of administrators and teachers and make it difficult to make any sort of change. Could you talk about how how you've interacted with unions, how you've interacted with federal regulations, and how they might have hampered things that you've tried to do in Alaska, or ways that you've been able to overcome some of those limits?
Well, that's a great question. From my perspective, and I was in NEA as a teacher, we were compelled to be in NEA as a teacher, and I've negotiated against NEA when I was an administrator. Their goal is not the goal we talked about at the beginning of this conversation. It's not necessarily outcomes. It's a system set up for workers, is what it is. It's a union-heavy approach to the workforce. And we were talking in the room earlier. There's a huge difference between education and schooling. Education is that aha moment. You can be educated here in 2 seconds by going on the AI and asking a question and learn something you haven't learned before. Schooling is the mass management of people, all the stuff that you see schools do, buses, lunchrooms, recess, teachers, all that stuff, calendaring. And NEA has a huge hand in that. AFT in other parts of the country too, but NEA has a huge hand in that. And if you go on their website, you're going to see things on their website that they believe should be goals and objectives that don't really talk about proficiency in reading or proficiency in math. They might give lip service to it, I'm just being honest, but they are not an advocate of student performance at any cost. They're not going to be advocates for outcomes at any cost. If that cost impacts the number of bodies, part of the system, they're going to oppose it. And if there's any NEA people here, they'll dispute that, they'll argue with that. But if you really look at what's happening, that is a fact. With regard to the Department of Education, quite honestly, I was excited to see President Trump appoint somebody who does not come from the traditional education ranks. And I think that's a benefit because they have an outsider view. They have a view of a parent, somebody outside, a business look on education. And my hope is that if anything, they develop a system where they block grant sooner than later so we can do things at the local level. But they also do as much research or forward looking into the near future as to what AI is going to play in education. It's going to be phenomenal what's going to happen here just in the next year or two. We can't even imagine what's going to happen in terms of different tools and different approaches to education because of AI.
Governor Stitt, any interaction with unions or federal regulations that have hampered some of your plans for reform?
Yeah, I mean, I would just piggyback on that. Obviously, if governors were having to deal with a lot of the teachers unions in our state, and there's some good folks there, but as far as a reform-minded, as far as let's try something new, that educators they're just reluctant to do that. They're literally protecting their employment or their numbers, and so big picture, we want dollars in the classroom, we want dollars following the student, we want dollars on a kind of pay for performance basis. And then when you think about what does this union spend their money on, I think these are fascinating stats, but about 38% of the dues that teachers pay will go towards political giving, and then 95 to 99% of the teachers unions are going to be spent on the Democratic side of the aisle. So, Janus allowed us as a state, was a Supreme Court decision, to force an opt-in instead of an opt-out method of collecting dues. And so there's some things that are starting to kind of break loose that stranglehold on education. Again, all we're trying to do is put parents in charge and let them choose where the best fits for their kids are and have the dollars follow the kid in the classroom. And there's all innovation. There's tons of ants on this ant pile with charter schools and different methods, and we're going to talk about apprenticeships hopefully and internships and this new getting kids ready for the workforce. And I always am encouraged by trying to get our business communities engaged in what we need to train the workforce, right? And Oklahoma's workforce is different than Alaska's or different than Maryland's or different than Florida's. And so education should be done at the state level. So that's why we applaud President Trump and him trying to disrupt some of those dollars. And for any of those people that kind of disagree with, oh, we got to protect the federal Department of Education, I'm going to ask a question here. Anybody in this room graduated from high school before 1980? Few people? Okay. How is that possible? You graduated before 1980. You know, the Federal Department of Education wasn't started until 1980. You couldn't possibly have had a high school back then, right? Well, of course not, right? So we know that, like to the Governor Dunleavy's point, if the money is block granted to the schools, it's the states that hire teachers. We're building schools. We're the ones closer to training our workforce. And so I think everything gets political up here in Washington, but really the point is have dollars flow to the students in the states, in Alaska and in Texas and in New York, and let us choose and let us get those dollars and hire the teachers, the best teachers. We want the best in our classroom, getting kids ready for the workforce.
And I want to stick with you for the next one because you brought up the idea of block grants and giving states more control over funding. I think that when you see bad results come in student performance, the argument from the unions is always they're gutting our funding. We have teachers who are living hand to mouth, having to pay for textbooks out of their own pocket. Just increase our funding and we'll be able to deliver the results that we need. Historically, we've seen the opposite, more and more funding in the aggregate level going into schools and worse results. And so the question, as you imply, is what is this money being spent on rather than increase the bottom line number? So if you had the opportunity essentially to zero base your education budget in your state, do you have an idea of what types of programs should actually be increased? Where should we be spending more and what should be cut? Where would you move things around if you had a free hand to do that?
Well, first off, if you're exactly right, because they always say you just got to give us more money. I see our buddy from Oklahoma, Senator Shane Jett, in the audience, and he'll tell you that if you ask the education community, well, how much more money? They'll just say more, right? I think it happens all over the country, but I've put more money in public education since I've been governor in my first 6 years than they did for 30 years before I got here. So we're going to fund public education 100%. But we also passed the best, I think, school choice plan in the country where money follows the student. So if you come to Oklahoma, you're going to have up to $7,500 to go to a private school, to go to a Christian school, to go to a Catholic school, to go to an English school, a STEM school, wherever you think your kid's going to learn the best. And what I remind people all the time is rich people already have school choice. First time you move to an area, you and your wife would sit down and your spouse and you say, hey, where's the best school? What neighborhood are we going to live in? Let's look at this. Let's go here. Let's go there. Or my kid's getting bullied. I'm going to pull them out. I'm going to put them into a private school. And so we just opened up school choice for every single family in Oklahoma. And I think that's really the key. And if you look at outcomes, like I said before, charter schools in Oklahoma don't have any of the funding. They can't bond. And so they get about half of the amount per pupil as a public school does. But their outcomes are better. You're having Santa Fe South, is in South Oklahoma City. They have 4,500 students that are choosing to go to that charter school. Remember, you don't have to go to the charter school. You can choose to go to your zip code school, but 4,500 families, almost all Hispanic, are choosing to go to the charter school because the outcomes are better. But yet we have people standing in the way saying that's bad. Don't let that parent have that choice. Force them to go to the zip code school, right? I'm trying to get the zip code school better. But how can you micromanage? Anybody in this room, how in the world do we get in and micromanage every single classroom, right? Or every single superintendent? You have to inject a free market business principle into education. And we're not all forced to just go to one government grocery store. We're not forced to go to one store.
New York City.
New York City is? Oh yeah, okay, the mayor, that's the solution in New York. But I think on the funding side, that's the thing that I would say. And then pay per performance, I'll just touch on this real quick. We're trying to get our career techs and maybe even higher ed to focus on how much is this college graduate going to make? What is their earning, right? For example, if you're going to go get an engineering degree from the University of Oklahoma, you got no problem getting a job. The average engineer is going to start $80,000 to $100,000 a year. Did you know what the average gender studies degree is? Wage earner? It's $18,000 a year. $18,000 a year. So we are doing these people a disservice by telling them you got to go to college, you got to get this degree. And then career techs, their average salary, if you graduate from a trade, is going to be $62,000 in a year. Okay, an average just flat out college graduate across all curriculum is $52,000, right? And so in Oklahoma, we're really trying to get pay per performance back in our career tech systems, back into higher ed. Anyway, I could talk forever. I better go. All right.
You want to follow on that? Just what you're doing to promote school choice in Alaska?
That was great. So Alaska is an interesting state from many perspectives. We have probably the most robust homeschool laws in the United States. We have two types of homeschools in Alaska. One is you can homeschool your child and not tell the government what you're doing at all. You just say, I'm homeschooling. That's it. There's no government intrusion, no government interference, etc. Then there's a public homeschool model that we have. Roughly 20% of our students attend our public homeschools. The largest school in Alaska is a public homeschool, 2,400 kids and growing rapidly. And basically what it is you can get a public school degree, you have public school teachers, but the teacher-student relationship is different than a neighborhood school. Some teachers will have 150 students. It's more like a client and a professional. They come in, they develop an ILP. There's 1,000 vendors, like a menu, private vendors, and you can actually develop an ILP where you can have a child learning how to weld, child taking a college course, child taking a Latin course at a Catholic school, learning how to fly, etc. And they build that ILP. I would use some of the federal money as a block grant to enhance that approach. Another interesting thing about Alaska is we have the best performing charter schools in the nation as per a Harvard research piece that came out in November of 23. You should look it up. Ranks all the states. At the same time, we have the worst neighborhood schools in the nation. 51st in the NAEP scores, when you look at the NAEP scores. Why is that? Well, because when you have parents that coalesce around a mission, you're going to have better outcomes. And our neighborhood schools, unfortunately, are controlled to a large extent by NEA and those that subscribe to the approach by NEA. So in Alaska, you have some of the worst neighborhood schools in the nation, according to the NAEP scores. You have some of the most unique home schools that are really educating kids. And you have the top charter school system in the country is in Alaska in terms of outcomes as measured by these same scores. I would use that money to grow our charter schools, grow our home schools, and I think more importantly, and Governor Stitt said this, rich people don't need the money. You need to put money in transportation and make sure that kids that are in a low income side of things are able to go and attend those schools. And so one of the approaches we've talked about is basically instead of school buses, as a vendor, you get folks that are, for example, driving Ubers. And they can then come to your house, pick up your kid. Maybe there's 6 or 7 kids in that vehicle. They all know each other, but they can stay later after school, or they can go across town to a school that maybe has a better program for them or works better for their family. These sound like common sense ideas, but you wouldn't believe the opposition to a lot of these ideas. So their solutions are there in the things we're talking about for outcomes. It's getting through the bureaucracy, getting through the unions, and getting through this paradigm that if you change, it's a problem. The problem is going to be this: if you don't change, and you don't start changing now rapidly, the change is going to change it for you. And that's going to be, I think, a big discussion next couple of years with education, with the demographic decline, folks exiting the school system, consolidation of schools. I think what you're going to end up is what Kevin said, and that is money following the kid wherever they go, to the best neighborhood school, the best charter school, the best home school, best CTE school.
Very quick question for either or both of you. Do you think that there might be a ceiling to school choice? And this is a point that I've heard raised by Eva Moskowitz, who's the creator of Success Academy in New York, this huge, very successful charter school network. She says, we create an option for parents and students who are willing to seek out something better, but we can't give up on our traditional public schools because for the foreseeable future, that's where most of our kids are going to be. And so we still have to find a way to try to reform those schools even against the odds. Do you think that we are going to eventually see enrollment at some of these alternative schools start to level out, and school choice will prove to not really be the solution that we need for all of our kids altogether?
Not if they're offering a product that the parents don't want. You're going to see more parents exit the schools, to be honest with you. And in our case, like I said, the public school, the charter schools, and other alternative schools, you're going to see more of that. Because, I mean, is there a ceiling to choice in hotels or restaurants or cars or any goods or service that you buy? I don't think so. The only ceiling would be, in my opinion, is political, that groups are going to want the neighborhood schools to stay there for the obvious reasons I stated earlier. But I think for the most part, ask a 20-year-old how many kids they're going to have. 8 out of 10 might say none or one. My generation, we had however many kids, and our grandparents, some of them would have 12 or 13. My wife's family had 14 kids. You're not going to see that. So inevitably, your demographic decline is going to drive a lot of this as we go into the future. And it's going to drive how education not just looks from a traditional sense, but I think you're going to see a lot more co-op schools as well, where parents that still want to get kids together for the socialization aspect of it will coalesce around smaller groups. So it's going to change whether they want it to or not. And the people that get ahead of the change are going to be the winners in this thing.
Yeah, in South Florida, Jeb Bush was telling me about it. He did school choice 20 years ago, and what he said was that about half the kids were going to schools outside of their assigned zip code schools in Miami-Dade County. But over the last 20 years, what happens is, if you're losing students, then what happens? You fire your superintendent, you fire your principal, you reinvent yourself, class sizes go down, and now you're seeing people come back and they're having to compete for those students. So again, it's back to competition, it's back to free market principles, so that's a good thing. What we did in Oklahoma, because we fought a lot of our rural legislators, we fought all kinds of folks trying to get it passed, was we set up a separate bucket of money for our refundable tax credit, which basically is just a $7,500 check to every family based on income, max, or it goes down to $5,000 no matter how much money you make in Oklahoma. But that is, so if a kid decides to take advantage of this and leaves their zip code school, the per pupil funding actually goes up over here because it was a separate bucket of money. So that's how we got it passed, was we were like, we're not taking away from public school funding. Actually, you're going to get more per pupil if a student comes over here. But then over time, if we're right on this, parents are going to choose this option A, or these schools will get better over time. And I think that's really the fair way to do it or think about it. And I don't know what nationally is, but Oklahoma, we'll spend about $20,000 per pupil is kind of what the funding is across all things. The last thing I'll say is the thing that's unique about the United States is this ability to bond locally. So if you think about it, in your local town, the community gets together, you pass a bond to build a new school or a new gymnasium. It's not like that in other countries. Like it's such a federal model. You have to go to the federal government, say we want to build a new school in Norman, Oklahoma. That's a great thing about America. We come together and we are a community-led, and we're willing to tax ourselves for the betterment of our community. So we're not going to get away from that. These are just other options that should be available for parents. And I think that's a very interesting point. But of course the public schools, most kids are going to go there, and most schools are good. And my granddaddy went to, he was a Claremore zebra, and I'm a Claremore zebra, and by golly, little Johnny's going to be a Claremore zebra, right? So you have people that do not want to change that, which is fine. And then those communities are much closer. They're getting involved in the school boards and your rural communities across America. But some of these inner city schools, we saw it. We saw what they were teaching our kids, and parents got fed up. And that's why you're seeing a lot of this disruption right now in the education system.
Yeah, there's such a disconnect, though. I mean, I'm not going to ask people to raise their hand. I was a teacher, but if you have kids or had kids, many of you are going to make a choice as to where you want your kid to go to school. you're going to decide where you want to go to school for the child. And what's interesting is the biggest school choice individuals are teachers, public school teachers. They'll pick what teacher their kid gets in the school they may be teaching. Their friends in another school will tell them, don't put your child in that person's classroom or that person's classroom. So everybody in here in this room would say they believe in choice. They believe in choice in restaurants, what movies or cars you're going to drive, et cetera, et cetera. And more, the people in this room are representing the rest of the country. You want to have a decision as to where your kid is going, because as we've seen recently, things are changing rapidly in this country. Some things not for the best, and for those individuals that are going to have children, which unfortunately it's less and less as time goes on, you're going to be very careful as to where your kids are going to go to school and choose that. And that's why I think the neighborhood schools are going to be impacted, I think, dramatically over the next few years.
To piggyback his point there, so I was meeting with the chamber crowd, right? Y'all know what I'm talking about when I say chamber crowd, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in the chamber meeting with all the Oklahoma City hootie tooties, right? And we're going over my policy agenda for, this is a couple sessions ago. And I said, they go, well, Governor, we're going to have to be neutral on your school choice plan. I said, no problem, no problem. I can totally get it. As long as all your kids in this room go to Oklahoma City public schools, I'm fine with y'all being neutral. And they all just kind of hung their head. Because every one of them send their kids to Cassidy. They send their kids to this private school, that private school. And that's what drives me crazy. Like, I don't want to name any of my colleague, my governor colleagues, but it was so frustrating during COVID as we were keeping our schools open. They were saying it's not safe to go to public schools, but their kids were in private schools the whole time, right? But they were closing their public schools down. And so those are the things that just drive you crazy, because they know they wouldn't send, like you said it very good. If you're a teacher, you're going to tell you, hey, don't put them in that class, don't do that. It's just common sense, right? You want what's best for your kid, and we want to empower parents.
The head of NEA Alaska sent his kids to private schools. That's like going to McDonald's or a restaurant and never going to eat there, and it's not good enough for your family. Send the kids to private schools, and fought to ensure that the public schools denied the ability to expand our charter schools. Actually fought also to deny teachers a retention and recruitment bonus of $5,000 for a classroom teacher, $10,000 for a classroom teacher in rural parts of Alaska, and $15,000 a year for 3 years in the most remote parts of Alaska. A classroom teacher could have got $45,000 a year, unheard of. And they fought that because they were not in control of that. It was going to come directly from the State Department of Education. That's what you're dealing with.
Chicago, too, for the record, one of the most brass knuckles anti-choice unions in the country. The head of the Chicago Teachers Union was sending her son to a private school the whole time she was trying to deny the expansion of choice. So
yeah, and I would say all parents have a moral imperative to send your child to the school that is going to meet their needs. And every one of your situations is unique, and you've got to find that place for them. And I really reject the idea that your kids have to be sacrificed on the altar of a neighborhood school just for the sake of a neighborhood school. You're never going to get these years back if you have kids, you know that. And these are the most formative years for your kids. And how many parents do you know and friends that you know in which their kids came out of school, some schools, in rough shape, having to see counselors, having difficulties. For some, it's a meat grinder. And so you've got to make the choices as to where your kids are going to go to school. We have an obligation as policymakers to make that available to you and make the schools better. But don't fool yourself. They're not going to get better on their own.
So another element of choice is the choice of what career path a student takes after they graduate from their secondary school. We have had a school system for generations that has essentially encouraged college as the default option, despite the fact that the vast majority of people in this country don't attend four-year colleges after graduating. It seems like a lot more people in government are aware of this problem and have started to promote alternative career paths. I'd love both of you to talk about what you're doing to promote alternative education through the schools, partnering with local businesses, things like that, for students who want to go down a vocational path.
Well, Kevin said, I think he highlighted something that's really important. Gender studies graduate makes about $18,000 a year. But what he didn't talk about is the debt they incurred to make that $18,000 a year. Okay. So I think what you're going to see in the future, and I think we're all in agreement on this, is if you can get an apprenticeship, if you can get training, and in 1 year you can become a welder, you can become a carpenter, you can become a mechanic. Those are professions that right now we don't have enough people to fill them. And there are programs across all of our states that encourage individuals to go into the trades, actually help underwrite the cost of that, and then they come out with no student debt, ready to work right out of the gate and perform services that we all need. If you remember during COVID, if you try to get your car fixed, how difficult was that? Or get a plumber, how difficult was that? I mean, plumbers, electricians, anyone that works in cooling systems, heating systems, truck drivers. These are all blue collar jobs, but they're going to make more and provide more of an income and a livelihood for students going forward, young people going forward, than what we currently have in many of our college degrees.
Yeah, I would say we, as Americans, I don't know if it started 30, 40 years ago, but this push that every single kid's got to be a college graduate. And so we have really forced people this one track, and we've left off, to his point, a lot of these trades, right? We know that the numbers, I said them earlier, I said $62,000 is the starting salary coming out of the trades, $52,000 for a college graduate. And so in Oklahoma, we're trying to disrupt that a little bit. I'm trying to build more apprenticeship models, internships models from a high school student where they can go to school 2 days a week and they can go be in an apprenticeship for 3 days a week. Switzerland, I'm fixed to take a trip over there with the governors, a few governors. I need you to come with me to that trip, right? So we're going to look at Switzerland, and their model is when you're a sophomore in high school, you literally decide if you're going to be an apprenticeship model and you're going to go to a trade route. And it's not poo-pooed on like it is here in the U.S. Like literally, I just met the president of Lufthansa. We've got a big 1,000-person employment company of Lufthansa. It's a German company. And he started as an apprenticeship. It is a very respected pathway. And then if you want to go become an engineer, you can go to 2 years of high school, junior and senior year basically, and then you go on to college. So American Airlines, they're a company in Tulsa, Oklahoma. They have their largest maintenance and repair facility there. I was meeting with their C-level executives. They said, Governor, we need more A&P mechanics. And I said, how much? They go, do you know, Governor, how much an A&P mechanic starting salary makes at American Airlines? I said, how much? They said $70,000 a year. And within 5 years, they're making $100,000, okay? So we set up an aviation academy in Norman, Oklahoma, where as a freshman in high school, if you want to be an A&P mechanic, you can literally start going to this high school, and by the time you graduate, you're an A&P mechanic. I went home and told my 16-year-old son, I said, you're going to become an A&P mechanic. and then we're creating pathways. You can go get your bachelor's, and then I asked that C-level group, I said, how many of y'all started as A&P mechanics? And about 40% of the room raised their hands that they started on the floor, then they went back and got their bachelor's, and then master's, or became an engineer, or worked their way up. If you have a technical degree, and then you go on and get a higher ed, you're invaluable. A buddy of mine in Oklahoma, he went to West Point. His son just graduated with an MIS degree from Oklahoma State, and started working in IT for a big company. Hates it. Going back to welding school. And so I told him, I said, you got to go become an A&P mechanic. I think I really wish. I go, with your background and you get the technical degree, it's unbelievable what you can accomplish. And then as an entrepreneur, there's all kinds of business opportunities. I've got buddies that have, overhaul shops for PT6 engines, et cetera. And so it's just they're great careers. The HVAC that you mentioned, all that stuff. And so we're really just trying to promote and just take away the stigma. You don't have to go to college. Matter of fact, the Silicon Valley folks, it's almost cool, the guys that drop out, right, and get into coding now. And so we're just trying to break that stigma to create more apprenticeships. I'm trying to get my businesses involved to come to the high schools and say, hey, we want you to start working a couple days a week, and we're trying to break up that model. We've got a manufacturing skills development school now that actually they're paying kids to go to this school. Because they're actually learning the trades, and then companies are buying from the CNC machines. So I just think there's just a lot of disruption happening right now.
Now, Governor Dunleavy, you are a big enthusiast about the ability of technology to help students learn and to build skills. Could you talk about what you're doing and what you envision in that lane, and then also address some of the worries that people have about how AI is going to dumb down education or make it difficult for students to really focus and learn?
I think AI is going to be the ultimate disruptor, I think, in the history of this world, to be honest with you. I mean, it goes from data to intelligence. How many here, you don't have to raise your hand, how many here use a chat or some other type of AI? Not just once in a while, but now consistently. How many don't even go to Google because it's just kind of static data, right? So now we're entering into the intelligence revolution is what this is. And this is just the beginning of it. 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you won't even recognize the world, right? We could go back and talk about things that we don't use anymore, everything from Polaroids to VHS tape to floppy disks, et cetera. I just cleaned out my garage and I have all these things in a box. And my kids were looking at it like it was a museum. They were like, is this stuff real? We heard about this stuff, and we just used it a few years ago. The rapid advance of technology is going to be so fast. What may have taken 5 years, 10 years is going to be taking, in some cases, months. And we need to train kids. We need to teach kids to be able to be critical thinkers and not just rote. Because right now, you can put together a paper or a plan or a process or design a house with an input that takes literally 15 seconds, spits it out in a minute, which would have taken human beings hours, if not days, to put together. And so how do you compete with that? The only way you compete with that is you start to educate kids on how to ask the right questions, how to deal appropriately with AI in the conversations. If you use AI enough, you'll start to realize that it's starting to get inside your head. It's starting to understand who you are. That's the intelligence aspect that we're talking about, beyond data. So we have to train kids to understand what's happening when they're on AI, how they remain in control of themselves when they're on AI. But the idea that you're going to be teaching kids quote skills from 25 years ago, in many respects, you're going to fall behind. I think it's going to be an AI world. The Chinese are going to force that on all of us. We're either going to be followers or leaders in that. And I'll throw this out there, I believe within 5 years, 6 years at the most, we talked about this, you're going to have a teacher, a holographic avatar teacher that a kid could turn on in their living room or at the kitchen table, and it's interactive. Good morning, Bob, how are you? Good morning, teacher, how are you? What are we going to work on today? Socratic method discussions. It is the future right now as we speak. So those that design that the right way, in education, in business, in politics, you're going to win. Those that try and resist it, they used to call those Luddites, where you go and you destroy the machines at night in the textile mills in Britain so the guilds can still survive. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Governor, any idea about incorporating technology into the curriculum, the positive side of it, and then also maybe limiting some of the harms that you hear teachers talking about with cheating or things of that kind?
Yeah. Well, we got rid of like cell phones in the classroom this past year. So we said like cell to cell, no, or bell to bell, no cell. And what we found, I went and toured a bunch of schools, and the kids really appreciated it. They were like, "Thank you, Governor, but there's not as much pressure. We're not seeing this post and this during class having to check our stuff." The teachers love it. It's a more sterile learning environment in the classrooms without all the cell phones. So that was really good. One of my friends, a principal of a school, just said he was having problems with kids taking pictures in locker rooms, changing, and watching inappropriate things like in a lunch setting. And so, if you can imagine, I mean, what kids would do. I can't even imagine my 14-year-old, some of my buddies back in school, what with cell phones and all that. So I think that's some of the things we've done already, but also the good use of technology. I've been in these classrooms where they put the virtual goggles on and they're literally grabbing a beating heart out and looking at it in all these different ways in the science class and dissecting it and looking at these things. And the thing that you can bring to life with technology is unbelievable. I went to advanced manufacturing and it was very technical, putting a screw here and doing this and doing that. And literally with the goggles on, it was telling the worker exactly what to do at every single different stage. So very complicated processes, you got to get them in order. And so I was just amazed at the advanced technology that you can do and train. I mean, I could have got and assembled what they were doing with just following the step and with virtually. following exactly what they told me to do. So there's some great, we don't want to shy away from it. We've got a lot of energy in Oklahoma, and so we're getting data centers, and we want to train that next generation. We're not running from that technology. We want to teach coding at an earlier age, the STEM stuff. I think every kid is designed differently. God puts different desires and abilities in their heart, and we want kids to have all these experiences and find where they're best fulfilled in life, because everybody's American dream's different. What do they want to do, and how can we expose them to all these different possibilities?
Well, we've reached the end of our time, but I think the two of you have given everyone a lot to think about and chew on. Could you join me in thanking Governor Ronald?